It's time for the final day. That's right. We've got an intense one ahead of us. 4 players are going to play. And, well, we're going to open up with that third place. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Of course, I'm KP. And look at this guy. This guy, I found him on the streets. We got his haircut. We put a shirt on him. We put a jacket. We were going to put a
Okay,
tie on
okay,
Winston,
alright.
but he attacked us. It was like a feral dog type thing. How's it going, Winston?
It's going good, it's going good. Yeah, I figured it's the grand finals. I can't wear my patented gray shirt once again. Figured I'd put a little more effort in today. But yeah, Battle of the Brothers, Lucifer and Vortex. Their games yesterday were really tough for both of them.
Yeah.
It looked like their prep just didn't quite work out for them. So I'm really curious to see how their prep against each other works, right? Because usually their games are very dynamic and kind of meta on meta, layers on layers, because they practice so much with each other in basically every RTS they play. So I'm curious to see how that plays out in this best of 5 we got for third place. I can't wait to see it. It's really excited to be back, really excited to be here. Next week's gonna be getting pretty hype, if you know what I'm saying. Things are getting spicy.
It's going to be a little bit empty on the tournament side, but we got to leave that breathing room. We've got to leave people mold a little bit. You're right. This is going to be an exciting one because Vortex and Lucifer, I mean, they're scrimming bros. They're not just bros in real life. They're bros in the lobbies. And the interesting thing about that is I was kind of pulling up their stats, and I think historically maybe people would have given Vortex the edge when they clash because of how 2022 I'd say was better for him. But the interesting part is that Lucifron overall wins most of the series. In fact, he has a 70% win rate in series overall, 64% when it comes to game count.
That's pretty alarming, considering you have to imagine that they play. I feel like they play in every tournament against each other at some point, right? Like they match up. That's crazy. That's just how it goes. It's pretty nuts. Yesterday their games are really interesting as well. I wasn't exactly sure how it would all function, especially that set against B. That was tight. That was really tight. And I don't know, man. Like, what are they going to bring today? What are they going to bring? I don't even know.
How long is it going to be as well, guys? That's the thing. This is going to be a best of 5, right? And I like to imagine that originally it was going to be a BO3, and then we're like, No, these guys, they have a tendency to GG out 8 minutes in against each other. So let's give ourselves a bit more runway here, right? Let everyone get in for the finals.
Yeah, sometimes their matches are quite short, and especially with Empire Wars, we don't know how volatile their own practice games were. So it could be that these sets are really the set is very quick, but I'm not exactly sure. You know, maybe we'll get some bangers out there. You never know.
I mean, I'm excited for it, folks. If you aren't aware, this is Empires at War. So if you have only just tuned in, you've been living under a rock for the last few weekends. The start of these games is going to be a lot faster, a lot more aggressive. I even talked a little bit with Vortex, and he was quite positive actually about the outlook of Empire Wars. I'm gonna have to see if he feels the same way after this series, though, because it's time for a little bit of internal murder. One of the bros can get third, one's going to have to settle for fourth, and it looks like we are about ready to kick off with our first game of the series. Let's get into it. Lucifer on Vortex, a best of 5 to decide who gets that third place.
And opening up with Ottomans versus English. We've seen this one quite a few times now in Empire Wars. Ottomans obviously being one of the favorite in English, also just generally being super robust with a lot of their TC builds and being able to play very aggressively and defensively at the same time, benefiting a lot from that wealth of resources at the start of the game. And we see a really interesting opening already. The Man-at-Arms on the field very shortly for Vortex.
Yeah, this has been growing in popularity. Actually, I think the first player I saw doing this, shout out to Crackety, like when the practice began, this was his first thought, is this whole idea of searching units. And I think it is really effective against most civs. It's also quite nice in this matchup because you can kind of keep them as you go into Age 2, right? Like I think there's only one civ you wouldn't want to open Men-at-Arms against, weirdly enough, and it's probably French because they're heavy knights, right? Like heavy knights of the French easily dispatch Men-at-Arms.
Yeah,
Man,
and
didn't we see this yesterday? I'm pretty sure we saw this yesterday.
I think so. I'm not exactly sure. All the games are kind of a blur. It was a lot.
Okay, so we saw it against, I think it was Malians that this was done against, an English
Right,
Malian
yeah.
matchup, right? And I think that was the Marine Lords series, if I'm not mistaken. I want to say. It might have been 4-6s. But you're right, they meshed together. But the cool thing is in that series, it was done on the Gold Vein. But the interesting part is they're prioritizing stone here, which is pretty smart, right? It's like a cool mutation on the build because Ottomans need stone more than gold.
Yeah, and in this format, you know, adding second TCs, like you can do it really quickly, right? And with you can be putting on aggression and then really quickly switch just a smaller percentage of your economy towards town centers, and you can add that town center on the way up, even to Castle Age and stuff like that. We've seen a lot of like 2 TCs, semi FCs behind aggression like this, and controlling both of these forward stones from Lucifron is going to put a lot of pressure on him. He has to find a way to get rid of this. Usually it's against these towers, they can quickly add in the rams, maybe some cavalry here. It looks like double stable going to be the play for Lucifron. So that seems... It seems like it's going to be a lot of investment. I guess the question is, what is Vortex going to be planning behind this? Because obviously this is only going to be temporary. Ottomans are going to field quite a lot of units very quickly here. He even has the healing monks out already, so that first VP going to be clutch here for taking this down, and he's sending some vills forward, maybe for repairs? What?
No, he's... There's no way. Really? Like, what? Really?
I guess he can heal forever, maybe? Is this idea?
That is a cool idea here, right? But like, it's very dangerous long-term to have gone for the imams early because usually a natural flow point for English is to gain the lombos. But I guess the logic here is, as you said, he's got like double stables, right? So this should deter Vortex from just thinking, yeah, counter-hall spam upon Tekka.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Blacksmith should still go down. I think there's just too much torch damage, right? And the other thing you have to be careful of is once this tech up's complete, we're going to be looking at arrow slits, and that's when these imam shenanigans can't work in this area anymore.
Yeah, that's why I think a lot of the civs that we see get tower rush, they do try to transition rams. Like we see Mongols doing this kind of strat a lot in Empire Wars, so it very frequently, or the Barbican, right, as well. We see a lot of like early ram play because you have the economy to do so. But here, he's just gonna have to back up. He did not have enough units, but he's just gonna heal up, buy himself a little more time. He didn't lose any units, I believe, so it's kind of clean sailing. But I don't know, this still delaying him a lot.
It's pricey to lose the blacksmiths as well when you've tried to like add in the double stables. Even in Empire Wars, like every little bit matters. It's a small edge to get. And if you think about like the maths of that, sure the blacksmiths was free, but you need another one, and that's kind of covered most of the cost of this investment from Vortex on the outposts.
Yeah, no, the horsemen are going to loop around, try and catch these reinforcements. The longbowmen are rallying across the map, so they could be caught out. And we do see Vortex onto the stone now, so he's looking to add his own TCs behind this aggression. Maybe the 2 TC into King's Palace, so you kind of have that 3 TC buildup. But if these Spahi find these bowmen on the way across, the longbowmen could just go down.
But that's it. Check this. So, like, it might still be a TC like you were talking about, but the opening stone is for the double fortification on the outpost, which is going to make them immovable. Lucifron can eventually go into Rams, right? But, like, right now his opening has just been raw Sipahi, so he doesn't have many units to build into Siege Engineering.
Exactly. He doesn't have... he just has the 2 spearmen that
The military
school was able to produce. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to say barracks, but I was like, it wasn't that. Yeah, trying to get those 2 units to build it would take quite a long time. So adding in the archers, as the Ottomans often do, so we could be seeing the Meta VP coming in next. Oh man, but this position just feels so good for Vortex, right? Like,
yeah, this is a strong thing about the Sipahi, right? Is like you can just park yourself, cut the reinforcements, and I honestly feel like these guys are scarier than knights now. You get that feeling as well, right? Like they're so much better at just quickly yoinking villages when you're not looking.
Yeah, especially with that ability, you know, they just pop it, and if you don't have melee units around hitting them, their DPS is just absolutely insane. So it could be quite scary here if he runs into it, but he does have 3 spearmen, so I think he's going to be more than okay to ward off these Spahi, even do a little chip damage to them with the longbowmen. Scouts going to be spotting each other.
So neither player has actually gone for any blacksmith upgrade at all, which is kind of surprising here, right? Like Lucifron scaling Sipahi against English, typically you just instinctually immediately get into the undermesh. But he's forgone it so far. Not able to get enough gold due to that early raid from the longbows. And meanwhile, Vortex more focused on the TC. TC that he should be able to get up with this many spears.
Yeah, quite easily too. And this TC on the hunt tells me he just wants to go Castle Age right behind this. So he's just going to rally a ton of vills to the hunt here, as well as the gold, and he's comfortable with this position. He's still denying the stone, even so much so that Lucifron has purchased stone with gold just to be able to build buildings, and he hasn't even done so yet. So he bought this 100 stone a while ago, and it's just been sitting there in his bank, and he's like, oh, well, I guess military schools aren't worth it right now. It's not all-out aggression. But these longbowmen going to be looping around the back. No spearmen to support, so the Spahi coming back could kill them.
Yeah, and now Vortex is playing a little bit more on the blind side, right? He's still got the 2 forward outposts, but now he's down to 1 scout. Now, an interesting detail is that military on the front side of his base, I don't think Lucifron was able to sneak another blacksmith in, right? So, issue with that is unless you want to delete it and replace it anew, you aren't being efficient. You're not getting these Sipahi for free at the pace you normally would.
Oh my gosh, if Lucifron doesn't notice this raid, he could kill 2 or 3 vills here pretty quickly. Not sure if those longbows are in vision. 1 vill gonna go down. He's 1 longbow short of the full kill. Does split the shot at the end there. 2 vills go down, a 3rd on the way maybe. He's limping away. He's got 1 leg, but he'll get away. And no spearmen here means these longbows are as good as dead. But, I mean, potentially worth their value. 2 vill kills this early on when your opponent doesn't have a TC is vital, right? Like, this is huge damage. Even gonna get a 3rd. What a smart play there.
It's gonna be 4. I think
no
he can
way.
get the 4th one hit. No, he loses sight for a second there, so it's gonna go down. But I mean, the tricky thing about this, right, is like it's not just the fact, hey, you know, was this worth it because you got a few villager kills, but that was a lot of longbows. It's the fact that Lucifron's army had to come all the way back across to his side of the map when it should be pressuring Vortex. And now Vortex, he buys essential time here. White Tower on the way up. If Lucifron hadn't come back, this wouldn't be possible.
And that's going to protect his 2 golds on the front of his base and his new TC that he just built, keeping everything nice and snug. That's a great position for this White Tower. Behind this, we should just see it pumping out knights, probably, so that he can easily beat the Spahi and the Archer Mass here from Lucifron. The metas are on the field, though. This timing could be a little dicey, but it's going to go up. Just a matter of how many units.
I mean, it's going to cost you a few spears, right? But the issue here is that choke point. Like, it's so hard to use this Sipahi. I feel like whenever you have to raid some, like, golds, or maybe even the farms against the English is tough, right? It's almost like you need to be able to attack a wood line where there's a lot of open ground for you to exploit.
Yeah, and Lucifron's only way of dealing damage right now is to dive one of these 2 TCs. He's going to have to loop around the back away from this White Tower and just dive and take a lot of damage and risk. I mean, diving English is never feels good. Their spearmen are really scary when they're defensive. Their TCs shoot a lot. Like, it could get really dicey here. But no knights on the way. Actually going man-at-arms, I think, from the White Tower. Which is an interesting choice as well, but not going to be as threatening. And here's the dive
in.
under the TC.
The villagers will just retreat towards the white tower. Now, this is causing a little bit of concern in Vortex's eco, while at home, Lucifron is beginning to tech up. And check that, also getting into siege engineering. So he's going to try and keep the pressure on here. But it feels like you need to be reaching around the second TC. Like, with this many Sipahi, it is feasible to burn that down.
Yeah, he has to loop around to the side, either attack the primary TC or the second one, maybe try and ignore the white tower. But now, you know, he's got quite a lot of units out to defend, and I guess Lucifron's just going to have to back up, wait for his first Mangonel, maybe 2 Mangonels, and then he can make another attempt at this base. But Vortex is just going to be building a huge lead here because he's on 2 TC and Lucifron isn't.
Yeah, and the tough part is like that Mango play, usually you think it's high value because Vortex is scaling into Lombos again, but this is kind of different to your standard English build, right? Like when we're talking King's Palace, it's very difficult for English to make a siege transition. When you have White Tower, it's easy peasy because that is a double workshop for you. So, you know, I'm not sure if the Mangoes are going to find the big wallop that Lucy's going to be looking for in this game. The positive, at least, is he gets them for free.
Yeah, getting a few Mangonels on the field will be clutch for him, but I don't know if it's going to be in time. Vortex is just still scaling his economy, and honestly, his food bank is pretty scary. 1,200 food per minute. I mean, dare I say? Okay, no, there's no way he just stops setting up, right? That'd be crazy. But
could you imagine, like, guys, everyone's thinking about fast imp Ottomans, but have you heard of the fast imp English?
I mean, the Berkshire is scary, man. But you know, it's a bit rough here. I don't know if Vortex has enough units to move out here. 29 to 40. I mean, he doesn't really care about the archers that Lucifron has right now. So maybe he feels confident in this. But his spearmen, he doesn't have that many infantry to deal with the cavalry, right? Like the Spy are going to come in and wipe him if he's not very careful here.
Also earlier than he should be out here. Like, look at the armor clad. Still about, what, 45 seconds away. So this is a very delicate point to take a fight when you consider the Sipahi upgrade has come through. But instead of going for that, Lucifron's going to look to trade.
Really interesting choice. I don't think Lucifron was expecting Vortex to move out here with his mass. Because you can see now his cavalry are like, oh, coming back. They're turning around. They did not expect him to be here. If he loses too many spearmen, though, to these archers, then these Spy are just going to come in and wipe this up.
Key thing right now, though, is these archers are not upgraded. The spears are, so they should be a little bit more tanky against that. The upgrade only just kicked in. Looks like he's going to cut off the reinforcements. We talked about how effective the Sipahi are at doing this, especially the way they're able to stab past each other. Even these chunky men-at-arms can easily be whittled down.
Yeah, that will be the case. But the Met are going to be moving to the back of the formation. Thankfully, they're going to be sprinting away with that VP, so no issues there. Oh, yeah. The other Imam going to get caught.
Yeah, he already lost one of them. Yeah, so he lost one of the original ones, and he started to rescale them. But this is actually an amazing timing because of that. Like, if Vortex sat in the base, he ideated that these relics were just naturally going to go in the hands of the Ottomans. So although it seems like he kind of jumped the gun coming out, it really does change the way Lucy now has to kind of approach this mid-map.
Yeah, and this army for Ottomans just keeps getting scarier and scarier. There's going to be a timing here where he has 3 Mangonels, and Vortex still doesn't have a Springald. Of course, the White Tower could just pump 1 or 2 out, but he just doesn't have the wood right now to do so. So it's a bit scary. If that second Mangonel comes out, Lucifron could start posturing for a really strong fight. Although, the cavalry...
Okay, quick reactions there. It's so hard to catch these units naturally fast, but the Mets are making it even easier to get out dodge. And to your point at the Mangonels, right, the counter at Springalds, it's even worse for Vortex, because, yeah, he doesn't have the wood to produce them, but also, we were talking about that as a defensive maneuver. The White Tower's on the other side of the field. You won't have greased axles unless you build a siege workshop anyway, so it's kind of difficult. It looks like instead Vortex is just trying to contain, and with him on the stone like that, I think the goal here now is to go for that keep drop, that signature keep drop we see so often here on Regions.
Let me check what's training the Jans. Is that the... It shouldn't be the military schools at this point, right? Military schools are on Spa here, right?
It is, right?
The ranges are in the Jans.
Okay,
yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that, because that would mean a very interesting VP choice at this stage of the game.
That's a little bit early for him. I mean, the spears here, they should get reasonable exchanges, but not too many archers at this time being. Mangonel shots also not targeting onto the Lombos. And Vortex, so he's just trying to buy that time. He's getting close to what he needs for the keep, but he's going to have to keep up the pressure. Not able to dodge that Mangonel shot, so a heavy hit to him. Second wave coming in, and it really feels like Lucifron is just breaking. This attack speed is evening out the advantage the Ottomans would normally have. at the end of the fight, still enough longbows to keep any reinforcements away.
Ooh.
Enough men-at-arms to now clean up the siege.
Yeah, this was a huge win for Vortex because this eco lead is now just going to keep going. Finally, the Mangonel gets taken down. It got a lot of value in that fight, but not enough value for Lucifron, who's now going to have to rebuild his army. He doesn't really have the economy that can easily replace this, not as quickly as Vortex will be able to now, because if we check his base, has he done? It kind of looks like he has a pretty full farm transition going on. Yeah, this is... English is about to be online, man. This is about to get scary.
The farm's ahead of the white tie. He's like, there's not a care in the world right now. He's never leaving his base. I'm just going to bog him down. And Lucifron, he knows what's going to happen next. Look how hard he goes under that stone. This is going to be a keep race into the center of the map, and they both know it.
Vortex actually isn't training any units right now. Does he not have enough production buildings, perchance? Like, maybe he's going to run into a little bit of trouble here.
His food looks kind of underwhelming for the stage as well, right? With that many farms, like, remember, you were talking about the farms. He only just set them up, still is, so...
Yeah, it's about to kick in. He just built, like, 10 in the south, 10 in the north. Like, that's... He's about to have a lot of farm income, but yeah, right now it's a little dicey. Maybe the transition wasn't that smooth.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, I'd be worried if Lucifron, after taking that fight, was diving across the map, but oh my god, no. Like, he's wasting time trying to take out that outpost because he feels it's a necessity. He's dropping a keep in his own base. He just gave 3 8k golds over to Vortex at a point where he was actually vulnerable.
Yeah, Region's one of those maps where you have to... Oh, and he's going to recalculate. He reconsiders. He says, oh, you're going for a keep in the middle. I'm going for a keep in the middle. And now Lucifron going to have to... He might be too late. No, he should go up. But I don't know.
It's going to go off.
Depends on the fight.
But how many are you going to lose? You're going to have to fight tooth and nail over this. And I don't think you can stop the English keep at this stage. Like, your army is bigger, but it's these small choke points with the spearmen, with the men-at-arms. Going to just hold you back. And longbows, you can see that they're sniping the villagers. I love this. Vortex focusing down the builders to ensure his keep goes up first, and he'll force Lucifron back.
Yeah, we're going to have a duel of keeps here. So nobody gets the two 8Ks on the right side. The one on the left would be accessible. But,
it's like,
yeah.
It's tricky, actually, yeah, because I think if you look on the right side, even if you try to skirt the edge farthest away from the Ottoman keep, it's still in range, right? So, like, Lucifron actually did get the pristine placement. But now it's a case of, you know, are they going to try for that secondary keep drop? Is it worth it to secure the left side, or is that just going to turn into a mosh pit?
Yeah, and the keeps now for English going to be so clutch, coming in as workshops as well, producing that first trebuchet way quicker than Lucifron was able to without a workshop. So going to be applying this pressure and probably clear this up before Lucifron even really gets a chance here, although he has a lot of Ills and Stone, so could potentially repair for a long time, right?
So we're used to it being cheesy to repair against Trebs, right? But you got to remember that this is English, and well, your keep is kind of triggering a certain aura for the English in that position, right? So these Trebs are, I mean, they're more like almost, I want to say, made a few centuries later when they figured out how to optimize the mechanisms, right? They actually shoot out 40% faster.
It's like a UT, right? Yeah, no, it's kind of crazy. The English bonus network of citadels. He did get that tech, by the way, so he has the full bonus here. This raid on the farms gonna be kind of annoying here for Vortex. Actually, I don't know if he has units in the back, and it looks like he was actually considering a Berkshire drop, but this might force his units back, which means he might have to delay that drop.
Oh man, it seems so fitting that neither player still has walled this deep into the game, despite the fact that one side has Safari to raid with. We'll shut him down temporarily. However, Vortex, remember, he got quite a few farm clusters on the north side, so even if he's idled out back here, he's still going to be able to work with economy. Jumping the gun a bit there, jumping out of the TC, however. Let's maybe wait for them to leave.
Yeah, I really like the planning there. Vortex built those farms in the front, which you might have said, hey, that's not very smart. But look at just now. Now those farms are the safest farms he has, which are in between the White Tower and the Berkshire. Right, so really like smart base planning and just kind of understanding where the game was going before, you know, maybe we did, right? Just really smart play there. And even the Sacred Site's getting captured here by Vortex. Feeling good, man. He's feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, well, you've got these relic gatherers, right? So it's just an extra layer of effort, extra layer of return on investment. But he knows he should be able to hold on to these. In the meantime, while that kind of distracts the supply temporarily, like I said, that Berkshire's now gone down. And if you look at what the Berkshire is, with its insane range, it will be able to support any attempts to dive the primary keep. And also will protect against any gathering that Lucifron attempts on those two gold veins.
Yeah, and I know it plays into English to build a Berkshire like that, but I kind of would have liked to see it kind of further to the left of that first keep. I mean, I guess that's like a really good spot, but I don't know. I would want to do one more aggressive just
You're a
because
greedy boy.
yeah, I would be greedy for like the positioning and try and like really pin him off gold because there's a chance now that maybe Lucifron can make a play for, you know, the left gold still because it's not guaranteed to be covered by you at all times, right? But
See,
interesting
here's the
still.
thing. You're smeagling over the veins, but consider this. That Berkshire placement protects his other gold source. The
Yeah, it
enclosures.
keeps him completely safe. I know. I know. It's really smart.
Oh, you're such a genius, Vortex. God.
Yeah. Being a good player and all that. That's crazy.
I
Who'd
mean,
have
how
thought?
good could he possibly
My
be,
third place
right?
match being with like exceptionally good players. But the Longbowmen gonna be getting some value there. The Trebs have moved up, so this next keep gonna be under fire now. Only 400 stone in the bank for these repairs. The raid not gonna do very much here. It's a spearman
Quick
right
reaction.
behind.
And he has started to wall up, so like this should probably be like the last time he gets in here for free. Any other time, he's gonna have to wait his time burning through, and that is gonna get noticed.
Yeah, and these Spahi raids just don't matter as much now that you have 114 vills. You really need to be in a position to flood these Spahi in and like lose them 4 vills for it to really be effective at this stage. And Lucifron with 57 vills just does not have that. Like he is out ecoed by 2 to 1. I'll be
And it's not gonna
surprised if he's
change, right? Because like the other thing is, if you look at home, I feel like often when we see Omens in this position, they'll try to go for a second TC when they realize they can't like keep the aggression up. It's full 1 TC.
well, if he gives up too much tempo, if he gives up too much time, the middle is just going to pay off and he's going to run out of gold. And that's what he's noticed now. Like, he's actually completely out of gold, right? In just a second. He's on his last little bit. He's relying on relics and a sacred site.
Now, you're saying that as if the Ottomans have not won with less. Because what we've got to keep in mind is he has got the Istanbul Observatory up. This is a civ that doesn't pay. They get the 5-finger discount when it comes to their units. And he is now getting into great bombards. I gotta say, if this matchup goes late enough, I've seen Ottomans take it 70-80% of the time. But I don't think Vortex is going to wait that long.
Yeah, it really depends on how these next 2 fights go. He's got the eco to just flood his opponent. He's 200 pop. He's moving in. He's got 80 more population on the field than Lucifron.
Oh my god, look at those freebies. Vortex just got on the siege for free. Mangonel's going to shoot out now to return a little bit of pain, but Spearman goes down. Looks like he should end up losing Mango. He will pull in time for the repairs, but a dicey pathfinding coming out from the siege there, almost costing him dearly.
Yeah, but then he almost still gets a retaliation attack on those longbows who just barely managed to dodge quite a lot of the damage.
Not that
Still
one,
a bit
though.
dicey.
Looks like they are going to get cleaned up, so the Vanguard not able to clean up too much siege here. The Trebs, however, can start to kind of dent the base. The problem is now that you've thrown the men-at-arms away, you're going to have to forfeit over some ground.
Vortex needs to like transition into something a little more lethal, man. Like, I don't see the production here that's really that scary. Now we see the Man-at-Arms coming. That second wave is what he needed there at the fight before, but gonna be losing 2 trebuchets so that, and like you're saying, if Lucifron can buy enough time for himself, he could potentially scale back into this game, right? Like, the military schools are no joke with the observatory, right? So it could get nuts here, but
Well,
it still
that
looks
goes.
dicey.
All right, Stormtrooper, calm down. Looks like they'll be fine. A few men-at-arms going to make their way in. And it looks like we have got the siege crews here, so those things are gigged up, right? They attack every 5 seconds if you have the meta aura alongside the crew. And that means these longbows might struggle to be the counter, the ultimate solution to the mass Janissaries.
This is starting to look really rough. I don't really see the window here for Lucifron anymore, right? Like,
You say that, but I don't vote against Ottomans anymore, my friend. Okay, I've seen some wild stuff, and to be fair, like we haven't even seen the first Great Bombard yet, and he's not been broken so far. Like these men-at-arms are just being held at bay. Although there aren't incendiary arrows in, and that's whittling away the Jannies, just 1 or 2 good hits could reset this again.
I don't know. The population difference is just growing and growing. Under 100 pop, feels really bad if you're Lucifron, right? That first bombard is out, so it should be able to defend.
Oh my god, look at these villagers. It's the last bastion of hope for Mangonel to save the day. And he's keeping it up, but what's the cost of this? Villagers going down. Now he's finding himself in a situation where he's risking being doubled up on eco. And these Lombos, they're dodging, weaving, and still assassinating everything around there.
That was nuts, Micro from Vortex, to keep that alive. Bold play from Lucifron. He doesn't have a huge economy, so spending it like this could be risky, but I guess these mill schools are really, really strong, keeping him kind of up there in mill count. But it's just going to be a Remax behind this from Vortex, and it's going to get really dicey, I think. But here we have the Bombard coming up. This Trebuchet should go down pretty quickly. He's not watching. Oh. Bang.
And now that's important. If he didn't get that up, this wouldn't be possible. This key play couldn't happen. So that's a really critical window because Vortex wasn't scaling more siege yet. He's being pretty greedy if you think about it, just trying to brute force. Instead,
this
though,
Bombard could one-shot
key.
this. But the Bombard is right there.
It's not looking. It's not looking. What?
Does he not see it? Oh, he has.
There's no way he can't see this, right? Oh my god.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter when you're getting shots on the longbows like that, I guess. You can just kill the keep after, right? Like, maybe it's no rush. Well, one shot here while it's under construction, and it'll be, like, half health, right?
Exactly. And here's the thing. My thought is like, oh, well, Vortex could just pump out Springboks, right? Look at Vortex's wood. This man is poor right now. If we check back in his base, I think he should have safe wood lines, but he was being greedy. He was trying to take away Lucifron's side of the map. Yeah, this is wild.
Yeah, I mean, Lucifron's still stabilizing at 100 population. It's not ideal with only 69 bills. Nice, but we'll see if he's able to do anything with this. He's got the first Bombard. The second Bombard shouldn't be too far away, and once you get 3 or 4 of those, they can be really, really menacing, functioning as essentially mangonels, right? It could get really scary.
Yeah, no, there's always an argument who's king of siege, and I think quite quickly people are agreeing on one. This is your true Bombard warrior. I think the worry here is, like you say, usually when it gets to 4 is when it gets scary, but with the attack speed from the tank crew as well, it kind of feels like 3 is that golden number where you start to break everything. And Vortex, he's still not going to Horseman, man. I know it's a bit dicey up against the Ottomans, but it feels like you benefit a lot from it. Bombard stand their ground, and love the way he uses the outcropping as a choke point. His men-at-arms just scrambling over each other, begging to die first. The Lombos, I just don't know if they're doing enough damage. If it's them left over and the tank crews here, I favor these tanks.
Yeah, but the men-at-arms are whittling away at all the melee units now. They could just focus down the Bombard here. If this Bombard goes down, it's a huge part of this fighting force, and it's gonna go down.
He's repairing the mango. He's repairing the mango. Oh my god, no.
He just got overwhelmed here, and he's gonna call GG. Wow.
Hey, wow. You know, last bastion of hope. You need to get that count up to 4, and instead he was closer to 0.
I mean, that second one took so long. Was the armory in the range of a blacksmith? It must have been, right? It's just...
I hope.
That was taking forever. Like, I thought it was only like 2 minutes, and I swear they were shooting each other for like 4 minutes there and not getting another Bombard. That was a long time. There's a chance it wasn't, actually, now that I think about it. But, I mean, maybe that's silly to say. I'm assuming it was.
The crazy part as well is, like, I'm wondering if he still had a mangonel logged to build, and he didn't cancel it to queue the Great Bombard straight away, right? Because I think even that first Great Bombard, maybe it's just how intense that point in this game was for him and how long it felt for just 2 minutes, but it felt like it came out very late there. A tough situation. And the crazy part is that Vortex broke this with kind of what could arguably kind of a dented a unit comp, right? It's like usually when people see these great bombards, they pivot into horsemen. But Vortex, man, he sticks to his guns and it actually works.
Well, it's scary to go horseman against Jans, right? Like that's never like a comfortable like outlook, right? Horsemen really don't feel like they trade well against Jans unless you have just an insane economy to spam them with, right? And in that situation, you know, Vortex was so focused on just killing that it was pretty tricky to find that space. And now Vortex has got to be feeling pretty good, right? Like up 1-0 already in a Bow 5 against his brother.
Oh, not just that. Like, you know, we didn't get a chance because we jumped in so quickly to talk about this. The bans were different. Like, meta has been Abbasid Ottomans, it feels like. We saw a lot of that yesterday. But look at what the flip side of this was. Vortex is like, no, I'm worried about Malians, and I'm worried about Chinese. And it's wild that Chinese didn't get banned on both sides because this map is in here.
Yeah, getting Chinese on Warring Islands. I think there was a time where everyone was like, oh, you know, Ruse, China, HRE, all these top-tier water saves, and I think with some time, it's been pretty clear. China's the number one water save here, right? So we'll see how it goes. I mean, French is an interesting choice. I'm curious as to what that means for Lucifron, like what his plan is. I don't really see French a lot on water maps, but hey, they got the Warcog, right? Like,
Hey,
can't go wrong. One more Pierce armor or ranged armor, right?
Winston, I'll tell you what French for him on this map means. It means 2-0 for Vortex. We could have a very quick start to the day.
But
I
let's
think,
see it play out. Come on, come on. You got to give him a chance, right?
okay,
Who
I'll give
knows?
him
It could
10
be
minutes.
amazing.
In 10 minutes, if he's not won, he's lost the game. That's usually how this works. It's time for more The Empires at War action. Lucifron versus Vortex. We take to Warring Islands, and on a map where Chinese has become the meta, Lucifron has it banned against him, so he has to resort to the French.
I mean, French are kind of interesting on Empire Wars for this kind of map because they do start with 3 more vills as their bonus, which could maybe help counteract the IO start here on water where you just need raw economy to pump out ships. So curious if maybe there's like a timing here that Lucifron has found that he's keen on testing out here.
Yes, I think the closest we saw to this working was a game that Dumu was playing. I can't remember which player it was up against, but it kind of felt like even though he played as clean as possible and there was some slip-ups from the Chinese player on like landmark placements, it still struggled to crack him in time. Because the issue with Chinese on this map, in this game mode, is the optimal strategy is simply to rush Imperial Age. And because of how inflated your eco is, you have the ability to do that, especially even against the French, who their timing is Castle Age, right? And the idea of these Galliuses sounds really cool because they don't have a clear counter. The issue, however, is the production speed. Like, if I told you that Bao Chuans get produced quicker than Galliuses, you would have to go... You wouldn't believe me, right? That sounds stupid. But that's how it works.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. The Chinese dock production is really insane. That bonus is quite strong, and it just complements so well their extra resources on, like, just with the officials, right? It just all flows so well. That makes China just so scary on water, even early game, even late game, and of course you get the Bao Chad Nested Bees tech and like thunderclap bombs, and things start getting really crazy, right? Things start getting really, really crazy if we get to that stage. Usually, though, water is won a little bit earlier on these big maps like this where water is the focus, but we'll see. Sometimes you can get some surprising landings. There's all sorts of strats available, but that first, oh wow, already Bill goes down, and the fishing boat is going to be forced to idle.
This is really smart from Vortex because the French player would expect to get to be the aggressor first in this because of what we just said, right? Your timing is Castle Age, Chinese is Imperial, but just simply one of these archer ships, the idle time, it's going to edge out an advantage for the Chinese. That means that after this, he could just fall back, aim for Castle Age, and there's an argument that Lucifron wouldn't be able to get an army together quick enough, which is why I like that Lucifron's getting a land army together. Check this. He's grabbing knights.
Planning some sort of jump here. He's got to not give it away, but yeah, I guess he's going for some sort of transport play. I hope that wasn't envisioned because if you give it away, it's all for nothing, right? And
yeah,
can we check Vortex's base? How susceptible is he to this knight? I guess the northern woodline maybe a little bit there. The gold is, I think the hill there is deceiving us a bit. I think that's going to be largely protected, especially with the village for garrison. I don't know how much damage this is going to do. The north side of the wood line, right?
North side of the wood line, north side of that gold vein is protected, but on the wood line, yes. By the time he gets there, I think the wood would have mostly moved far enough away that all of it should be out of range of TC fire. And we have to remember, this is just one night, and that one night is immediately going to find good value. 2 villagers out for a stroll, and well, there are these archer ships, but the heavy armor of these knights should allow him to tank this. And looks like he's a bit hesitant though. Spring comes out, perfect timing. Instead, he's gonna have to move inland.
What is that? Official was on the longest journey for some taxes, man. The lengths they go, the lengths they go for their job. He was like, "Hey, don't mind me. I got a job to do. I'm working."
You know what that
here.
is? That's like, hey, I live in the Canary Islands. You can't tax me. It's like, buddy, I'm on a yacht already on my way over. All right, we're getting our bank.
He's like, excuse me, I have a job to do. Please, sir, no. I have a job to do. And good day, sir. And good day.
The best, like, I love the kind of, like, if you put this in a realism, right? So he just hopped in a village after taxing all these villagers. I wouldn't let him in my house, all right? I'd boot him out. Like, Robin Hood's going to get you, buddy.
Oh, that's pretty cruel, man. That's pretty cruel.
Hey man,
You don't know what the
taxman.
tax money was going to. What if that was to the village for the school? You know?
That okay, that was going to a giant Baochuan. That's
Oh,
what that
that's fair.
tax is
Okay,
going
true.
towards, all right?
There's no school. There's no schools in this universe, right? I
The
thought there's a
children are not
university.
educated. The healthcare is not free, and I'm paying for Baochuan. Winston, what the hell?
Oh man, the knight though, he got his value, but did he? Like, it's good because it's attention, right? Like,
Yep.
forcing these spearmen out, it's a lot more than Vortex has invested at this point, right? Because he just had the school, right? He didn't have to build the barracks and everything, but I don't know. You don't have the chamber, which can be kind of useful at times
What
on
up,
water maps, because
actually?
you have the market.
Yeah, no, I agree. Sorry, I get a bit distracted by that because, like, Lucifron, I thought he was going to be going Castle Age, and his resources, I was like, something isn't right here. Look at what he's doing. He's going to try to force kind of more of an endgame state in Feudal Age, which this is pretty creative, right? Because the build that we have seen, the optimal build in a lot of people's eyes, is to rush Castle Age with French. He's not doing that at all.
Barbican going to come down in a really nice defensive spot. Not sure how much range that'll actually have to influence these fights, but the vision alone is moving in with the demos. Dodging. Some value.
Can he get in, though? Okay, he has to counter demo here. He goes a little bit too deep. Luckily gets the scrimmers away, but can he start targeting down the villages? This would be big here. If he brings the knight back as well, he could idle this out, because if the Barbican goes up, this is no longer an assault point for Lucifron.
Demos are coming in.
Quick reactions, though. I mean, dude, these are like the two best micros on water, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
This ain't going to work that easily.
Yeah, and the Barbican goes up. That's a decent spot. Again, it's not going to have the most impact, but it does create this little, like, spot where you just can't really engage under comfortably. It also eats your attack moves, which is really annoying on these water maps. Yeah. I can speak from experience. When you try to attack move through these choke points and, you know, 3 of your war cogs are just hitting the Barbican instead of, like, the enemy galleys that's killing your demos, it's quite sad, although the damage it does is more negligible. But if you get a garrison, it can be pretty good. So we'll see, though. He's gonna snipe there. Just a free demo goes down.
Yep, this is starting to look very underwhelming very quickly, I'm not gonna lie. The other demos are injured as well, right? So you have to take them all the way back to the dock, which is just gonna allow more time for Vortex to build up what will be a superior fleet, right? Because his build faster, and also you can already see he's eking out an eco advantage.
Yeah, and with Song Dynasty now kicking in, that's another one of China's major advantages is they accrue, like when you're in these feudal wars on water, they just accrue that villager advantage naturally, right, with Song. And it's going to compete with the French here quite nicely, and obviously French not adding TCs, China not adding TCs, they can't afford to yet, but still, you have now counteracted the French bonus, and oh man, this is dicey here. This fight, for a while there, Lucifron had more ships, but wasn't able to get enough to be aggressive, and now Vortex just has so many more ships on the field. Or on
This
the
feels
sea,
close
I guess it's not the...
to this feels close to over Wisdom. Yeah. Like the clock tower's coming in now, and I mean, if you had say a 10 military pop lead, you can do something here, but actually it'd have to be 20 against the Barbican. I think this is kind of, you know, etched in stone now. From this point on in this matchup, it becomes obvious, right? Like the French can't scale galleasses quick enough. By the time they get the first galleass out, it's not uncommon for the Chinese to be on their way to Imperial Age.
Yeah, this feels rough. Guildhall not even going to pay off before things get really crazy here. But I guess the clock tower also isn't really going to do a whole lot for Vortex here. I honestly, on water maps like this, I much prefer to build the Vision landmark, like the Imperial Palace. Yeah, I like to build it right next to the Barbican, right? Just get all that vision. You see the entire center of the map, but Vortex doesn't seem too worried about it. He's got the HP tech coming in. That's going to give him a huge advantage here, but kind of.
Oh, that's so many demos right now coming through. Can they get the connects, though?
Yeah, they will. Oh, my God.
Oh, he gets everything.
Oh, Vortex just killed the entire fleet of Lucifron. The entire fleet. There were only fishing boats on the field. There were only fishing boats. 0, 0, 0. Nothing.
Unbelievable. I mean, I said the GG was going to be in 2 or 3 minutes. We might just be close to GG now. New wave of demo is going to come out. Vortex trying to dodge. Good micro split there. So no ships really going down. I think lost 1 maybe. And now you just have to keep investing, right? The galleasses are coming soon. maybe then you'll see Vortex reset. But even if he does,
Transport ship, look out!
no, that's it.
Yeah,
Like,
no, he had the HP upgrade, so even demos direct connecting isn't going to be the scariest thing anymore. So wow, that was
crazy.
that
Like
was
that.
decisive. Like that
That
was
was
nuts.
insane.
I think that showed why we don't see French on water maps very much,
That shows why we don't
especially
see
pure
anything
water.
Chinese.
Yeah, like
Like,
the Chinese being the number one pick on like pure water maps, like Boring Island, Archipelago, stuff like that. It's for a reason. And I think we just kind of saw it there. He was just way ahead in macro. He was up in Vills. You do more with less docks. It just all works for you so well.
yeah, and I think the generation helps Chinese even more there because he got so usually when you see Warring Islands, one side gets the extrusion and the other one gets the flat chester, right? Like it's literally just a front side that lets you fish more efficiently because there's more deep ones near you. But when you get the extrusion like Vortex did on his island, you saw what he done, right? You drop a Barbican, and even that clock tower we said that seemed kind of useless, you can eventually use Springles there. So I think that's a defensive edge that you have that maybe in Lucifron's mind, this strategy has worked in the past when it's the other way around, right? When the Chinese player has the flat surface. But I couldn't see a way for it to work here. And I think Chinese at this point, I'm pretty sure they're 100% win rate, barring mirrors where the Chinese technically loses. But outside that, I don't think I've seen a single person beat them in competitive on Empire Wars.
Yeah, I can't even really think of a more mismatched matchup as well. Like maybe Ottomans instead of French can sometimes feel worse on water maps, especially Empire Wars, like having what the bonuses give you, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Like,
right, but like yeah, like you kind of need to pick another top water civ. I feel like to beat China if you're not going to be playing China yourself. So just kind
yeah.
of makes sense there.
I'm trying to think. Actually, you're right. I'm trying to think of a worse one. You might be right there.
I
It's
don't think
like
there's a worse matchup. I think French, at least for me, in all my gameplay, I feel like French has always been one of the worst water civs, right?
I think the Gallius strategies have been intriguing though. Like the Gallius idea is cool, but the problem in Empire Wars is when someone sees you scaling that, they just go above you. They go a tech up, and then any advantage you had is kind of forfeit. But we don't have to worry about getting our boots wet anymore in the series. Okay, we only had one water map. And this is kind of interesting, actually. Roos is going to come out. Feels like we never get to see Roos. It was usually getting banned, but not the highest priority in Empire Wars. And it's going to be facing off against the Mongols on Hill and Dale.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of spicy. I actually don't really know what Mongols want to do on Hill and Dale with Empire Wars, right? I mean, obviously we've seen the Civ a lot on Hill and Dale in general, right? We've seen how it can play, into trade, into other strats, right, on normal gameplay. But on Hill and Dale, I mean, sorry, on Empire Wars, I actually don't think I've seen Mongols yet myself. I haven't played it at least, so I'm not sure what your game plan is, right?
I
Just
think
Kashek
the
raid? Like, do you try to raid, but can't Reach just wall? Feels very awkward.
Yeah, I think you
Trying to value.
scale units early on, right? Like, because you can actually get into
Yeah.
horsemen. That's kind of a cool idea, actually. Like horsemen
Horseman?
early on, because you have like that extra eco. You start with the
Mhm.
double pastures. If you get enough sheep together, you feel kind of cozy. Because I think genuinely the thing that we've seen is maybe an evolution in Empire Wars where everyone thought it was just going to be TC and tech boom, and that's not the reality. Actually, like we see plenty of games where someone is just full pedal to the metal nonstop. I think a perfect example is the idea of how you could open up in that first game of the series where you drop racks, go men arms. I mean, personally, I think English are the number one civ for that type of strategy in Empire Wars because they start with a farm cluster. But most civs have some level of economy that allows them to surge troops very early in the game.
Yeah, most civs have an option to get something out quickly, right? But yeah, it's just interesting, like, because I would think that Rus would be particularly hard to do anything against early game, right? They start with a wooden fortress already on their wood line, so their gameplay is really clear, right? Especially if they add a Kremlin in a smart spot, like on their front hill. How are you going to aggress again? Like,
Yeah.
where's your entry point? Where's your attack point? Not exactly sure. We have seen some Rus players going Golden Gate in this tournament. I mean, maybe that's the play here because you're already so safe. So maybe Lucifer looking to play into that a bit, try and catch Vortex out with some greedy strat and try and be aggressive. Maybe that's again, like we're saying, we're just kind of predicting because their internal meta is going to be just layers and layers deep. So like saying exactly what's going to happen until we start seeing the game unfold, it's going to be pretty hard to just guess what these players are going to do. Who knows? Maybe Lucifron has some strat with Mongols on this map where you just spam traders. I I don't know.
I don't know if it's the traders or the sheep, but I can hear someone calling me in, Winston. It's about
Bah.
time.
Oh,
It
sorry.
it
I
could
love
no,
sheep.
no, you're right. They are. They're yearning for us to get into the game because this could be the final game of this series. Vortex already 2 up. Nothing but perfection would give Lucifron third place.
Hmm.
Let's see if he can do it.
Let's go. All
So
right.
Mongols versus Rus, and you were saying it's kind of hard to gauge how this is going to play out. I think step one for me was going to be looking at the spawns, and one detail, that idea of Kremlin for the Rus that I already like for him. Look at where his gold is. He actually got the most cozy spawn drop for like a Kremlin defense here, right? With the gold and the wood in that area.
Yeah, he is. He is a nice map, but at the same token, Mongols have a pretty safe trade as well on that left side. Could probably do something crazy there. I'm not exactly sure what they're thinking. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. The Kremlin going up right in the middle. That's kind of what I was talking about, right? It's like,
Yeah.
where's your attack point if the Kremlin just goes smack dab in the center of their middle like attack point? And if they just build their fortified palisades on the sides, like they're so snug that they're FC, 2TC, maybe even just booming until imp, but probably more
Okay.
likely just getting, knights out on the field here is going to be the play here. Get some map control, try and contest the relics is probably Vortex's plan with that Kremlin placement. That's what it tells me at least. Whereas
Yeah.
Lucifron, Deer Stones, no trade.
I like this though. So this is cool. I first saw Numidan do this type of thing. Trade is still potentially on the menu. The idea is you rush Deerstone and you go multi-TC. But the cool thing is actually, if you still want to go trade, you can afford to send a few villages out to build marketplaces, right? You have a big economy already. And the Yam is just going to ensure that with an economy this big, you're going to have plenty of wood and extra gold in the banks in the first few minutes of the game. I actually think Silver Tree is kind of like just very overrated in Empire War starts. I can't believe I'm saying that, but yeah. Trade poo-poo on a stick, guys. Do dear.
I'm not sure. I feel like you have the resources to both build the trade and defend the trade, so I'm less concerned. It looks like this I'm going to be
Oh,
going
no,
for
no,
a
no.
TC though, right? He's got
Winston,
the
I'm not saying you can't trade. I'm saying that by having Deerstone, buffing up the movement speed of this many villages, you could get scaling into trade quicker with just marketplace drops, right?
I see.
Like, it's pretty crafty, right?
Looks like he's just going to be going for that TC build for Mongols though.
Yeah. And that's
Makes
the cool
sense.
thing as well, is you have that flex. Like, if you go Silver Tree, okay, it's trade. But if you go Deerstone, it could still be trade, or it could be TC boon. It's a pretty cool difference that you don't really see in normal play, because your economy is so small that Silver Tree is kind of like doubling your eco, right? In the next few minutes. But if you think about how much bigger your economy would be 3 minutes from now, building a Silver Tree versus its size now, percentage-wise, it's a lot smaller, right?
Yes, that makes sense. As the TCs come down on the hunt for both players, so probably TCFC for both here.
I
Try
think
and
so.
contest relics.
Have we? I feel like we've seen everyone just at the highest level at least move away from the trip TC Roost build. Like, I don't know about you, but I was always a bigger fan of 2 TC Fast Castle because of the relics as the next objective.
When the Abbey of the Trinity was the meta, I think that's why the 2 TCFC was the better play, because you could get the Abbey right away. But now people have realized the long-term value of the High Trade House is just generally better, I think, and it just fits better with the 3TC. Like, you can play safer, you can just play longer. I think people understanding the limits to which Roost can go. Also, the Kremlin made a big difference on 3TC versus 2TC, right? Kremlin just protecting a 3TC play much better in the last year has definitely contributed as well to, I think, the strat differentiation there. But yeah, the FCs are coming in for both players. Lucifron going to be much later than Vortex.
That's because he stopped off to push out some Keshiks. Interesting choice, actually. He's double producing them. And you hit on this at the start of the game. Like, where's your attack point? This makes sense if you want to trade. But if your goal is simply to kill villages, the walls are already going up from Vortex. And those are Roost walls.
Yeah, you might be able to kill a walling vill or two here, because Vortex is going for some really big walls. So if this Khan spots the wallers on the right here, these Keshiks are going to get value. And it looks like he's going to walk right over there and see this happening. And Vortex is being super greedy, right? I was just envisioning a small wall on the right side there. And here come the Keshiks. The scout can block the wall spot very comfortably here. Multiple vills. The High Trade House even is going to be going down here. This is a bold play here. He's got to block the wall spot.
Is he going to get it? No, he's getting it. He's actually getting the scouts too late. Vortex, just keep running. Keep running, keep gunning. The body blocks out. Scout.
He's in.
He's going to get there. He blocks it, but check. You can quickly short wall here. But Vortex instead, realizing it's a little bit too late, has to run all the way home.
Canceling that high trade house. He's going to build a gate and run through it.
Dude, imagine if he just built it on the other side. Imagine if he legit just drops the high trade house on the other side. He's not going to.
I think he's going to run back to his base. But there's another Keshik here, but not really going to get damage. I mean, that's meaningful damage. We talked about how he was going to have a faster age up. Not faster anymore. So maybe, oh no, it's still gonna be way faster actually, because Lucifron smells blood here, so he's really investing in these Keshiks. So he's gonna have to use these against Castle Age Knights very shortly, unless he just kills all the Vills somehow. He's gonna get a Vill pick here. Oh,
nope. He's a Keshik, my friend. I think that's like 2 HP if I had to put an estimate on it.
In the dream, you had the guess. If you had the guess, if you had the wager, you'd say 3.
Like, you know, there was something left of the bar there. You know, it was more than a chip on a plate. But now he won't be able to move around and punish these techers on the southern corner, because on this south side there has been a less greedy wall made by Vortex. So there's no in and out on that backside of the base.
And now with this setup, like this is where I kind of question 11 Keshiks on the field. I guess it'll buy him a lot of time, because if he just keeps trading against the Knights, forcing these Knights to stay home is his best bet. If the Knights come across the map to him, he has much less innate defenses, right? Lucifron would have a lot of problems if the Knights get into his eco, right? So he's going to need to figure this out. Looks like he's now navigating around the left, just trying to pin in the Knights, keep them home.
It is a cool idea, actually, now that you mention it. Because like when you have this many Keshiks, then it's not just about mirroring the Knights. It's the fact that even with tech advantage, when you fight them, you're going to win every day of the week, right? It's not just the quantity, it's the fact that you're healing with these advantage numbers, right? Like, look, it's like, oh, great. Every time you try and engage me, I tank a little bit more. And now the big idle time force is a flood from Lucifron. Lucy, behind this, is scaling even more Keshiks, so still not clicking up.
Now running into the Gremlins. They were called. That's not that many Gremlins on the field. Running back into the woodline again for the second do-si-do.
Oh my God. I mean, this is multi-pronged aggression, right? But the crazy part is usually, like, we're 7 minutes into a game. Most people who play Age of Empires, they're used to this being like 4 Keshiks, 5 Keshiks. This is 15 Keshiks.
Well, I gotta say, I still think that our original analysis was right. Look at the worker kills. 1 Vill? Like, that was a lot of investment to kill 1 Vill. He does still have map control, right? So as long as he's retaining that, I think it's worth it for Mongols. They need this in order to have good, like, mid-game play. Whereas Rus are kind of comfortable in this position as well. So I think both Civs, in a way, playing to their strengths right now. But we'll see as the stables continue to pump out these Knights. A 3rd stable even, and the Blacksmith probably for Boyar, right?
It has to be, right, boys? And you probably want to get like your melee tech upgrade if it's just going to be melee on melee. The interesting thing to think about here, though, is, right, like you said, he hasn't killed many villagers, but I want you to think about this. Look at their military, now look at the tech difference. Look at the eco. Sure, you only killed 1 villager, but the idle time is clearly added up because Vortex's numbers don't not make sense eco or military-wise for a guy who's been age ahead for, like, what, almost 2 minutes?
Yeah, he's down 1 Vill, but he had the TC. Like, that's the 1 Vill, right? Their TCs were pretty similar timing. Looks like he was forced to idle his TCs just a wee bit there. Not sure if he got textiles, actually. He may have gotten that during all those raids. That could be another Vill. Yeah, he got textiles, so that's another Vill.
So when you think about it, though, like when you now look at the armies, Lucifron, although he's slowing the tech up, I don't feel like Vortex necessarily got anything clear that was an advantage from that. In that Lucifron still has quite a lot of Keshiks, and the reserve bank, it's not like Vortex had all this to spend once the Keshiks died, right? Like, he's still barely getting by, and another scary thought here is, you know, pastures can kind of scale you up easier than mass farming, which is something that Vortex is going to have to worry about in his future.
Yeah, and these 5 Keshiks are in on the right side, so they're causing some hassle, and meanwhile he's just going to whack away at the walls, threatening this high trade house, and he's even, I like this posture on the right as well, threatening, if these Vills run through that gate, they're going to run right into these Keshiks. But the Gremlins will be wisely... Ooh.
Almost coming out, as there's now play onto the relics here. Vortex on his way home with 1, and Lucifron now only moving out for them themselves, so we might end up with a 2-3 split as both are looking to contest that objective.
Yeah, this is... It's starting to add up now for Lucifron. These little raids are starting to add up, forcing the engagement. These numbers, like you said before, when your Keshiks are just healing like this is a super good engagement for you. Meanwhile, oh, big raid on the food.
Oh, no troops here to defend, so it's only going to be the new to produce Keshiks. And like in a one-on-one, you would favor a knight to win that. But the goal here, as we've already highlighted, is for Lucifron to never have that one-on-one, right? Put it in StarCraft terms, he's the Zerger, very clearly in these engagements. And now he's able to Zerg on through, breaks through the wall. So we'll push people away from the deer. And that's another food source that Vortex no longer has. Look at his income. This is abysmal.
But look at the food, look at the kills. The worker kills are really starting to add up. Vortex, who didn't have the Vil lead just a moment ago, now with the 5 Vil lead. And when you're doing this mirror kind of style, when you're making knight on knight, because that's essentially what this matchup is right now, like, every villager matters, right? Like, every single one counts. And Vortex floating 1,000 wood, though, so... yeah. Things are dicey both ways, right? 1,400 gold on the front side, so the macro is kind of falling apart here while the micro takes the priority, because keeping track of all these little night groups and all these little raids is so important. As you can see, Vortex somehow getting away with this.
What? Like, no.
Keep getting away with this.
No, come on.
Oh, he
might not. He's not going to get it in time. Charge through. Oh my god,
disaster.
He missed the middle. Okay, and the body block as well. The scout parks in and says, no, 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 no. You must pay the toll. So Village is being hemorrhaged on the other side of the map now. Vortex, I mean, you said those kills were important in Lucifron's base, but the whole way through, he's already had food constantly pushing in to burst this count of Keshiks further forward. Vortex, where is his army?
High trade house going down as well. This hasn't even been a bad trade for the Keshiks, by the way. They did kill 2 knights there. One of them's about to die as well. The Uva's depleted. That's a big notification. Hey guys, this is important.
Like this.
This is what matters right now.
Can we just like get someone new, like farm complete, and starts popping up every time? And that's it. And he says relics as well. Get me the hell out of this game. Dude.
Wow.
What an amazing control from Lucifron there. That whole Zerg like strategy, the denial on the food.
Yeah. I mean, and I talked about it at the start, right? I was like, well, like, what's really the window for opportunity? Where's the damage coming in? And I think Lucifron showed what it was. It wasn't right away, right? It was that transition into Castle Age. He just had that map control from that Keshik investment. Like 5 or 6 Keshik was easily able to beat 1 or 2 of the knights at a time. So he still had map control. And even he delayed Vortex's counterattack to the point where he just had so many more units that he could afford to lose those Vils as long as it meant pressure, right? He was killing the high trade house. He was finding Vils on the right. He was raiding the back golds in the back there, right? And I think it just didn't work out. I mean, honestly, I think if Vortex had walled that little right side, right, and kept his base much smaller, that game could have been a lot cleaner for him because he could have pushed out on his own terms rather than constantly running Vils through the Keshik, because once that hole was there, Lucifron never let him close it, right? And I think that's a really important element to that game, right? Is that hole stayed open that entire time. And he kept pushing in and raiding and making sure that there were gremlins always running around that back loop, right? There were knights always chasing the Keshik and the Khan on that right side, and it just added up, man. It just added up a lot. That's impressive stuff.
I think the impressive part about this is that it kind of shows you the weak point of being on your high ground on like Hillendale. It's almost like when you think about Vortex's position, imagine if he picked, say, English instead. I mean, obviously he couldn't because he already used it in the series, but as an example of a civ that can function there, where they can very cost efficiently transition to farms. So they don't necessarily have to go out onto the berries, out into the deer, play these weird flanks and expose themselves, right? Like there's going to come a time where you have to come out of Hillendale, but it's much later. Whereas in this matchup, it felt like both civs are tempo controllers. But the reality is that Vortex never had the ability to do that when he's trying to scale knights into Keshiks, right? Like it's a very dicey one. And I think it shows one of those points that we made true where scaling units in Feudal Age is beneficial, right? Versus naked Castle Age with greed.
Well, I feel like there's a little more to it than just that, though. I feel like that Castle Age could have been extremely effective had he maybe gone the Abbey, actually.
Okay.
Because he went for this high trade house in just like the craziest 2 locations. So his age up was really delayed, right? Like his strat did not go as planned, right? If that wall had gone up, I think we would have been looking at a completely different game, right? So I think saying like, oh, the aggression paid off and it did or it didn't, like it really kind of feels I don't want to say a fluke, but like Lucifron definitely got away with his strat, right? In a way that I think Vortex maybe could have planned around differently, right? like I was saying,
Yeah.
maybe you just go Abby and then you have knights to heal. You can heal your knights after the attack from the Keshik, so you kind of nullify the healing advantage. And then also you could grab the relics to boost your economy on a 2 TCFC.
Mm.
We used to see this strat all the time, right? It was a very
Yes.
popular strat, and I think maybe in this case on Empire Wars that could have been a play. But again, it's really easy for me to say that here, right? Like Empire Wars is a completely different beast, and playing against Lucifron is not easy. So
No.
I'm not going to go around saying that like, oh, he should have done this, but maybe
Hey
that's a
man,
consideration, right?
playing against Vortex ain't easy either, right? Like playing against
True.
either of these guys ain't easy. So it's an absolute bombshell when we get them in the same lobby. This best of 5 continues on, folks. A
Hmm.
point on the board for Lucifron, a potential reverse sweep, especially when we get a matchup like this. This is a peculiar one. Basin, Vortex has got Marlians. You'd think insta GG, how can he be beaten? But if there's one Civ that has had this Omni capability, this Flexi, in any circumstance, I feel like Abbasids is ticking that box right now. And that's in the hands of Lucifron.
Man, Vortex adding in the Dunzos right away. That's interesting timing. Um, Maybe he's just a little concerned with any sort of aggression. He just doesn't want to risk it out all. He wants to pressure this eco wing as well, maybe, if he knows that that's what's coming. Maybe just trying to get this aggressive position on it. Deny the stone. Deny a really good placement on the hunt. 1 or 2 Donzos can definitely be quite annoying. I'm not sure if it's enough, though.
Oh. You know what? Like now that you bring up the Donzos, I think there's so many layers to this. So you said it's about like delaying the eco wing, as in its TC placement. Yes, but also consider a Basid Dark Age trade. You couldn't do it now because like Donzos, despite the fact how hard it is for infantry to usually shut things down, the javelin throw makes that a bit easier. And then there's a third layer to this, funnily enough, and that's military wing. Like if you were doing the initial unit spawns to kind of be aggro play, Donzos can even beat those archers because the javelin range is 6.5 tiles and archers are only 5. So this is like multifaceted. It almost shuts down any of the desirable openings from the Abbasids.
And even forcing this tower out on the stone. This outpost going to be enough, though. One Donzo might even die for this. Not even going to garrison. Says you run away.
I'm happy with that.
I'm happy with
you
this.
remember, okay?
Well, the goal is to get the stone for the TC ASAP, right? He only has so much time, so not even wasting time shooting these Donzo. I would almost dive in with them if I were Vortex. Maybe even get the kill on the low HP Vil.
Maybe.
Them.
No, he's garrisoning them in, so he's going to be safe there. The worry that I now have, actually, is that all these Donzos are situated south side. Vortex needs to move north side, man. Like, stick 1 or 2 Donzos really far south on that deer pack against the edge of the map. But this, like, to the north is #1 location for Lucifron right now between the berries and the deer to drop a TC.
Yeah. If he could keep that safe, that'd be really sick for Lucifron, but we'll see where he ends up placing it. He has lots of opportunities, and I have a feeling this is going to be multi-TC. I don't think he's going to stop at just one. Looks like he's going to go south away from the Donzos, where there's gold, berry, and deer as well.
This is signature Lucifron play as well. Like, this guy absolutely loves edge TCs. If you remember, like, even in, like, French Mirrors, right, where, you know, usually you have to worry about defending. I remember that was where he really started to show it a lot, where he'd drop a town center literally right against the edge of the map so that you couldn't raid from multiple flanks. And if you check that TC placement, there is a lot of resources there, yes. But it also is hard to sneak around, right? You can't get in with Lucifron not seeing.
Yeah. And I guess the third town center just going to go on the left there, protecting the wood line. So the gold a bit exposed for now, but again, like you said, the gold on the south going to be the play.
Oh.
So Lucifron, 3 TC. Is he going for a 4th TC?
This is 4 TC play. Like, it had to be, right? When he drops the TC in that center tree line, there's still the north side. He hasn't covered that with any defenses. So he's going to drop a TC probably near the deer and the berries further out. And then you've essentially got your own, like, discount Magano line for the Middle East here, right?
Yeah, but we saw some issues with the Magano line there, right? Like, you can just kind of go around. So we'll see. I mean, I don't think he was really covering every entrance there. Maybe on the golds in the back there, he kind of needs to keep safe. Maybe he'll haul it all the way north to the stone and the berries or something. I don't know. The deer, though, make the most sense to me. Like you were saying. Yeah. I think you're right.
And it's like you can try to bridge it in a way that it shuts off the entire north gap, but that's quite a wide gap. Whereas if you drop it right next to the deer, it's like you at least have yourself pressed against the edge of the map. So the only way you can be pulled out there is if your opponent decides to invest in like a ram rush. But we're not getting a ram rush. The letters for that do exist in this word. Farimba Garrison coming out.
Yeah, I was gonna bring this up because we've been seeing Vortex macroing for the Castle Age, but he hasn't been adding cattle. He only added the 3. You basically start with 2, so if you can keep those cattle alive, maybe he just added those like really easily. But now that's maybe enough to keep your TC going. And is he just going to put every single vill on gold and just try and win the game here? Like,
I think so. And you know what's crazy as well is actually that I wonder if that initial launch was a bait because Lucifron, he went down to 1 scout. So I imagine initially he went out checking what his opponent was doing. He saw ranches. He's like, okay, Fulani. He loses one of the scouts, and now he has to worry about where these Donzos are going, right? So if we can check where Lucifron's scout is, I think he's just at home. Oh, that is crazy, man. That is disgusting.
Yeah, and Donzo jabs are going to be nuts here. Like, that's a really tough comp to beat. It's not easy to come up with a solution to that combo. It takes quite a lot of time to like muster units. Usually Castle Age units are what you need. Man-at-Arms or something. Gulams would be good here, but is Lucifron's Castle Age going to be in time? He needs another, like, 2 minutes, right? And he's still getting harassed, and he's adding towers and stuff, and that's just going to keep delaying him. He doesn't even have Wheelbarrow here, whereas Vortex has all the feudal ecotechs.
It's so much worse than that. What I want you to also realize is, like, he can start that tech up, but you know what might cost him with this pacing?
Everything.
It might end up costing...
Oh, sorry.
Everything's not straight away, okay? Because these guys like to make you suffer a little bit, even though they're bros. But eventually everything, yes. It's going to cost him the 2 TCs to the south because they aren't protected with extra fire armor.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if that comes into play here. Probably going to happen. Not sure what the plan is here for Vortex. He's kind of, in a way, he's kind of played into the timer that Lucifron put, right? Like, if you think about how TC play works, right? It's like, okay, I'm on 4 TC, you're on 1. You need to kill me now, right? But by building for Rimba, he's saying, okay, I will kill you now. Instead of maybe going into the really strong Malian eco, right? Which could maybe even compete with 4 TC right away, right? Like, you could get a really strong castle timing maybe.
That sounds like the beginning. Like, that kind of sounds like the beginning of a childish song. Like, I've got 4 TC, you've got 1. I have all resources, you have none. I'm dead. That's pretty much every Ambassador player ever, right? Like, when was the last time we saw 4 TC work?
Oh, all the time, man. When does it not work? On the ladder, it's quite strong, right? Like, it's fine, man. You just go it. Like, what are they going to do? Attack you? Come on.
Yeah, like, we've got gentleman's agreement, right? No fighting before 10 minutes?
I mean, I still feel like Wheelbarrow.
You're like really locked on this.
I'm really hung up. Like, no, Wheelbarrow really does hurt me and kill me a little bit inside, but that's okay. So Millwing, the Camel's not going to be super useful right away, but I think the bigger deal here is that he can get boot camp for Gulams, although he's going stable, so he's thinking about going Lancers.
He disagrees with your assessment of boot camp, but it's kind of interesting, right? Because Vortex has built quite a lot of javelins, and his army is only designed to kill villagers right now. It feels like Vortex needs to start to flesh this out a bit, but so far becomes kind of difficult to do at scale, right? Because you don't have the mass ranches with Fulani, so you are kind of locked into either the Javs or the Donzos.
And I guess triple stable and double range, so it looks like he's going to go on mobility comp, maybe Camel Archer Lancer. Okay. Which is pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy to go into Donzo Jav. Like, I feel like you're countering yourself, but whatever. Whatever. Well, I bet Lucifron is going to have a better idea than me about this, so I'm excited to see how they play this.
Okay,
like,
it's going to be
Millwing.
So Millwing, maybe he wants. What if he mass archers plus Horseman? Like with comp support.
Oh, so it wasn't Camel right? Yeah, right. Yeah, just going compost. Okay, that makes way more sense. Never mind. Yeah, no, I'm dumb.
Yeah, because like Camel Archers.
There it is.
You can build Camel Archers, Winston, but you can also like stick your head in the toilet.
Yeah, that's true. Right. Yeah, I don't know why I said that. Combo makes way more sense. I thought it was gonna be like a boot camp man-at-arms. Never mind. Whatever. I'm moving on because clearly he's got 80 vills. That's quite a lot. So I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, he can afford to hemorrhage at this pace. Like, Vortex's army is just not big enough. It kind of feels like Farimba sometimes feels out of place in Empire Wars, right? Because that very strong timing, almost like a Burgrave would feel as well. Like, your eco is so big that you can almost just build the buildings by default and flood, right? And now, it feels like getting that sofa mass has maybe been delayed to where it would normally be because you don't have the extra Fulani.
He's not even running the Farimba right now. Did you notice that? It's not even training anything at this moment.
he's kind of lacking the gold right now, to be honest with you, buddy. I think was he migrating to the next gold vein? He must have been. Ooh.
Yeah, he's got the gold set up on the north. Maybe that's what he's planning for. I don't know what's going on with his macro, but it's not super appealing to me right now. Although switching out of Danzo Jav, what wins, Jav in Castle Age or Campos?
It's going to come down to, I think more than anything, it's the blacksmith upgrades. Look at what Lucifer's got, and look what Vortex doesn't have. That's what's going to win him the fight right now. This is kind of nuts. If he can actually match the size of this army, he has level 2 ranged damage. Vortex is only now getting under mesh, and that's a level 1 range defense. Charge in though, and remember what we said. There's no torch. There's no torch resistance here. Look how quickly these TCs are going to die.
Yeah, but here comes the defending army. The Javelin's going to try and zone away these Cav.
They're like, yeah. No, we ain't defending. Like, wait, Bastard who? I don't know that guy. Oh, man.
I just don't know if, like, Cavalry Archer works into Danzo Jav. Like, I do kind of question this choice, but it's okay. It's really interesting. Whoa, the torches!
Come on,
oh
dude.
My God. Yo, those torches just got yoinked. Man.
Okay, hear me out. It's inefficient because that torch throw range is lower than the javelin throw range. Boom. There we go.
Boom.
Marlins don't need to be nerfed, guys. They're totally a reasonable sim. Oh, he's so dying here so quickly.
Yeah, he doesn't have units that can like tank or fight this yet. So we're gonna see if 20 horsemen can beat 16 Danzo. No. It's actually gonna be 20 Danzo, right?
They can beat this, so they can beat this one. This one right here, yeah, he's dead. Yeah, but these ones, not so much Winston, especially the villagers can't fight back against this. They're just going to run across the field, try and buy time for Lucifron. Now, he still has got the third TC alight and alive, but I think it might be burnt to a crisp because it looks like Vortex left a few troops there.
Oh.
That one villager, believe.
I have a job to do. Oh, they're microing this.
Oh, what? Come on, no!
This can't be worth.
I mean, if they're both focused on it, right? Ah, he almost saves it as well. Can he keep it alive?
No.
Final volley, man. That's unfortunate. 2 more seconds, and he would have been able to clean up these Donzos and kept it up. So now, like, he's 20 villagers ahead, but he's only 2 TC. I think is he going to, like, maybe try to add more in? I don't think he has any access to stone to do that.
Bro, he lost 33 vills. That was nuts. That was
and he's still 20 ahead.
Oh, but he catches the army. He catches the army without the spears. Where are the Danzo? What?
They're having a party.
What
I
is
think
this?
they ran back to home. But you know what? This is kind of crazy. Like, with the Sofas on their own, I'm not necessarily convinced. The Donzos finally show up. There's going to be a wraparound attempt onto the jabs, but it's so many dead horsemen. And, you know, we're nowhere near a farm transition yet for the Abbasid. So this is like your lifeline. This is your lifeblood. If this army dies, you don't have what it takes to rebuild, and it's dead.
That was as good as a fight as he could have asked for without any of the spearmen for that long, right? Like, the fact that that was even an option to take that fight was crazy that was on the table. But yeah, that was
a wild game.
That was a wild game. 4TC and the Horseman was not what I expected into Farimba. I think that's a really interesting idea, though. I'm wondering if his thought process was just frontline for the archers enough, and your archers will kill everything. But the switch into Sofa behind that from Vortex, like, we questioned it because we're like, oh, the Farimba can't run anymore. But that's because he was doing this big food transition. He was using his hunt now, right? Because that was something that he hadn't really used before. He FC'd on just like the sheep, basically, right? So he still had his hunt, he still had some berries, he was able to make some cattle, and he was able to really quickly mass this huge army of Sofas. And look at that fight was decisive. Combos were not enough. He didn't have enough, right? But that was not enough. Really interesting.
Combos need a buff, is what I'm hearing here.
No.
Very clearly. Oh, sorry, Marlins need a nerf. Got it. Crazy game though. Like,
that was
what
cool.
You're describing there is that and a lot of these games are crazy, by the way, and we kind of expect that out of these guys because they had to do something almost off the cuff because we mentioned that they always play against each other, so they know the innings and outings, right? And if you think about, like, essentially what he's done with the Farimba there, if you were to just talk about this about, like, you know, optimal play, it's not optimal, it's suboptimal, right? You've built Farimba and you've not constantly kept it being used, but similar to the ranch drop at the very beginning of the game, it's just Vortex bluffing, right? Like you're just at the poker table. He's like, I'm just gonna like all in you with pocket twos. And you're like, what's this guy doing? Why is he
Well, I
doing
think,
this?
well, honestly, I think that ranches like you don't need to like go all out on ranches every game. You can trickle them in, and it's always effective, right? It's a way for your granary, or sorry, your mill. Sorry, it looks like a granary from. Never mind. It's a way for the mill to kind of act like a TC for a short period. It's a very expensive investment, but you're just adding eco in. And for a time, I think he had most of his vills on gold, and then that kind of let his cattle help like build his food up, and I think that macro kind of works with the Farimba. I think both landmarks from Alliance function really well when supported by Cattle Boom and Feudal Age, so not surprised to see just a few there. Interesting timing. The units there, the matchup did not look good for Lucifron in Castle Age when he chose Horseman, but I mean, I kind of
It,
saw the idea. He had the camels as well, so maybe the idea was the sofa would be weak enough where the combos would just shred, but I think he just didn't have enough time to get all those archers out that he needed. And as such, the third place winner, we have decided Vortex. And you were talking, hey, at the start of this set, what were you saying about Lucifron's win rate against Vortex? 64? How
that
much
he
does
beats
he change it?
well, it's gonna tweak it slightly. I mean, in general, he kind of beats the crap out of him, is what we've been
Mhm.
noticing this year at least. But they
This year,
have
yeah.
had some close series. But this year, that should take the results. I think still in favor of Lucifron, but it'll be 4 series 1 for him to 3 series for Vortex, which could end up a 50-50 by the end of the year, right? Because I do believe both of these players have made it to the EGC finals or are likely to. So that's exciting to actually see coming ahead. But this series, like just kind of dissecting this, a few kind of wild things, right? Like the ban difference here in this matchup between the bros, like how kind of meta the bans from Lucifron were and how kind of unorthodox maybe the ones from Vortex were. It kind of speaks to two differing styles of drafting theory, right? Where Lucifron has maybe been focusing on the wider picture of what everyone else has been doing and accepting what the meta is. And Vortex, it felt like more he stuck to what the practice games shoot and what he knew they could do and use well. So more of a targeted ban versus a meta ban approach.
Yeah, and it felt like honestly, even on Hill and Dale, the game that Vortex lost, I still kind of felt like he had. Honestly, I felt like his strategy was better, if not for just a few, like couple, like actual, like hiccups in the strat execution. Right, like the Keshiks being walled out would have changed that game entirely, and then I think we could have been looking at a really decisive set where the draft just looks like it favored him every step of the way. Right. Although game one, I feel like was more about the execution of the Dark Age. The forward stones was really unfortunate for Lucifron. I don't. It looked like he kind of didn't have a backup plan for
No.
what happens if I get no stone on this map. Like, what's my macro going to be? How he built the market, bought 100 stone, never used it for like a couple minutes. Right? It was very kind of all over the place. Whereas I think his strategy was very reactive and not very proactive. Whereas like Vortex's strat on English was so clear. It was we're gonna drush, we're gonna add a TC, then we're gonna white tower behind like some longbow pressure, right? And that just played out super well for him, and that transitioned into like a dicey end game, but still he had double fills, right? So really
Yes.
strong. Then obviously game two, China versus French. We talked about that a lot. So yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think the draft for Vortex just made way more sense across the board. Across every single like game, right? I think he had a better draft. So
Now, it's
worked out.
crazy as well to think that this is just the third player match. Like for anyone tuning in, this was not the finals, right? It's not over that quickly. The finals are scheduled to begin in, I believe, about 30 minutes ish, which is why we're gonna we're analyzing this a bit deeper. We're spending a bit more time on it because we have got time. The players aren't ready yet. But let's talk a little bit about the overall scope of what's happened here, right? Lucifer and Vortex. I don't know about you, but I had them kind of pegged to make finals. Almost both of them, really, because their play style, like the way that they kind of innovate and iterate through the process of like how they done so in Golden League at the start of the year with different mutations of game modes, they seem to get like more games in than almost anyone else, right? I feel like they're usually a lot faster, but crazy to think that this is just the third place match. We've still got Marine Lord versus B ahead of us, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be a BO9.
Can't wait. I honestly can't wait. I can't wait because we're going to see more maps as well. And there are some maps in this tournament so far that I think have been producing some exceptional games. And I'm excited to see them all. I just can't wait to see how these players draft. I think both of these players, both Marine Lord and B, they're both benefiting a lot from the style, from the way that Empire Wars plays. I think B especially, more than anyone else maybe, is benefiting from how the pacing and flow works. I think if you look at how B has played Delhi over the past 2 years, you say, oh, like Empire Wars kind of works like that. Like, oh, I see why he might be kind of good, right? And we saw that yesterday with both of them having very dominant sets against the brothers here. So even though that was a hype third place match, these finals I am so excited for. Oh man, what a good time!
It's exciting, right? Like we've got 11 maps, 9 of them are gonna get played. Quick predictions, right? Which 2 maps do you think are not gonna get a dance partner at the ball here? Which 2 get left out?
I don't see them picking Warring Islands. I just
No,
don't see
same.
that happening. I just don't see them risking a bad matchup or like. Does that mean you have to ban China or save China for that? Whereas China has other maps that they're quite good on. I just see them banning Warring Islands. As aside from that, I really don't know. I could maybe see one of them. No, they both.
I'm thinking, should I like button give one on the other side? I think I agree, Warren Islands. I think Mongolian Heights might be the other one. Like
That we just don't see.
if one player picks it, I think it'll be B. I know B historically is been a very big fan of that map, especially in the early days of AoE. So maybe we see it.
Okay.
But I think what we're going to do now, guys, is we're going to get ready for the series. So we need to hop into a break while we get the players ready, we get them drafting, and can get the series underway. This is the prime time for you to do exactly that. Use your Amazon Prime to subscribe to the channel during the break. Also, go across and check out the Patreon. EGC recently set up their Patreon. If you support them there, it's going to go a long way. I believe there was a shout out that at 100 Patreon subscribers, we would announce a new tournament. If we hit 1,000, we're going to do a LAN. That's crazy, right? So every little helps.
Wait, what?
That's what I heard. All right, like now,
Are you trolling? Is that real?
No. That's they said it. They agreed to it. At least unless they've changed their mind last week. Too late though. I've said it multiple times now on the stream, so it's true.
What?
Get across there, subscribe on the Patreon for maybe the Vegas LAN. I don't know where he's going to do it. Maybe it's Vegas. Maybe we'll do it somewhere cheaper.
I can't
don't
tell
know.
if you're trolling or not. I actually can't.
I'm not.
You just maybe
Winston,
1,000 Patreon. I was about to be 500 of those.
Yeah, go on Patreon. Go get. You got time, Winston. Go do it now. So, like I said, guys, go check those things out, and then be parked back in your seat because it's not going to be too long until the grand finals of Empires at War kicks off. A best of 9 between Marine Lord and B right after this break.
All right, thanks, guys. See you after the break.
Battering ram. The battering ram was a siege engine that was designed to break open the walls of fortifications or splinter wooden gates. In its simplest form, a battering ram was simply a large, heavy log, propelled with lots of force against an obstacle. Rams were effective weapons of war. Wall-building materials such as stone and brick were weak in tension and therefore would crack when impacted with force. These cracks would grow steadily until a hole was created. The earliest depiction of a possible battering ram is from around 2000 BC, with multiple depictions in the centuries after all over the world. The introduction of siege cannons in the Middle Ages, which harnessed the explosive power of gunpowder, heralded the end of battering rams and other traditional siege weapons. That said, battering rams do still have a use in modern times. Police forces often use small one-man or two-man metal rams for forcing open locked doors, using the same core principles as the battering rams of over 4,000 years ago. the Landsknechte. The Landsknechte were Germanic mercenaries used during the early modern period. Originally organized by Emperor Maximilian I and George von Frundsberg, they formed the bulk of the Holy Roman Empire's imperial army from the late 1400s to the early 1600s. At the peak of their fame during the reign of Charles V of Habsburg, the imperial Landsknechts obtained universal prestige for important successes such as the capture of the French king Francis I at the Battle of Pavia in 1525 and the resistance against the Ottoman Turks. At their peak in the early 16th century, the Landsknechte were considered formidable soldiers who were often brave and loyal. From the 1560s on, the reputation of the Landsknechte steadily decreased, and in the French Wars of Religion, their bravery and discipline came under criticism.
Ladies and gents, it looks like it's almost time already to begin the grand final. So I hope you didn't stray too far. I hope you were able to get the subs in. Shout out to a bunch of people I see coming in with them already. And hopefully you did check out that Patreon, because Winston, we had to take him out back, pat him on the back and say, no, no, no. The land goal of 1,000 subs is a real thing for Patreon. So if you haven't already, go sub.
That's such a
sub,
good
Winston?
deal. I will after this set for sure now. Like, that's crazy. I'm going to sub for everyone in my family. Everyone I know. My dogs are going to sub on the Patreon. I think that might be like another 10 people I could get.
Hell yeah. And you're like, do I get tickets to the dogs? I don't think that's quite how it works. It'll be the land. You get the info, but keep subbing, guys. It's amazing the amount of support you guys constantly give to EGC within the community. I know these events really couldn't happen rather without you guys helping out and contributing. So with that being said, without your assistance, without you watching, we couldn't be to grand finals like this. Empire Wars, its first official tournament, is almost over. But before we reach that point, Winston, we get potentially 9 games between arguably the 2 best players in this mode right now.
Yeah. I think it's been pretty clear. I think yesterday showed that. I mean, Marine Lord maybe a bit more expected, but B as well just showed very clearly he's here to play, right? He's here. And you know, it's funny, we were both wrong. I see Marine Lord drafted Mongo Heights and 3DB late in the draft, though, but grabbed Warring Islands. I find that interesting.
Yeah, like, funnily enough, so I said I thought it would be Mongolian Heights for B because historically he really loved that map. And I didn't say it, but I was going to say if anyone was going to do Warring Islands, I thought it'd be Marine Lord, because Marine Lord, if you remember back in Rebel Wallaloo, he was the only person to draft mountain clearing in the entire tournament. Like, he's that type of player. It almost just seems like a joke to him sometimes. Still not, though, because he'll go ahead and win. But Yeah, kind of wacky. So that means in the end, the maps that we left out, I think we left out Hillendale's in there. I'm just double checking. Was King of the Hill? No, King of the Hill is out. No one wants to play that. I can kind of understand where they're coming from. And then the other one I believe is no regions.
Regions. Yeah, King of the Hill
Oh,
and Regions, I believe, right? I
yeah,
think
that's
those are
kind
the
of
only
wild.
maps that are missing.
Do you think it's just people kind of got bored of regions because it does come out a lot, right? So maybe they was like, like we've done this a million times.
I
Let's
think
actually freshen it up.
I think it's just risky. I think it's a map where, like we saw in game one of the last set of the third place match. I think like just small details can mean you just kind of lose. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of comeback chance on the map. I feel like it's one of the most like decisive, alongside maybe Warring Islands, one of the most decisive maps where getting map control and advantage early game can just snowball into a win the easiest. So I think it's maybe the riskiest map to draft, especially if you're not confident on which civ your opponent's going to pick for every map. But here we have it.
Look at this. What a brilliant way to open this. Ladies and gents, welcome to the grand finals of Empires at War. Best of 9 between B and Marine Lord. And Winston, Ottomans versus Malians. I feel like I've entered a show match in 2022 to show off the new expansion.
We're here, guys. Anniversary edition is around the corner. It's Red Bull, right? We're in Heidelberg again, right? Like good old times, right?
I think some of us are rocking in a corner like that. It's like, where is it this year? Don't worry, EGC's got you covered. But we're talking behind the scenes. Like, this is a very interesting matchup because if you look at these two on paper, historically, Marine Lord is having kind of a mixed experience. They're almost 50%, 7 wins to Marine Lord, 6 wins to B. Where it gets crazy is when you look at the results for this year, 2023, Marine Lord has won 5 of the 7 series they've met for. So B looks like an underdog in this.
That's actually hard to overcome. that feels like insurmountable. But you did jinx the last series as well when you said
True.
Lucifer on Vortex's win, right? So just reminding you that was equally jinxed. But we'll see. I am so hyped, guys. We are here for Empires at War. This is the grand finals. Oh my gosh, we're finally here. Best of 9. Oh, this is going to be a treat. Settle in.
Winston. Say it loud. Grand finals. I want to hear you say, I have a GF. Say it.
The grand finals.
Close enough. I'm pretty hyped, man. Like, best of 9, that means we have to go so deep. We had 1 ban on each side. I can't remember off the top of my head, but that means we're going to get to kind of see the full rounding the experience, right? Like, a lot of this tournament's been best of 3s or best of 5s, and you can kind of formulate a decent strategy with limited civs to get you through that. But these are the ones that always kind of are the true test, right? Are you the well-rounded beast, or are you a 1-2 trick pony?
And the TC coming up for B on the Ottomans. Already starting it off pretty quickly. We're going to get some asymmetry here. Marine Lord starting with the Cattle Boom, and B going for the TC play.
So, question is whether we're going to see a commitment eventually definitely into the Fulani, because we already have been treated to a Farimba today, and this feels like the type of matchup, type of map where you could maybe surprise your opponent. It's one of those things where if they look the wrong way, you get maximum impact out of the play. But to open up to that point, I think you do have to do something like upgrading the scouts, so then your warrior scouts can snipe out B's vision.
I think there's a couple things that make me just very convinced that it's going to be the Corral. Is A, the player, it's Marine Lord. And the way he talks about the Corral is that it's the strongest landmark in the game. B, it's the map, right? Like on this map, you're probably not going to get so much value out of the Farimba this game with this rush distance being so long. And C, it's because we see him prepping for the Corral. We can see it. It's on the screen.
So little tip, by the way.
What?
When you decide to do A, B's, and C's.
Did I do 1, 2, C or something?
No. You were fine. You got the letters correct. But I'll just say that's really confusing in a series with B in it when you choose to do A, B's, and C's.
Yeah, right. Well, I'll do 1, 2, 3DB. How about that?
Has a ring to it. And we'll have to see who's going to get the first on the board, man. I mean, we've been kind of anticipating this. Like, is it bold to say what you think the distance is going to be? Because I said like 7 or 8 games. Like, well, it's best of 9, right? So like 8 or I think 8 games. I could see this being decided by. I'm not sure it's going to go the full distance. What's your early prediction?
I don't really know. My prediction is that I have no idea.
Dude, that's the best response.
It could go. It could go either way. I'm not gonna try and. I can't even think like I'd have to think about the maps and the Civ matchups, and I can't even predict
Think
that far
about
ahead.
all the permutations, right? We've got potentially 9 maps. We've
Beep
got
boop,
9 civs from
calculating,
each
5,
side.
2.
Okay, now think about those calculations. Think about how
Sorry.
crazy that is, and then think about the fact that in like 2 weeks from now, we're going to add 6 extra civs and God knows how many maps. So have fun with that thought. We'll focus on the game because the Kulani's almost at full boom here, right? Like he's adding in 2 more ranches, so he needs to fill those out. We should see him looking to tech up at what, like 8 or 9 minutes? Seems quite feasible here.
By 9 minutes, yeah, he'll be up by 9 minutes, right? Whereas B is looking to go up pretty soon, actually, I think. He'll be up in a minute. He'll be clicked really soon, I think.
But is it going to be fast? When I see walls like this, all right, now all these boys who are dreaming about the Holy Roman Empire, I don't know what they're on about. I don't know about you, Winston, but I dream about fast Imperial Arm.
Me too.
I guess we're just in sync. We're twinsies. Are we going to see it this
I
game?
like fast tips. I think they're fun. That's all I'm saying. Unless it happens to me and then I'm complaining the whole time, right?
Yep, no, that seems appropriate here, especially when your opponent is the Ottomans. Now, it looks like he's trying to keep this opening, well, open, but the problem is there's just so many Donzos in this area. And the problem is if you turn this into a Spearman on Donzo Fiesta, Malians always win, right? Because the Spearman unit has 10 extra health and the extra armor. Yeah, sorry, the extra armor and then the javelin throw. Yeah, it's quite a lot, actually.
The Donzo is a yoked unit. It has so much going for it. But it's interesting. We kind of have these walls on either side here for both players. And speaking of Donzos, you're done, sir. Man, sorry, I like saying Dunzo. Oh boy.
Clearly you love whoever came up with the name for the unit. Like, he was thinking of me. Nice guy. But the... it's good. Okay, so this is cool. This is Istanbul Imperial Palace, so we haven't got that infinite bombard army to think about. I've seen a few players doing this. What do you think about this landmark? Does it feel like it scales you better into a hyper late game, or is this more about reaching your ceiling faster?
I feel like it's usually for the tempo around getting all of the military school VPs ASAP, right? You get faster production, you get another one, and then you get Janissaries, and you go for a timing with it. That's the strat that I've seen the most with it. That said, there could be other ways to play it that I haven't thought of or seen. It could just be wanting to get some of the eco ones, but I can't imagine this is going to be some sort of trade bag build, right? Like, he didn't go the Caravanserai, right? So this has to just be the standard way you play with this landmark. So
it's a good map for trade, though. Like, I'm not going to completely discredit the opportunity. Well, look at where the trade posts are, and I think Seagate Castle makes it good, right?
But that's like kind of like later, right? I think if you go the VP
We're in
landmark...
Empire Wars. Later's not that later.
True. But I think when you go, you still do the mill school build, and you just have extra VPs later to get the trade ones for, right? Like, it gives you the flexibility of adding trade bags later while still getting all your military schools, so you kind of get the best of both worlds. Yes. But at the same time, free Great Bombards right now is so strong, especially when you combo it with the Observatory, so...
That is true.
It's pretty tricky to say which
if you're wondering why we weren't commentating this Spearman on Spearman fight, that's because this is typically like watching 2 people fight by slapping hands. It's not that impressive, but I guess to a certain degree it's impressive that B was able to take the edge there, but you have to remember, like, he did upgrade. He's got Castle Age Spearman here, so pushes Marine Lord back past the fold, and M-Lord now committing to a wall on both flanks. Interesting choice here, like, doesn't want to fight at all.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to buy time, hold off the aggression, because it's better for him to be trading the units here than trading them near his economy, where things are pretty open right now. He's trying to build these pit mines everywhere. Like, he'd rather these spearmen are busy torching a wall than torching his pit mines, and he's trying to skirmish around that because that's a much more real threat, and he'd be at more risk of losing villagers. So for Marine Lord, this is kind of just like a buffer zone to buy some time for him to get into like this mid game. He also needs an answer to these men-at-arms, because they're coming. Already 6 on the field for B.
They're becoming fast as well, because B, he did go for a 2 TC play behind this. So that's kind of an interesting deviation from your standard Ottoman build. Now he can kind of scale his eco to an advantage, and then still just have the Golden Star on top at cap being those production schools.
Yeah, this is... I mean, to be honest, B is broken on both sides here, although the Springle Tower on the north going to be doing some damage, but the man-at-arms just going to be charging right through one at a time. So the Sprinkle Tower definitely getting its value here, but...
And it's going to get fortified,
Yeah.
right? So it should remain camped there for a long time. So B instead is going to start resetting. It's kind of difficult from the way this map is formulated. You talked about the Farimba earlier. This timing for the Ottomans is kind of similar. Like, you don't have that surge of men-at-arms that you can maybe cheese your opponent with because it takes too long to get to their eco. What am I looking... Are you guys trying to spell something to me? Is there a message written in these walls? The message is die, villager. Okay, so...
Yeah. The SOS was the villager writing for help on the beach, man.
they're just like, they're a little
Wilson or
dot
something.
while I'm up in the sky, and they're just doing sign language at me. I'm like, I can't see what you're... What do you want? Help me!
Yeah,
That's fine, though.
Don't be too deceived by the villager counts here. This is a full corral already for Marine Lord, so he's up, what? It's roughly 20 villagers on food. It's a lot. His economy is quite solid as well as the pit mines, so I would even say maybe Marine Lord has an eco lead potentially, but it's kind of hard to say at this stage because the mill schools as well are invisible.
Well, low. Marine Lord's going to try to drag these troops in, but be quick to react to this, so we'll just take the other side of the fight. And now he's going to dive in onto that Scholar, but yeah, that's going to be costly. Like, trying to dive past the javelins pays the ultimate price, and Marine Lord, I'm starting to hoover up through a few of these relics, and looking at this split, this should be a game where I think, is B going to get more? Wait, I'm trying to... Where's the 5th relic?
It's in Marine Lord's base.
Oh, yeah, I'm an idiot. Marine Lord's already got it, so he is going to get free.
It's going to be 3-2 for Marine Lord, which is quite good for him because he needs that gold, but B, on the other hand, already starting to switch into Jans, so... I'm not sure if we saw the yeah, that looks like the Jan VP, right? 8. So he did the build we were talking about. So he got faster military schools, he got more military schools, and then he got the Janissary shipment. So now he has this big, massive unit here, and this is kind of what Marine Lord needs to be scared of, although Javelins do so much damage to Jans.
Now, that is true, but if you were to build it like archers, right, a lot of the damage gets negated by jabs. Janissaries, although not as high as hand cannoneers, a lot more damage per shot is going through compared to like other ranged units. So it could work really well, especially against these Musafadi, because half of Marine Lord's army are these squishy, lightweight units.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of Musafadi here. We could see use of the stealth button here potentially to surprise, but no, just running into the stealth forest here. Just running straight in.
The Spearmen, they're going to spread out, and they're just going to buy time, and the whole idea is to kind of mask him down behind this. Now, notice that there's no AoE healing coming out from B. Feels like that would have been really valuable in this situation. So at the end of it all, B still having a military lead, but he needs to get his troops involved in this. Front line is folding fast, and I'm worried that even if the Javelins die afterwards, they might be able to take a lot of the Janissaries with them.
The Janissaries did go down, and that was a lot of Jans dead, and he's got more in production, but these aren't going to have a good game here. Look at them just die. Oh, that's such a sad use for the Janissaries. As the Jav's just going to do their thing. Look at that power. Such a strong unit.
This is so tough because it's like you have to always keep gap closed on these units, right? And they have insane tower range. On top of that, 1.25 movement speed. Always feels like they can disengage before you're even able to get on top of them. So B has to reset, move away. I think he did go for the VP point to get the movement speed, right, when in formation. The issue is the moment you start charging, your units break out of formation.
And we could be seeing Imp pretty soon here from Marine Lord, from his economy. And I don't think we're really close to it for B. He's pumping a lot of food into Spearmen. And now Spahi as well on the way, so he's going to try and do a little bit of a mix-up here with the composition, try and catch Marine Lord off guard. But I just think Musafadi Jav is so robust and well-rounded, you're going to need a lot of Spahi to really overwhelm the Jav numbers.
Yeah, and he's not going to have a lot of Sipahi. B's in the middle of a farm transition, right? So that takes time to kick online. Like, the number he's got on the food, I think, is deceptive because the deers should be running out in, like, the next minute. So he can't afford to produce Sipahi. In fact, right now, I think they would maybe just coming out for, like, 1, maybe 2 stables max. I don't know, man. I don't think he's going to have the numbers quick enough here to overwhelm these Javs.
Yeah, but he still has 67 units on the board, so if he can take a good fight here, it's just that his spearmen are doing very little. Yeah, the spearmen are just kind of like floundering here, chasing after him. The monk gonna get away.
They're like, ah, okay.
The one spot he...
Get it,
I'm
boy!
gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. The spring ult here in preparation, I think Marine Lord was just expecting
Mango's
this to
coming
be
though.
mangonels.
Yo, check this shot right now. Check this shot as it comes into vision around the side. B has to back away, and that's going to be a bunch of spinmen going down because now he's forced to retreat. Just brilliant timing there by Marine Lord.
Yeah, that was really, really clean, and he's already prepped for any mangonel shenanigans from B, but I think he just didn't scout that it's not the armory, right? And that we're on the Istanbul Palace.
Well, he wouldn't have been able to scout, right? Because like the wall went up on the east side, and although he's held this western pass, he hasn't pushed through it. So not too surprised by that. But I think it's kind of obvious now. Like when you see that many Jannies come, and oh, it's yes, real party time, baby.
Get your party hats on. We're gonna have some festivals. I love it. I'm super excited to see his usage here. I mean, there's some really sneaky usages for the Griabara that I think people still haven't really fully utilized in certain situations. Like the villagers and just so much you can do with this landmark, and excited to see how he plays it. The woodline's getting ever so close, as our observer, wonderful observer Vodka, shout out, is noticing. The woodline's getting super close, which makes the game really dicey. If you think this map is campy, just wait till it opens, then suddenly you have 3 choke points to manage, and it gets really hard to play.
I'm wondering who this is really going to favor once that happens, though, because my thoughts is that, you know, B, if he continues going to Sapahi, maybe he can exploit flanks while distracting center. But the worry is Marine Lord, you know, he's adding in siege comp pretty early on. His army is pretty strong at this stage. If he gets a quick route to the base, B may find himself bogged down in a situation where he's already losing the fight. That's all right.
I saw the shot and I got like scared for a moment. If
There's
that
like a
shot had
sinking
been
feeling.
a little better placed, B was not looking at that moment, so that could have just been devastating. But instead, the shot was a little short, so B gets to live to tell a tale. Oh man.
Okay. Now this is big. Marine Lord was already taking a dunk on him with the javelins. Check what he's queued up there. He's getting the improvements to his ranged units, right? So I think it's +2 damage, if I'm not mistaken, on the jabs. And then is it? I think it's like +6. +3 on jabs. I think +2 on archers or something. And then there we go. Dunzo 6, archers 2, and jabs are +3.
Yeah, jabs getting +3 is going to be absolutely huge here. Essentially functioning as incendiary arrows, right? But, here we have the...
affecting Donzo's as well, which he might need to go back into because of the supply spam.
Yeah, but now the woodlines are connected, at least vision-wise, and you see the sea gate here.
Yeah, remind me how big the aura is on it. Like, if he goes trade, it will still clip, so this could help, but...
Well, you just build more keeps with it, right? It's a global buff to all of your keeps, right? So, I think this positioning is just important because you have a landmark that you can repair with wood to defend the wood. You don't need infinite stone to keep it up if you start getting trebbed there, which is the risk of any keep built in that position, is that it's just going to get trebbed down or bombarded down as Marine Lord adds one.
Now, that's an interesting difference because remember, Marine Lord went for the Griabara. They could have both been going for keeps because he did have the Fourth Huntress. Maybe long-term that could matter. If this turns into, like, say, a slow siege where both rely on trebs instead of bombards for diving, because someone that they both kind of have to be worried about is the potential to kind of anti-siege out here. And looks like we are now going to be getting great bombards coming up, but important to remember that B doesn't get that for free. That's a very pricey investment. He paid every penny of it.
Gonna immediately get sniped here by the Spahi unless the Javs and Musafati can get here in time. Instead, he's just gonna be running for the woodline. Instead, he's just gonna be running past the woodline. So he's just gonna do a run for it. This makes sense, but there was maybe a chance to kill that bombard before it did too much damage. One spring coming forward isn't gonna be enough against 2 trebs and a bombard, though.
No, and as you said, he's going to scout the backside, but it feels like if this keep goes down, sure, you got the Seagate Castle behind it, but I don't think it's really at that critical mass where he wants pressure coming into him yet. Now, he will get the bombard in the end. Musafati are going to body block so the trebs can continue. The raid is going to find its way round to the gold vein, but there should be enough troops there to clean up the Sapahi.
Oh, the Mangonels now starting to get value. A full siege comp coming out from Marine Lord, protected by these javelins. It's going to be really hard to deal with, especially with the Musafati screening any of those melee units. And now the javelins having a really strong fight right now against all of these Jans, just going down like, oh my gosh, they just dropped so fast there.
I mean, it's crazy, right? Like, you'd think in that situation, Emlor would try to pull the Mangonels forward and get a shot out into the Jannies, but he sees the threat is only these melee units come around the flanks. Like, truly, if this continues a Janissary versus Javelin 1-for-1, there's no question about who gets favored here. Like B, he's really relying on these great bombers to deliver him the victory. And he is scaling fast here. He's gone up to 2, but reminder, these things are not cheap. Yes, they're tanky, but 1250 resources each. If you slip up once, the game can feel over, even when you're actively producing them like this.
But the best counter to Great Bombards though is Culverins, right? And Malians have Culverins, and Marine Lord has 2, a third on the way. Once he has 3, I believe it's one shot with 3. I could be mistaken though. It's been a minute since I've played Culverin against Bombards.
It depends on the upgrades, right? Because if you get Siege Works and then if you get the Gunpowder, so if we hover on a Culverin, I think the base damage is 80, and then you get like a 85, right? And then the bonus is 100, so 185. So you need 3 shots by default. But I think Gunpowder turns it into 2, but like I said, on the other side, you're always going to get Siege Works with the Ottomans here. It just makes too much sense.
Speaking of which, he just queued it up instead of Chemistry. He had Chemistry in queue, but canceled it for Siege Works. Seeing those Culverins. So 3-on-3 though, could be kind of scary for the Culves if you're slacking on the micro. But the keep already down, the Seagate Castle getting trebbed. The time is, the clock is ticking here before B maybe gets pushed off this wood line, because if that keep goes down, there's not much stopping the Javelins, the Musafati, and the Mangonels from coming through here. And this choke point isn't where you want to put your army if you're B, so he has to back up here.
Crazy what Marine's doing here. He's actually prepping a transition to Gunners, either that or as a misclick. I mean, like it could be either at this stage with just 4 in the field. Needs to kind of exchange some units before he goes further in, and looks like he's setting up for the late game. He says, okay, this might just turn into a 30-40 minute slog. Time for a bit of Malian trade.
Yeah, Malian trade obviously going to be extremely strong, and it's what you need if you're going to make Gunners late game. You think you get a lot of passive gold with Malians, and then you try to make some Gunners, and you just don't have enough. So you absolutely need the trade income. Still, we're just starting to see the markets as well from B, so he's going to start using the Seagate Castle bonus. He probably also has trade bags at this point, so the trade income will be there for both players. Both of these civs have amazing trade.
Choke point, though, I think it's a bit more dicey for B, because Marine's Mangonels unpack quicker, right? Like, these Great Bombards pack a punch, but if you're just skirting back and forth like this, it's much easier to get walloped by the Mangos. Charge is going to come through.
Siege Works was clutch there. He was able to keep 2 alive.
Ooh.
One
but he
alive.
loses the other one.
Oh, no.
And he needs to be very careful, right? Because if these outposts, this castle gets sniped down, these Musafati can stealth and go for the flank. So it's critical that B holds this area.
The Marine Lord smells blood, though. He's max.
Oh no, he's not microing here. That's heavy damage to the back line. B taking a wall up there, and the melees are trading out, right? So now this turns into Javelin versus Jannies, and half those Jannies are already at death's door.
Yeah, but the Bombards still in the back are a huge threat. The Culverins have to snipe them. Otherwise, the Jabs are in this little choke point. The Culverins aren't focusing. Oh no, the Culverins are going to go down.
Moves them back just in time. Great Bombards are chasing though, and they have got that attack speed increased. Start getting sniped out here. The Janissaries, they get in range, they begin to swarm. Marine will have to reset and retreat. Problem is, he needs a front line to slow this down, otherwise the pursuit could wipe out the Javelins. Mango, that's B. He's paying this time.
Wow, so a lot of firepower coming in from Marine Lord on that retreat. It looked like he was getting wiped there, and he did lose a lot of his siege mass. Look at his pop dropping all the way down to 152, oh, yeah. And with only 73 real villagers, he needs this trade to kick in, and he needs it to kick in fast. Otherwise, he's going to be in trouble. His 8k gold mine on the left might be running out kind of soon. And on the right, it's hard to click on.
I think, like, when you look at this right now, like, to your point around Marino's gold, the trade's only beginning, but I think he was fairly, like, efficient in that he didn't lose too much of the critical siege, right? The Treb's still there to continue the siege down. Mango's now up to 4. I think you get 2 of the Culverins alive through that, and he even sniped one of the Great Bombards on the other side. So both of them are in a delicate state right now, as B, you know, he's only kicking off his trade now, and you're getting close to that ceiling. So it kind of feels like if you can't eke out an advantage in the next 3 or 4 minutes, at top cap for the economy, Marine Lord might start to just get away with this and start to trail forward. So instead, he moves momentum elsewhere. Mango shots coming in. And this is an awkward choke point. Great Bombards are there to snipe out the siege.
Oh, but Culverin's got Culverin counter
Oh!
shots. Oh.
He gets both.
B's out of wood. B only has stealth force for wood. Marine Lord has completely locked down all the wood lines.
And remember, wood is the only thing keeping the Seagate Castle alive, and the Seagate Castle is the only thing stopping the Malian flood from
Insufficient
drowning
wood.
me.
He's out of wood. He's buying wood at the
bought
market just to keep himself in the game, but it's not
I think
going
that's
to be
too late.
enough.
That's too late. Like, it's legit too late. That small gap of not repairing, that's it. Seagate Castle is down. And B, I mean, if it was hard enough to hold before, what the hell do you do now?
Blacksmith upgrades maybe not fully there for Marine Lord. He has the eco to click those, but just a little overwhelmed with the micro and the macro here. Needs to keep his upgrades up as a... But I don't think that's going to be the deciding factor. I think what's going to matter in these fights is absolutely going to be the siege, right? It's going to be who can macro this better, who can micro this better, who can get the culverins or use the culverins, right? That's the question here. And so far, it's been Marine Lord getting the upper hand in these siege battles, but one really good fight for B could switch things up. Look at this camp. He's just sitting here with these traps and nothing we can do.
Now, there's a really big problem for B, is the longer he sits here like this, the more reserves Marine Lord builds up. And that's really important because look what Marine Lord's doing. You said he needs to scale his eco more. He's not really focused on that. He's maintaining a much bigger army here. He's outmassing the front line, but also look at the siege difference. So for Marine Lord, it really is this overbearing force. And I love the fact that because he has Fulani, he's able to get away with this. Charge now coming on the north side. As the Sapahi try to shut this keep down, but just a few Donzos is all it takes to keep him at bay.
Might sound silly, but I think the landmarks might become an issue pretty soon.
Oh my god, you're right.
For B. He's about to lose his second landmark, and then the TC's right behind it. The Culverins forcing away the Bombard once again. The Bombard's such a critical member of this army for B. He's got two of them right now.
He has to fight, but he really can't in this position right now. Like, B needs probably about 25, 30 of the Sapahi to stage a fight. He also needs to go back up the free bombards at this stage. The problem right now is Siege
Landmarks.
Lord is fully online, and yeah, the landmarks, like, I'm looking at what he's got here. Is he
If he
down
doesn't
to...
win this fight, if he has to retreat, it's not going to work.
He can't reach the siege. The Mangoes, they're going to get shot out here. The Janissaries need to dodge. In the meantime, the Great Bombard goes down, though, and B on the ropes at this stage. Gunners and Donzo is all it really takes. Mangoes will attack the flank. And I think this one's looking over. B about to be burnt to a crisp. The TC too soon to fall. And the Istanbul, it's the only thing left. It's just behind this, or the Imperial Palace, right? It's literally just a tile away. GG gets called. M-Lord will open it up and get himself a win to kick off the grand finals.
The Griabara, we didn't really see the effect of it, but I think we definitely felt the effect of those siege weapons with all the extra damage, right? Like, they were hitting so hard in so many of those fights. What an insane play from Marine Lord. Still down so much economy, but probably with the same or more resources. That's just how Malian functions. Really, really crazy game. That was so cool. I really like seeing the combo of the Musafati Javelin in early game. I think the investment in Jans denies sofas, but Marine Lord didn't seem too bothered by not having sofas when he closed off the map, and I think Marine Lord's gameplay was very clearly based around hold the sides, don't let a flood of Spahi into the back, and just get around the front.
And I think like one cool thing to keep in mind here is B's strategy was very, I'd say, unorthodox, right? Usually we see Mehmed, usually we'll see the observatory. He went a different way on both those choices. Some could even maybe argue the opening choice to go not to go for the Sultan trade network, right? That's quite a popular one. So, especially on a map where you can trade. So the fact that Marine Lord was able to stay ahead each and every stage, it felt like, is pretty cool considering that he wasn't able to scout that out ahead of time, right? We highlighted this very early on. The walls went up. So you're in this position on that map where instead of being able to source info and prep a counter, you have to see it and overcome it. And it felt to me like every stage of this game, Marino done exactly that. The only time I think he really lost a fight was when the Spearman fought and he was still feudal age. That was the one time.
Yeah, and those Spearman duels, like we were saying, like, was it really relevant? Like, did it really matter? Like, all Marine Lord wanted to do was contain the fights to these choke points and not let, like, a flood of units stream around and get into his gold mines, get into his exposed economy, get to his wood lines. And as soon as he held that off and secured those sides, I think it just meant that play for the middle, just like his timing was so much cleaner. It was so much more clear what his game plan was. And I think to a degree, you kind of have to question a bit the unit comp from B again, like Jans into full Jav into Malians. Like, I think you can only afford to make Jans when your opponent has already invested in Sofa, right?
Yeah.
I think like when you see them, it's when you already see the Jabs on the field, just making the Jans already. Like, you're asking to get super hard countered, and I think it just didn't work.
Yeah, I feel like once this turned into the Senate cut through, that's when B his comp, which is inefficient, makes sense in that he tried to keep adding in Sapahi, but it's hard for them to find value. And if Sapahi aren't trading well, they're a very heavy food unit, right? And although he eventually got this farm set up, that's one of the strengths of the Marlians in a lot of these matchups is we usually talk about farm transitions as games go on, right? And that's a very easy process for the Marlians because by the time they're in the mid game, because they went through Lani, they've already ticked that box. And the cattle ranches add in a ludicrous amount, right? Without being buffed up by a corral, they provide about 2.5 villages worth of food. That's insane when you think about it. And we saw the ramifications, especially with that element, in the way that Marine was able to be that low on eco count and field a bigger military force with his population. Really cool strategy. Now we head into the next map. We've got Kawasan here. HRE versus Mongols is an interesting one. I feel like when we saw this with standard formats, it was all about that spam and spam from both sides, which they could afford because HRE eco versus double production. I wonder how different this is going to play in Empire Wars, though.
There was a strat that I think Lucifron did in the quarterfinals. I don't even remember his opponent. I think it was Lucifron. It was one of the brothers. Sorry, I'm
Sorry,
forgetting.
did you say Lucifron's opponent was Lucifron?
No. It was, I forget. I think it was either the player who did it. Anyways, it was an HRE strat, and he did Burgrave, and he just flooded. I think it was against Anatand.
Yeah, Anatand, and he was playing Abbasids.
Yeah, against Abbasid in the Burgrave flood. Oh my gosh, it just reminded me. It's just kind of flashbacks to when Burgrave strats were really, really popular. Just burger all-ins. It's still really quite strong on water maps and 2v2s, maps like that, right? Where you can kind of get that space to get the eco situated. But it reminded me of that, very reminiscent of a year and a half ago strats from Burger, where you just flood these men-at-arms, and maybe that's something we could see. We saw the berries being used by the Burger because it was just built in the middle of the map, and yeah, maybe that's what we see here. But like you said, I think so much of this is about the water. It's about controlling these pawns. Do you kill them with spearmen, or do you get like a ship out early enough? Do you get arrow slits? Like, there's a lot of strategic questions that we'll have to see what the players choose to invest in and how those investments pay off, because there's so much that, like, 4 deep fish is really like a rich position to hold. So if you can have, the water on both lakes, for example, you're in such a good spot. And we see the players going to be going for docks on both sides, it looks like, for B. Playing aggro here.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, right? Mongols versus HRE, if you don't set a pace, like if you just turn this into a grind, I think there's just a bit too much eco-inflation from the HRE, especially with the buffed up Arkin. So here we go. Game number 2. Marine Lord did take that early lead, but I think where B looks best is when he's setting tempo, right? He tried to do it in that first game. He just kind of got beaten to the punchline at multiple phases. Maybe he can fix that here in the second map.
Relic getting pulled to keep this villager alive. The Scout and the Khan teaming up to get him low, but not a huge deal for Marine Lord. Gonna easily handle that. The dock on the left pond is going to be a little late for Marine Lord. Not the biggest deal, but a chance that it could get sniped by a Feudal Age Khan here. The Vil could go down if the Khan gets here in time.
You talked about like bigger deals, right? The fact that he pulled the Scout and the Khan to try and take out that villager. Here's a big deal for you. Let's say B was to not be able to hold water. Now you've got less sheep sitting at home to kind of pad you. No, he will build up a small reserve over time because you start with 2 pastures if he was ever forced off of water. That does mean a lot of neutral sheep should be going into the hands of Marine Lord.
Yeah, exactly. I think that makes a lot of sense. And here's that Khan, not quite Feudal Age yet, but maybe now can kill this Vil.
In before another prelate gets pulled. The wolf joining in as well.
The timing was just a little. Actually, are you sure?
Oh, he's gonna.
The wolf is here to help.
Yep. Now,
one bite.
There's no prelate being pulled, but the aggro should deactivate here, and it's 3 damage. He's gone.
That was such a dramatic death.
Yeah.
It's just like, fine, I give up. Just lay back.
Is? That's like when you're an extra actor, but you really want to nail it and get that main part. So your death is like, oh, yeah. Oh, the
Are you
like,
the
Jesus.
Bassett voice line?
Yeah, you guys should like hire me. I don't know, like next expansion, get another Bassett variant maybe. You need someone to do death cries. I'm there.
All right, and now we do have the engagement here. So B just going to be using that early stone just to get the arrow slit out. It makes so much sense on the water maps for Mongols. I think they really benefit on water maps in this setup where normally they kind of have to play all in spears to deny the dock. But here with the timing on Empire Wars, it just kind of feels like you can just play this really greedy style where your first ship is an arrow emplacement and boom, down goes the Hulk.
Now, the scouts are burning down this dock, though, so, like, he actually might just casually get it courtesy of that. Other like, it's really just turning into a bunch of emplacements coming out from both players, and I mean, the funny part is when you look at it, there's barely any fishing going on either side here.
Oh, man. Sorry if you guys could hear my dog as well. There was something really exciting going on. But we're okay. We're all good. Back to normal.
He was reacting to the death
Yeah,
cries.
he saw that.
Like,
he
oh
saw
my God.
the con. He saw the wolf on the screen, and he was howling his little mind out. The con, if you're not paying attention, the con can go down here, but I expect B to pay attention. But the water micro is a lot.
It's kind of distracting him right now. So everyone's just going to come out from Marine Lord, so might force B to retreat, but should have what it takes to at least get through the galley first.
How did the con just die to two scouts? It's there's a lot going on, but it's a little sheep donation there for the potential Burgrave play later. If water is not in either player's hands, the Burgrave can be a game ender if it's placed in a good spot here. Sheep under the Aachen could help support that.
Yeah, you kind of can't handle that rush if you lose all vision. So one thing that concerns me is he's not fishing on the southern ponds, and he's only got one scow. So like, if this is a Burgrave play, step one really for Marine Lord is removing that vision barrier. Once that happens, you can see the sneaky play that just kind of GG's the game at 15 minutes. Oh, this is so scrappy though. Demo?
Yeah, that was a 1-1-1, an exact mirrored position with the water. And both players also having the arrow slits here. Actually, it looks like Marine Lord doesn't have any arrow slits on this northern pond. He's about to get one though.
Demo's coming in though. He's pinched in the corner. So important he tries to deny this, and you notice the focus fire archer ship. I think Marine Lord is going to be forced to forfeit this pond.
Well, he's got the arrow slit, so it's going to be a long time.
Yeah, but boom, boom, pow.
Bang. And down goes the Hulk.
Have you considered doing the voice acting for the demo ship on the next expansion?
Yeah, it goes like this. Boom! And then that's it.
Then the gunpowder unit's like, bang.
Yeah, whenever the missile body gunner shoots, it's just bang.
And then I'm just like, oh!
I mean, right there, we're the entire Foley studio combined, like, already, so.
If they ever need to go indie and save some budget, we're always here. These scouts, by the way, did they burn down the other dock? Because the one on the left side here yeah, okay, so they walked away before completing it.
Yeah, I think they were getting zoned away by one of the Hulks.
Of which there are quite a few of them now. The demo ship. Boom, baby!
Oh my gosh, that's a lot more. That's a lot. That was so scary. You made me like startled, like visibly startled. The demo is just chilling, or is that a fish? That's a fishing boat, man. Oh, demo right in your face.
He's gonna stay alive though. Gets out of range, man. The sails eat your heart out. And now he's completely out of position. The demo shifts the timing on this from B. Oh, this is such an uncomfortable game to be on a pond with him in.
I mean, pond gameplay is so hard. Like, we're looking at it and not, like, shouting about everything here, but this is really technical. Like, this is extremely difficult to play, and it's quite impressive that Marine Lord's been able to hang on under so many more ships from B for this long. But I think at some point he needs to just forfeit the investment because it's just not paying out. 4 is now enough with the healing of his own dock to handle the emplacement there, so he'll easily take care of that dock now. And we have the market, so maybe Marine Lord looking to buy his way up, he could sell some wood and click up the castle edge, and depending on where he puts this, it could get scary, but we do have Keshiks on the field as well, looping around, I think.
Oh, that's kind of wild, actually. Like, how much fishing is he really getting done in that other pond, actually, just to do a count? Because, like, I feel like there's none here, right? I think the northern one, he's adding in some, right? No, they're just, like, he's just got shoreline fishing. So he's ramping into Keshiks with just essentially a land economy at this stage. Now, eventually that's going to scale, but that is a kind of a spooky thing to do because while you will eventually have fishing, for the time being, it's your land eco versus HRE land eco.
Mhm. Yeah, but the farm transition coming in for Marine Lord as well. The sheep donation has run out, but the Castle Age about to come in as well. We'll have to see where he does it. It's the Regnitz. Interesting. So he's going to try and grab the relics, but I wonder if he's not respecting potentially the threat of these Keshiks. They're going to be running around. He can easily protect the relics. He's probably going to spot the Sage up pretty soon with the Khan running straight up the middle of the map. So B's going to see this. He's going to have a pond. Potentially too soon as he's burning the dock on the left. And he's going to see the Regnitz. That's a lot of value right now for him.
Yeah, the issue as well is Marine Lord, like, he had to do this farm transition, right? So, like, if he can weather the storm, great. But I'm not sure he's going to be able to reach those relics. Like, he can maybe do... I think he can get 2. Because I always see a world in which B techs up. And because he's got Keshiks, he should be able to block any grab on, like, the 3 closer to him.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he can snag 1 or 2 surprising
Is
B,
he
but
doing this?
That shouldn't work. This shouldn't work. But
no,
who knows?
That should be the harder relic to get, right? Like, normally you leave the safe one until later, but the distraction of Spearman on this left side has drawn attention, and now B, because he wasn't fishing on the deeper side of that pond, that Prelate should be able to sneak in and out unnoticed.
Yeah, he should be able to grab it, but this is tricky. Does the Spearman get taken out? Get to retreat. Yoink.
Yeah, they're not upgraded.
In vision, though. Oh.
Bye! Wait, did he just... What?
Did the arrow slit just hit the wolf?
What? Wait.
Huh?
Like, okay, I'm not gonna lie.
TIL?
Okay, Winston, we've seen a lot of Springwood shots that travel across the map. I thought it was just a Springwood shot that came from somewhere.
I have never seen an emplacement hit a wolf, but I...
So what I'm hearing is new strategy for the Roos. Dock arrow slits. Wow.
Why are you yelling wow? Why'd you yell whisper wow? Because you got the relic?
No, because, like, that's the new strat for Roos.
Oh, the strat. You're just still amazed by your ideas? Okay.
Yeah,
I thought we moved on after you said it. I thought it was dead before you finished. But here we go.
Look,
all right, so
I have to oversell it because I need Roos players to do really dog crap strats so they lose on the ladders. You know, I'm protecting our pub games.
You're metagaming really hard right now.
I have to. I'm not good enough at the game, so, like, the worst thing you can do is use the in-game VoIP with me. It always backfires.
So Crossbow Spear going to be the opening here for Marine Lord and Castle Age. Just pretty hard counter to any Keshik play. They're going to have to respect it. 2 relics are already into this Regnitz, so it's already a good play. I mean, I kind of thought as soon as that... I kind of assumed that as soon as Marine Lord showed the Regnitz, as soon as B ran past that, I thought he was going to deny all the relics because he had Keshiks on the map, but he kind of got lost in that fight on the left dock, trying to keep his dock alive and burn down Marine Lord. So I think he kind of got a little lost there and gave away some relics even though he had more map control. But it's okay. I think keeping Regnitz to 2 is acceptable here, especially when you have water, right?
Yeah, I think the part that got a bit dicey is I don't think he spotted the full farm transition or how deep it was, right? So he might have thought the Marine Lord still had more food left at home. So if you split all these Keshiks up and go across the map, they might run into a group of spears here, there, and everywhere, right? And at which point your opponent still gets relics, but now you don't have an army. So instead, he took the safer option, and this is a good push, man. Like, a lot of damage being done, Marine Lord being contained, and I think you're right. This is just going to be a 2 relic game. I don't see a world in which he gets more.
Unless it's left there for a long time and this play works for HRE, but it seems kind of rough. Marching Drill's coming in. That's going to be kind of his timing for when he can actually get on top of these archers. We have Spriggle placements coming in as well to defend the farming, but it's pretty exposed right now. This army could just loop around.
This is an awkward dive, though. That outpost, you can't kill it, right? It's going to get springled. Even if you target down like this, the HRE have this nice little thing. Yeah. E-repairs to prove that you're a real E-gamer. God, it hurt me to say that.
Okay.
And, like, I just put, like, spell it with a dash as well. How do you spell esports, Winston?
I don't. I let other people argue about it online. So the curl tie, is that the curl tie just placed over there on the left?
Yeah.
Interesting spot.
That's pretty cool. You know what it is?
It's vision, right?
It's healthcare. I think it's healthcare. Because whenever he's not trying to push into the base, you can just pull your units back and oh, look at that, rejuvenated, right?
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense.
Mongols with healthcare. This is not historically accurate. Winston is in shambles. How could they? Looking after their people.
You know me, I hate that. So let's see the
Americans in healthcare.
Yeah, I can't have that.
Actually a real problem.
Oh, look at that. The EM network coming in clutch. He's followed him. Look at Marine Lord microing it.
Okay, the best part is he doesn't go home with a relic. He's like, I'm going to take this as well.
You can't have any of this. But yeah, that was actually EM network coming in clutch there to give him that. Deer Stones, strong.
I told you guys, Silver Tree sucks. Empire Wars, go Deerstone. Admittedly, you could have had Yam anyway at this stage, but let's be real. How many times have people gone Silver Tree and forgotten to get the Yam network from an outpost?
Every game.
I appreciate your candidness.
The outpost goes up, but loses the Ville.
Immediately goes down.
And I think that was a very good trade for Beat, who took all the raid bounty to the bank. He's at a really commanding spot right now. He's got the seas, he's got both pawns. The Swabia feels like it's a bit of a leap of faith here to try and keep this game alive. You have HRE farming with 2 relics. That's your game plan. It never feels good when your opponent has water. Water generally outperforms this build, I think, from HRE. I think if you had like 3 or 4 relics, maybe you could feel more confident, but it's going to be really hard to get meaningful damage here.
No, and he's still got to find more stone to start getting those cannon emplacements. No. Keshiks are going to torch onto this outpost. Not exactly the most efficient use of their time. Has got that firearm with the extra HP. Tech up comes out, so this should be the dive. B going deeper.
Dive.
I mean, no easy target right away. He's going to have to fight tooth and nail through the spin
first. That's a lot of man-at-arms from HRE, and the Keshiks are not strong enough to fight these.
Okay, the Mango can clean this up right now. Keshiks need to get around the backside, but if he pulls the villagers for repairs, which he's going to do, but not quick enough here. Gets rid of it. Archers stay alive.
He's kept his space up, I think, right? Swabia will replace these fills pretty easily. The raid here not going to be the most meaningful damage, right? Meanwhile, the archer's going to get cleaned up, and now you just have man-at-arms to have to deal with, and I don't know.
The important thing right now, though, is like Marine Lord doesn't have easy access to gold, right? He just went Imperial Age, and those things aren't cheap. If you want to upgrade an Imperial Age, all right, you've got to remortgage the house, you've got to sign your children up for a sweatshop, and you'll still be probably 50 gold short of the 700 price.
Yeah, and now finally the 3rd relic coming in for B, so basically going to deny the opportunity for Marine Lord ever to get relics again. So it's just these 2 that he's got to work with, and ooh, this feels very difficult now. No gold, right? No wood, just food. He can get to the south, maybe he'll feel a little better, but there's a whole line of towers across the map now. So it's just a matter of, can he secure this?
Can a galley reach that? Maybe.
A Bowchad could.
I didn't want to go there because I don't want to see any of those in this series. We've got Warring Island to look forward to for that, and I use the word look forward to loosely. It's kind of like I look forward to having my nails pulled out. Spoiler, I really don't.
Come on, I'm excited for every game.
Come on, you never like having your nails pulled out? Come on. Therapeutic.
Oh, the Mangonel gonna get sniped. The repairs are there. The repairs are there.
He's maintaining it. It's gonna stay alive now. And remember, he can afford to keep a repair crew out because what cost? 13 food. Or was it 17 food? Who cares? These villages are expendable.
I think you need to care. I don't know, man. That was like
you're right.
A lot of ills. I think you need to care a little bit. Like, they're not completely free, and that's like the value of your age up is that discount. So if it's just getting thrown away, then why are you aged up, right? Like, it's just, that was a whole wasted investment. So we'll see. Marine Lord though catching up in Ville count, and the fish I think are going to be fine for a while, right? Like, they're going to be topped off for quite a while.
And the other thing is the White Stupa's going to come in, which is going to allow him to kind of outpost crawl. So I'm a little bit scared that Marine Lord's plan is to just kind of camp this out. We appreciate how strong cannon power is for the HRE, but have you seen Mongols restricting the map with cannon emplacements? It's just as disgusting.
I think B forgot about the curl tie.
Yeah, I didn't want to like, highlight too much. I mean, in fairness, Winston, I'm looking at a map with all these green things in the center. I am green. It's like, don't pick green, guys.
Okay, this 8K on the gold, this 8K gold mine on the right, like if it goes into Marine Lord's possession, that could be huge before these bombard towers come in. But
How's
I
the
don't know
army
if that's
looking,
gonna.
Oh,
he also has to stop this timer, just casually.
Ticking down, 7 minutes left. The Keshiks are going to block out a decap here. That is at least going to pause the timer in the meantime. But B did just get his hands on military academies, so that military lead he's got, expect that to escalate in the next 2 minutes.
Well, we were on that guy who's wiggling. Wow, the Keshiks traded really well there.
Oh,
Mangonel?
Upgraded. Uh-oh. No, I don't want to see this. Get it out of here. Save it for War in Ireland, you fiend.
The repairs?
Mago, isn't he? No, come on.
Wow.
And now there's no gold. Okay, so did Marine Lord just lose because of one bow trap?
He no longer has access to gold.
So Marine Lord just lost because of one bow trap.
I feel like that's really oversimplifying the fact that B won water 20 minutes ago. Or, sorry, 10 minutes ago. Sorry, this would be 20 minutes if this were not Empire Wars.
Well, Winston, when did the Baochuan come out?
Oh, he's moving out to the south gold now.
Now, if a Kurultai was here and an army was willing to fight, because you mentioned the scanning vision earlier on, and I don't think, like, you don't see anything when they're packed up, right? So B doesn't know about that gold yet.
Not yet? Because you moved the curl tie? Is that what you're saying? He finally remembered to move it, and now he lost the vision of the gold.
At the worst possible time when it actually should be here.
And Marine Lord's just doing this Horseman Spear comp, which can be quite effective. If he gets the gold for the upgrades, it could be pretty tricky because B has invested heavily into Keshik Crossbow, and I think Horseman Spear does quite well against that over time, right?
Yes, if you can get the crossbow.
Get to them, yeah. Yeah, under the curl tie, it's quite different, right? Some raid attempts.
And the crazy part as well, that's right. I was going to say, like, the curl tie is like, what I always hate about the curl tie is not only is it this buffer, as this healer, it's also this body blocker, right? It's so annoying to try to fight melee into a curl tie.
Oh, is he going to decap it? Not quite.
Oh come on. No, that's just painful. Go north, though. Just go north.
This might actually become an issue. The Bao Chad just dunking these horsemen as they run by. He needs to get on top of one of these sacred sites in the next couple minutes. Otherwise, he's going to have to start making really crazy plays for it.
Kurultai. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just here to see things. Oh God, get me out, mommy, daddy.
You need the Benny Hill.
I couldn't tell if it was Benny Hill or Peppa Pig. I'm going to be honest with you.
It doesn't matter. It was funny because I did it.
Jesus, you must be total fun in a comedy club.
I'm great at parties.
That is not fortified. Charge for if he just burns this down right now. No, he's chasing the villagers.
Yeah, but Swabiavilles, right?
Yeah,
like you're saying not relevant. Right? It doesn't matter if you die, right?
Look at them. I mean, they're already red for a reason, Winston. So you can't see the bloodstains. And I can give the cloves to the new villager coming out.
This cannon emplacement is in a good spot though,
and it's fortified. And that was my worry.
Out.
Yeah, like
decaps the right.
Is it me, or should B have just actually taken out that outpost? I feel like it was a big mistake to dive past that outpost.
There were too many spears. I think he had to run from the spears.
It's 1,000 HP though, and it doesn't. Not sure if it was in range for the E repairs, and you had like what 20 Keshik?
I think that was too many spears. I think he would have lost absolutely everything. Well, he may have killed the tower, but at what cost, right?
It's a cannon tower. It's worth
That was
any
like
cost.
there were 40 spearmen right there, right? Like I don't
man.
know what you're expecting. Don't you just lose Ivory Keshik?
I was
like
thinking
this?
like maybe because it's a choke point, you can't kill them too quickly, right? Like
maybe.
start step, go burn. Because like in the end, I think he idled, let's say 30 villagers, maybe killed. I don't know. I want to spit a ball the number like 7, maybe 8. But now this cannonball, hey, it protects the gold, right? And we already said the way that Marine Lord can potentially win this game is if he gets that gold.
Marine Lord is so good. You ever just stop and think about that? Sometimes I'm just laying in bed, up at night, can't sleep, and I'm just like, damn, Marine Lord's really good at AoE.
You know what I think? I think like in the future, the world is going to be at risk of Armageddon, and someone discovered time travel, and they came back in time because Marine Lord's birth and dominance in the Age of Empires 4 scene is critical to humanity's survival.
Like, it's the butterfly effect. Without him, like, we don't get world peace in 2093.
Yep.
Because right now, someone watching right now, they're going to give birth to, like, the future president of the Earth, and if they're not watching, then, you know...
Oh, no, it's much more complicated than that, because Marine Lord has a cat, and if he didn't have that cat and look after that cat eventually ends up encountering, like, the next Einstein, and Einstein is inspired by the way that the cat moves along the wall, and then that has a snowball effect that leads to the time travel, but then also kind of the plot twist, it leads to the downfall of humanity because time travel was created. But Marine Lord is still the savior. He's just also the villain.
Alright, hold on. I forgot that we're casting a game. We need to focus on this because this is now the Bombard is here to deal with the Bombard Tower, but there's a Culverin as well to defend the Bombard gun to go down. This is actually kind of big. Like, if Marine Lord keeps buying time like this, the water bonus is effectively negated at this stage, right? Like, it's really about these 8k gold controls, and it seems like Marine Lord is slowly building up an army that can maybe push through the center and gain some control, and this outpost upgrade isn't going to be enough to save your vills when there's like 20 horsemen killing all your vills.
But the
outpost... This is a lot of losses.
The thing is, the outposts are getting work done here, and this is crazy. Like, the limitation I'm seeing as this game goes on with B's positioning is actually wood.
Oh!
I think Marine Lord's at risk of running out of wood if he doesn't start fighting out of his base. Nice dodge there, backing away just in time. Double mangonels are spooky, though.
Dude, for some reason, I can't see a world in where Keshik Archer beats Spearman Mango right now. And
maybe if he, like, deleted the 2 Balchuas that aren't doing anything right now and, like, add extra? Oh, dear God, no.
This is destruction, man.
Dude, that's with the Kurultai buff. That's with Kurultai.
Oh, that's where the Keshiks are.
Hey, honey.
Uh-oh.
How you doing?
But
just came in for a little
food,
active raiding.
Okay. This makes more sense now. There was a huge mass of Keshiks on the left clearing up the raid, and so now they go to raid themselves. Pushes Marine Lord off gold once again, but does he care? He has 2,000 gold right now. Looks like he's kind of secured his gold situation. He also has gold on the right secured as well. Looks like he's mining stone right now to build a keep there to secure it long term. Oh man, this is
he's creeping him back in. Like
this
it's
creep
crazy.
is going to be crazy if this works. Like,
I think it is. I think it's just about hidden. Like, the crazy part about this is V's running a mobile comp. It's basically Keshik's, right? But he can't be in these 2 locations at once. Marine Lord is pouring into what he needs. More cannon emplacements coming in. He's now getting his university techs, right? If you go back just 4 minutes ago, could you imagine me saying Marine Lord is going to get university techs?
I think you need to go back like 7 minutes ago, and I would say no. 4 minutes ago, Marine Lord had 133 vills. So the raids have added up significantly here. He has lost 40 vills in like 3 minutes to these raids from the Keshik. So something has been working for B. It's not really the trades against the units. Look at the destroyed value. 10,000 more for Marine Lord. He's taking cost-effective trades because he has to. Because he's lost 87 vills. And yes, Swabby vills might be cheap, but not 87 cheap. They're not that cheap.
No, we can afford to replace them.
This push potential for B needs to be protected.
He's going to lose the Kurultai, and I think the Kurultai actually has been quite useful in resetting these bushes. And let's see, it's going to force him to engage, and the problem is he can't unpack it right now, so In for a penny, in for a pound, right? Marine Lord's going to pinch it. No retreat. And he knows, he says, if you charge me, I will murder your face. These are elite spearmen.
He just hasn't had an answer to the spears. The archers aren't enough because the spears keep the mangonels alive. And honestly, Marine Lord's just been playing out of his mind right now. One Culverin has defended against multiple siege pushes. The tower creep on the right is just a little late, it feels like, for B, because Marine Lord's already set that up. The gold on the left is being, I mean, both mopped up gold-wise and mopped up Vil-wise. Kurultai is dead, but the siege is left unprotected. In come the Keshiks, but in come the spears.
It's like you maybe get the mangoes, but the price is going to be high. Like, yeah, the traded value, I think it's going to be like close to even, maybe.
Actually, that was only a couple Keshiks going down.
Okay.
That's pretty good for him. But now he's going to get pinched.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
His army is in between two huge masses of spearmen. Where are the Keshiks going to go? He's just going to have to fight. To hell.
He's going to try to get out.
Oh
But the concern in detail isn't just losing Keshiks here. It's the fact that he's trying to transition hand cannoneers. And remind me where B was getting gold right now? Like, was it not these guys? Were these not responsible for the economy? They're not even moving anymore.
They just gave up.
In fairness,
where do I go?
In fairness, they last longer against spears than Keshik, so I kind of don't blame them for being the new front line. But B, all of a sudden, losing a cheeky amount of his eco. And you know, we talked about this, like the limitations on gold for a long time on Marine Lord. But as this game goes deeper, considering the comps of these two players, B's the only one who's suffering from gold starvation here.
Now the horseman spear has meant that like all the gold that Marine Lord's gotten has gone into upgrades, it's gone into bombards, it's gone into defenses, it's gone into siege, and his army is just gold free. And with it, he's been trading against Keshik super cost effectively. Now a 15,000 resource advantage when you look at the destroyed value. Look at that stat on the bottom left. That is nuts. And for the first time in a while, it looks like Marine Lord might actually have more army value on the field simply because he's popped and B is at 165 population. B only has 400 gold in the bank. He's relying on relics.
It seems appropriate Marine Lord's in the red, man. I mean, like this guy right now, he's doing full Soviet era tactics. Not one step back, pile the bodies on. It's just never-ending spears. It's so cost efficient, right? Like it's crazy to your point, the destroyed value, the fact that these units, much less pricey, but still B maintains that lead. Yet the reality is B isn't really holding anymore, right? Like he's having to add in more spears. His Keshik mass is more of a Kekik mass now. And while that's happening, while he's forced to station in the center, the backstabs are coming in. And just a few rams here could probably lose complete control of the center of the map at a point where you can't afford it.
He's going to have bow chads with no docks pretty soon. The Culverin even going to be exceptionally good at sniping it as long as it shoots. It needs to shoot. Oh, it's going to die.
No, it's a bit too close. He's going to take one with him, though. In fact, could he get two? Okay, no.
No.
The one
but the Spearman raid in the back kills another group of Keshiks. The Rams are finally here, just taking out some towers, being super pesky. And oh, man, this is... I think Marine Lord's done it.
I think it's over.
I think he has the position.
Look at B's gold. Like, look at what B's trying to build. Like, you literally can now only build spears. Really? And guess what age they are? They're not even appropriate here. They're still castle age. B.
No, those are imp. What?
What? No, B's are castle age.
Oh, B's are castle.
Yeah, B's are. Look at them. Like, you see those 1, 2, 3 pips. Yeah, they're full boys. And it's already hard enough to beat HR in an infantry slog, but this is just, I mean, there's uphill and there's B a Skyrim horse. And right now, if I don't think B is a Skyrim horse. I don't know how he gets back into this game.
He's trying to go hand cannons with no golden come now. It's too late. He's getting Tithe Barnes in desperation. He's like, please, my 3 relics need to give me more value. And now even, he's going to make his own dock. He's going to say, you want to see a bow chat of my own? He's going to bring out maybe some demos. Maybe his own Carrick if he wanted to. Just to push him off the water once and for all. The gold's on the right, secured for Marine Lord as well. And this army is massive. He's popped. He's going to be looking for this engagement. If the hand cannon mass goes down, it's all ogre, man. I could see Lanchnex being a good option here, and Marine Lord does as well, 2 in Q. So I think that could be really good against the Spearman play now, because 5 Land Sharks mixed in with your Spearman, and all of those green Spearmen are dunzos. Wow, incredible
the
play.
last game. But yes, it's getting grim, right? And the worst part is now that you're playing these spearmen, you don't really have yam spread everywhere, and you're just seeing the knock-on effect. Marine Lord doesn't have to take a direct engagement. He can just strip your eco back. Any small upside you're finding is going to be gone. And that's another reason why like B isn't even attempting to go trade. Like, part of the point that it's central trade post, so it wouldn't be that good. It's the fact that you could never defend it. It's impossible against this comp.
Yeah, Mongol late game, right? They have this new tower upgrade to try and help them in this kind of position, but when they're on the back foot like this, even still with this tower boost, like you're still just super weak to constant raids, to people doing stuff like this. And the spearmen coming in, but there are a few, I think. No, the land sharks aren't at this engagement, so
no,
the spearmen will just duel it out here.
Meanwhile, in the eco lines, Horsemen just slapping down some more villages. Marine Lord maintaining that eco lead at this stage. The fishing has just kind of been allowed to exist still, so that's the one upside for B. He's not likely to run out of food anytime soon. But I just keep looking at
I thought he had no docks.
Wait, did he not rebuild one? I thought he snuck
one.
one.
All of his docks are. Oh, he built the dock.
Yeah, he's got double dock on the northern lake. It's very hard to see. Like green on blue is a bit weird.
Oh, he's still got.
Oh, okay. No, they're blueprints. They're now
his
going up.
His fishing has been idle for a while, I thought, because it just got burned like a minute ago. Yeah.
So he's gonna get back out there, though.
Yeah, he'll get back out there. Does this fight up? You gotta look out for the little golden feathers on those hats, because those spearmen could suddenly take a disastrous trade. And even at this stage, the spearmen are extremely important to just staying alive and having a mass of things to defend against.
And B is now no cav. That makes these mangonels even better. These lightweight mangonels, so fast they don't even have wheels. Looks like the spearmen aren't going to peel off. There's going to be a chase back here, though, and maybe there'll be a second way to protect this. Other cannon placements? No,
this is pod racing. I always think when that bug ever happens, to me they just look like they're pod racers from Star Wars. But never mind.
You know what's fitting is Marine Lord has the high ground.
He does. He does indeed. He has the better infantry as well here, because he's got. Well, he's actually missing melee armor, which would be really important here.
So actually, he's a little bit worse off here in this situation, right? Because the only thing he has to his advantage is his marching drills, and I don't think your objective in this situation is meant to be running away.
Oh man, the Rams come in though, and he's losing his whole right flank during this fight, where he does get a little bit of a position in the center, but I don't know if it's going to be meaningful enough running straight into the culverin, but there's a keep there to defend as well. Cannon placement coming in on that keep, so it's going to defend the spot.
You have to dive this. Like, honestly, if I was that culverin right now, I'd put a Mongol hat.
Oh! The lane shark will keep everyone safe. I will stand behind me.
How fat is that lang shark if a culverin can stand behind it?
Hey man, don't body shame.
Hey, maybe a new Civ can fulfill that role. Who knows?
Oh man.
I don't even know what this is. This is a siege workshop trying to get away. Good luck with that.
I think it's a siege workshop, yeah.
Demo? Like... Oh no, that. I think
it's still alive? Oh, never mind.
It won't be now. Caster.
The wood lines are going to be kind of hard for B now. He has to keep his wood lines on the south safe. That's the last wood lines he has access to. Marine Lord has got a full chokehold here. His bank is really nice, whereas B 160 pop and not really able to get back up to 200 again. That's so brutal because it's just brutal.
Like,
what do you do?
It's not just your food now that you've lost water again or going to lose water again. It's the fact of the wood, yeah, like you were mentioning. Like replacing them is not cheap. 150 wood each. Good luck, buddy.
Huh. Man, Marine Lord has really impressed me this game. This has been exceptional play from him to survive with just Spearman. Like really, it's felt like Spearman Horse has been his comp for the past 20 minutes. And it felt like that should have lost a while ago. But yeah, it's hard to stop that comp, especially with the HRV economy supporting it. Like, it's not easy being cheesy. Oh my gosh, the land sharks are here though. Look at the spearman just taking damage. Actually, nope, they got focused down.
There was one land shark in there, but he's not going to turn around for it. But he's denying the reboom because that was an extra TC. There's 2 TCs down that corner. One's been burned. So B was trying to make some sort of miracle recovery. It's crazy that he was focusing more villagers in that situation, considering that what you just said about wood, right? Like you're running out. It almost feels like even though it's hard, you kind of have to bank on trade now because the time where the villagers are able to like hold your economy feels like it's passed.
Just everything's burning. I feel like that's a metaphor for how B's been playing the past 10 minutes. Everything is on fire. Like, look at his mini map. Look at his life. It's just
fine.
This is not fine, dude. This is not okay. He's
No,
just burning the buildings under.
He's got all the other buildings.
He's
He's got plenty of these buildings. He has got a decent amount of hand cannons, by the way. I can't discredit that. Like, 12 in these choke points can do a lot of work, and Marine Lord has been lacking on the Langsneck department. But he is doing something that's a pretty smart cooking maneuver in this situation. He's now going into the hand cannons.
Yeah, that's... I don't know. I feel like Marine Lord didn't need to do that, but yeah, it's probably pretty good.
Well, it depends, Winston. Do you want this game to end in, like, 7 minutes, or do you want to end in 70 minutes?
I mean, I'm here for a good time, so...
All night, baby. Lock the door. We ain't
give me the
coming
long
out.
set. 10-hour stream.
True.
You ready?
I mean, we might need it in one game because we're at risk of this being 2 already. And I gotta say, like,
the wood's gonna run out really soon.
What, for Marine Lord? But for both players, I think. And
just for both players. There's only like 100 trees left on this map, maybe 200. Like,
I wish we had to select all trees so we could see how wrong you are.
There's this forest on the right and the forest on the left, and Marine Lord's chopped through literally everything else, right?
Okay, but then there's a few trees here, straggling trees. There's like 150 or 200.
Yeah, I said 100 to 200. Oh.
No, you said 100.
It's 3. Maybe it's 3. Don't get.
I don't know how you do your accountancies, but
I guess. Okay.
I'm gonna contact the IRS on this one. Spimmin holding this back. I think he has a few raiders on the backside of that TC though, and Ash once again a fixation point.
Do you think Marine Lord walls at some point, or does he just not care? Is he that confident?
Nah, that
He's
just feels
burning
unfair.
the TC.
Yeah, because that costs 900 wood. So he keeps him repairing it as well. It's almost like, well, killing these villagers takes a long time, but if they're all busy repairing, they ain't gathering.
Someone in chat pointed out that Marine Lord has been just slowly getting all the blacksmith upgrades, so 1 left, but not the most relevant one, right? Just
oh my god, he's
for the range damage when he has no range units.
Have you seen this? He's been snaking outposts towards this TC. There's a cannon emplacements, and I think this is where we're going to start to see the spearmen struggle, folks. Like, this mosh pit that has kind of been back and forth. I feel like B only has his outpost with cannons at the center of his base, 1 or 2 at the north, which is crazy when you consider all the wood is being contested on the south side.
There's even just another keep in the middle now. This keep is new. He just plopped that right there. Like, made sense why he burned all the siege workshops, right? He's like, now I can build this keep wherever I want.
Okay, there we go. So outposts have been dropped now, so cannon placements could come through. Am I only seeing bounty being researched now by B?
Yeah.
Well, he has got a lot of outposts to burn down, so it's kind of...
He's got a lot of work to do, yeah. if he wants to win this game, he's going to need that tech, right? Because it's going to be his only source of wood pretty soon, right?
Yeah, remember how we like...
Just raid.
We can't trade, right? So I guess this is the other way. If you can't trade, what rhymes with that? Raid! I don't know how he's going to burn enough to justify it, though. Like, I feel like you have to maybe run these spearmen into the back of Marine Lord's base. Yeah, that's so difficult to reach, though.
It's a big fight.
Here. The hand cannoneers aren't being targeted right. The spearmen kind of need to overflow this instead. Just enough troops here to block them. They'll eventually break through, but as long as the hand cannoneers from Marine Lord survive, what's going to matter is the damage done by the cannon placements.
He's getting a TC to get emergency repairs all the way to here. That's pretty funny.
It's a cheesy trick that HRE love. Protects the whole base, right? And it's only 2 rams. I think he has got lightweight beams, but it really doesn't matter. Can we check? I think there's core architecture as well. So Marine Lord, his buildings, yeah, they do not die fast. 6,500 HP. DC soon to complete. B, well, we talked about that huge mass he had, right? Like 80 spearmen.
It's going to finish just in time. Boom.
Oh, come on. Just this
well, actually,
rams
that's 6 rams now. That's actually enough to kill.
But he doesn't have an army anymore. He doesn't have an army anymore. Like, everything's dead. So now the Rams, I mean, they might get through the castle, but my concern is, where's the backbone of the army now? Has he actually kept this up? Oh my god. It's going to go down. He does get it in the end.
What the heck?
I can't actually believe he got through that. Like, that looked like the Rams had been going down, but B, he intentionally A-clicked back in, which forced aggro off of the Rams, right? Because A-click behavior always prioritizes bio over Rams. Rams are at least going to get cleaned up now, but definitely a pricey loss for Marine Lord in a situation where he doesn't have the stone to re-keep.
Yeah. Wait, that's interesting. He doesn't have any stone income? That means he didn't get Tithe Barns with Regnets. Interesting.
No.
I guess with only 2 relics, he thinks it wasn't worth it.
He thought this game was going to be over 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, he probably thought he had won this already, right?
He's like, oh, he's still playing? Come on.
I mean, B is being very stubborn here about this. He's at 100 pop. B, well, Marine Lord is popped, and
there we go.
As I call him stubborn, he's like, you know what? I am being stubborn. I should be nice here, and he taps out there. But after an exceptional game, though, that was really crazy by Marine Lord to be able to win that. Like, B had such a strong advantage in the Castle Age, and somehow when the Swabia came in, it felt like something about his attack plan just fell apart. Like, he left the curl tie on the left. He maybe got too like tricky with the boats and stuff, and maybe he just needed to add siege earlier and just attack because he had everything he needed, right? He had full map control. Marine Lord had no business going out to the gold. So I'm really curious if B ever like talks about it. How did this happen on this game, right? Like, how did he let that slide away and slip away from him? Because military wise, he had so many more units. He had so many Keshik. I think if he just added siege like Mangonel, a couple bombards, push, it might be over, but maybe he was afraid of the Culverins. I don't know. Really interesting, right? Like,
I just think a lot of us are going to go to bed tonight thinking about how good Marine Lord is. That was an incredible turnaround. It means he's now 2-0 up. Well, you already were. You've definitely had at least 10 people to it. I think I'm minus 20 with my pitch to Hollywood. But the action hero right now is looking like Marine Lord, right? Like B, very much struggling, and now we do this. We knew it was coming.
The
it
Chinese
pains
mirror.
me that it was coming. I didn't
I'm
want
excited.
it to happen. No,
okay.
don't.
No, well, I'm going to counteract your negativity with positivity. I actually like Archipelago and Warring Islands. I like these maps. I like how they play.
No.
I think naval games are fun. I think mirrors on water don't like it's less relevant to me because the water matchups are usually either really imbalanced but the navies are pretty clear. So like the mirrors, whatever to me. Like, I'm excited about this. This is all going to be all about execution, build order, map control, boats going boom, bang. Sorry, they're going to go bang like that. Because that's the new sound. I'm excited. You're silly.
Is he done talking?
No,
okay, so
I'm always talking.
I am sorry. When you started to justify Chinese mirrors on Warring Islands, I genuinely filtered you out like a fine coffee machine.
It's the grand finals, dude.
Yeah, but it's Chinese.
This is the most important Chinese mirror on Warring Islands you're ever going to see.
Literally, just like. So here's the thing: Spawn can play a big part in this, and the optimal build is typically to just literally rush Imperial Age. Now, if we get in, and we're gonna have like someone's doing transport ship play, they smuggle a few Palace Guard, I'm gonna be doing cartwheels around the room. You're gonna see me as excited as ever. But I can't shake that feeling, in my fingers, in my toes, that we're heading towards, and maybe it's just because it's Skyforks today, right? But we're heading towards an absolute firework display in Imperial Age China.
Maybe.
You had a dirty sound to your voice there, like a secret fetish of like, I like Baochuans, maybe.
I do like the tech for more bees. Like, it's cool. It's fun. I don't know. You can't have me like it's a negative thing to be excited about the fireworks.
So I guess the fair point here is like it's balanced at least, because I feel like, remember earlier when we saw the French Chinese, that just like it's like GG. So in fairness, we could get a wild game here. We could be treated to an absolute beast of a match, because something to keep in mind is B especially can be very unorthodox with his approaches. And one thing I remember seeing early on in Empire Wars is some shenanigans with transport ships and villages. Maybe we get that here. He's going to have to do something magical, though, because right now he's trailing. It's a best of 9, but being 2 down already does not bode well. Let's see if he can smash Marine Lord in a mirror Chinese on Warring Islands.
Yes, we have game 3 in a bow 9. Very exciting. Very exciting. I was going to say, hey, we have Chinese in the south and Chinese in the north, but I think people kind of understand that implicitly here. The dock positions, the thing you want to look for is if they're building forward, it means maybe a more aggressive strat. Interestingly, Marine Lord has built his docks in the back, at least his first dock in the back, I think. So going for really safe fish, which means if B does some sort of aggressive strat, you have to deal with that rush timing being so much longer for that first galley to get there, right? So we'll see how this goes. Yeah, B building forward with both docks.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising because I feel like usually you see the person who has the straight line island, they usually dock forward, and then because of the distance you have to walk, like it's a bit weirder for the extruded player. Kind of an annoying extrusion, actually. We earlier on saw a great example of how the Chinese can leverage that for a Barbican drop, but with the forward wood line spawn, it means that B can't get this like X factor Barbican placement that could interfere in the mid-map fights.
Yeah, good Barbican's positions are going to be really critical here. That forest, like you're saying, is kind of blocking that really good spot, so maybe not really there for B, but he could still get something on those islands, like you're saying. Yeah, like there's one spot on the left that could kind of interfere, but on the right, I think there's even a relic blocking, so it wouldn't quite be available right away.
Yeah, like maybe he could get the high ground. I think the interesting thing here is the potential still for Barbican play. When we have seen these shenanigans, it's either an outpost rush up immediately, or because you go Imperial Academy first, because it's just so much more efficient, you could still make that villager pull a little bit later. And something to keep in mind in this game mode is it's not a big chunk of your economy to sacrifice, right? Like you start with so many villages that sending 1 or 2, maybe even 4 to build something on the enemy island, it doesn't stunt your progression.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think both options make sense. Either building it at home or a little further forward. But yeah, we'll see. There's ecos are a little ahead for B, so something about his build was just a little bit cleaner.
It's so even though it took him longer to place his docks, if you check, like if you look on the map, you can kind of see it where typically the back fish spawn a bit further away than some of the center fish, right? So yeah, he's got less distance. Like actually, if you look at the tree line, the right side where B's got one of his docks, it's within kissing distance, so he doesn't have to go far at all for the deep water fish.
Mm-hmm.
At the extrusion, like at the front of his base, there. Look at that.
That's nice. That's really clean. Yeah, he's got a lot of fishing boats on that too. it's quite good for him.
China and their build speed, right? Totally.
It adds up so fast, right?
It's like you look away for a minute. We're 3 minutes into a game. Yes, I know it is Empire Wars, better economy, but literally 3 minutes in and that many fishing boats is, yeah, it's kind of bonkers.
Mm-hmm.
I think B, yeah, this is interesting actually. Marine Lord, the reason why B had a slight fishing advantage there is because Marine Lord went for the fishing upgrade sooner. B is only getting it in now, and another big difference here is Marine Lord, I think he went up to 4 docks, while B is still at 2.
Yeah, seems to be the case, and he's using all 4 there. Actually, adding in the transport ship is B4 as well, so 4 docks are both players. They're kind of hard to spot in green. Transport ship coming in, and it looks like we have a landing on that center island on the left. Interesting ideas here from him.
So this could be the Barbican drop. I
think so there.
Actually, I mean, there's no better place, right? Like you might as well take one of the central islands. Unfortunately, he has chosen the island that only has 2 relics.
I don't know if there's enough space for the Barbican there. The gold
I think
might
like
kind
near
of
the
block it with the cliffs.
maybe, like near the trade instead.
But what does that do? I don't know.
I guess you Song Dynasty. I mean, what else do you
yeah,
want
I guess he's only got 1 build there, so I actually think that's just for emplacements, right? Like these forward emplacements can be so punishing. They can just shut down any attempt for your opponent to like navigate the map. And you can see that he's kind of playing for the left and the right because now he's landed on the right island as well. So that's going to be where he Barbicans. Interesting.
Yeah.
Really far from the water, so not trying to control the coast, just trying to say like, hey, if you land anything here, I will win, right?
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Like, what if B is just kind of aiming for Sacred Site dominance? Because Marine Lord has given over mid-map control. You can drop temples here, absorb relics, and then lock in Sacred Sites. That's a big eco advantage. And once again, like these dock placements, look at how close those deep water fishes are.
Oh, straight with the Imperial Palace, skipping Song entirely is Marine Lord, so he's going to FC here quite fast. And I love this Imperial Palace position. you're going to see, if we go to his point of view, his map is just going to light up that entire central spot, right? He's going to see everything that B is doing. Probably not the Barbican, but he might spot that if the Vils are still building it when he presses the button for spying. No, looks like he's just barely going to miss seeing the Barbican spot just with his thing. This is crazy.
It's like crazy the fact that the B still has that slight edge on the tech up, right? Like,
You can see the fish.
You see everything. It's so insane.
And then he'll push the button soon if he's just searching for those Vils. He might even see the gold Vils.
You know what my favorite thing recently
remembers.
is? Like someone playing Chinese
Oh, there
and
it is.
hitting the spies on like a migration free-for-all. Just looks like someone scratched the entire map up.
Yeah.
Boat's going to come in though, and that's going to start idling out a bit of fishing. Now, B has spread himself quite wide. It's going to force him to go into Springle chip here. So I think Marinlo's goal here is just to kind of like bait B to hang around a little bit longer and then find his way up. Usually, it feels like this Chinese mirror turns into a game of chicken, and oh my lord. That's a lot of fishing boats moving to the front line.
It's a big migration, and that's all in vision of Marine Lord, right? Like, he sees this. So I guess B is just saying, I'm just going to keep fishing no matter what you do, and I'm going to go up to, and like you're saying, but getting out of Sir's Hulk to defend.
He's still being chased, by the way. The archer ship just found the fishing around there, because like you said, he has the vision, right? So it's going to keep chasing him away, and I really do hope the Springle ship is coming out of one of those two docks. Otherwise, you could find yourself with a lot of missing eco.
Interestingly, he's not even on stone yet for the thing. He's just fully focused on the wood and gold here with the food from the sea, so not even going to be getting an early emplacement out. Oh, demo coming in. B not watching. Will
Well played.
lose a
Now
and there's
second demo.
another one. Oh my
hella
gosh.
funny.
He's not
He
looking.
might clean up the fishing as well. Ooh.
Oh, he wasn't targeting.
Okay. Yeah, he didn't get the maximum impact here, so we'll have to retreat there. Transport ship, though, and looks like more relics coming home from Marine Lord. He did grab, I believe, both of the ones from that neutral island, which is really surprising considering B had... Yeah, he had the Barbican. Okay,
But
one's
not
there.
both, just one.
There we go.
Okay.
But still, getting one is, like, considering the investment B made there, I'm quite surprised he didn't immediately drop a temple and steal both of those, right?
Just resources being spread a bit thin here for B.
Yeah.
And so is attention,
Check
right?
away.
Like when we're watching this, it looks kind of calm, but like as a player, like you're microing every single ship, right? There's a lot going on mentally here. Spiritway coming in, so Bauschwan's on the way soon for Marine Lord. Sarah ship gonna get forced back.
Not the most optimal of trades, but Demo
Whoa,
over
Demo!
here. Hello, big boy Marine Lord. Now, this is crazy because B is still about, I'd say, half a minute away from his own tech up. And now he's down on the fishing count, right? This kind of a spooky situation. Like, the first Bauchuans are also going to hit the field from Marine Lord. Has he placed many 4 docks? I think it's only 1 so far, but I wouldn't be surprised if he adds in 3 or 4 more, just so that his military is immediately halfway across the map.
Yeah, and B has honestly not been paying attention
my
to all
God.
of his... Okay, there we go. This time he notices.
It's like, mercy, please. So we'll be able to dodge that. Demo's going to stay here and kind of hold him hostage for the time being, but there is a wraparound coming in for the Springle ships. B, not paying attention.
Oh.
What are they doing? They like doing a slow dance together? Like, what's going on here?
Look away.
That's like when you're trying to just get through a thin river and you kind of bump into someone else's boat. All of a sudden,
Wait.
you're kind of tied up.
Marine Lord got 3 relics?
Yeah.
Did he get the one on the left island too?
Wait,
Did he snag
No,
that?
he should have had 2 on his starting island because B had 2 on his starting island.
Okay.
Right? It should be. I'm pretty sure B had 2 on his starting island. Or am I imagining that? I remember Warring Islands, I think it's
Starting
usually
island
2 on
too.
each starting
Yeah,
island,
my
then
bad.
2 on one in the middle, and 1 on the other.
I misunderstood the situation. I was like, how did he get that too? He can't keep getting away with it. 3 bow chads.
We have to go into a
already
monologue
for
again
Marine
about how good he is.
Lord. Oh, that's okay.
I mean, he is. He's bloody.
Yeah,
He's
it's
blitzing
true.
this right now. Bauchuans. This is crazy, actually, because not only will you have Bauchuan advantage, but you're also going to have the fireworks, the celebratory show, much quicker than B. B, who is only getting Type 1s now, and Marine Lord also got that beforehand, but B does have more relics, so that's a small edge if this crawls late enough. The question is whether we're going to get that deep.
The relic on the middle might even be at risk. Now that I think about it, right? Like the Barbican's getting taken out.
Yeah, Barbican just feels pathetic against these siege ships as well.
Yeah.
Well, the count isn't exactly inspiring faith right now in B, is it? Right, like look at the amount he's pushing out. 1 Barbican. Meanwhile, Marine Lord is adding in another 4.
And he's getting shipwrights even, which gives even more HP, but B is also getting shipwrights, so both players pretty close in the techs. I don't think either player has Bs on the C, right? Not yet.
Has B got his hand? They both just had it come in. They both just got the tech, but like
That's
I think so
shipwright.
anyway. But no, they had one before that. Wait, check them because they had the.
Well, they're not shooting with it.
Yeah, that's weird. Well, it's got. Yeah, that you're right. I could have sworn I saw it tech though.
That was shipwright.
Yeah, but there was another tech.
Oh.
Was it the extra range tech? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
It's the gunpowder units, right? Oh, maybe. But the interesting thing I was gonna say is like, I'm curious to see what's gonna happen with these food numbers now because I don't know if B got his level 2 fishing upgrade. Marine Lord just kicked it in, right? So if B already had it, like this gap should shrink between them in terms of their food income, which means we could just see kind of a never-ending slog where Marine Lord could theoretically keep like a 2 to 4 Bouchard advantage.
Yeah, and Marine Lord's gonna snag another relic here, which is kind of clutch actually. That he's able to get that. He probably should not have been allowed that, but
Hey, he yoinks what he wants. After that last game, I
Almost gonna
don't
connect.
think anyone can argue that.
almost dead.
He's going to retreat away, and there we go. The knobs are in action here. Makes it very hard for you to even think about getting 1 or 2 demos in. It feels like you have to engage the Bao Chuans before you even bring those demos in range.
Yeah, Marine Lord prioritizing numbers ahead of that tech, but maybe gonna regret that pretty soon if these B shots keep connecting. The quality of B's army might come into play here.
It's kind of being split wide as well. Marine Lord doesn't want to get surrounded, so now react on the west side. But we had to start like shifting around, shutting down some fishing, taking out some docks maybe. In fact, I think he's now pivoting south. Remember that little extension base we saw from B? Demos. Marine Lord with
that's
the
a
ball.
huge flank.
And he's going to find
There's
it
a
here.
lot of
Connects
demos.
onto multiples, in fact. Oh, man. If he gets a little bit deeper with this one, that's going to be a heavy hit. 3 of the Bouch ones. 1 goes down, 2 are injured. And just like that, now Marine Lord with a 10 Bouchuan advantage.
That is a massive advantage on the C now for him. That flank was devastating. B didn't have the aeroships out to defend that. Thought maybe his Boucherons would be enough, but they just weren't. They just weren't. And Marine Lord sticking with his guns, not getting the tech. Maybe he's been thinking it's not worth it.
Well, the demos are just making up the difference here. They just keep snaking in. Another Boucheron goes down. They that 3.
4. Oh, boy.
This is over. I don't see how B gets back in. He hasn't got that many docks to rebuild with, but now that you're surrendering this ground, those docks are being killed. They're being shelled.
Wow. This was domination. Total destruction. Oh, this Bouchon's just dead on arrival.
Can I refund myself, please? I don't want to be here anymore.
Oh my gosh.
I think B is now just kind of processing the loss, right? Like, you know, he'll try to stick in it, maybe see if there's a little bit of a whoopsie daisy. One good demo play could potentially set this back and reset the fight entirely, but I think you need 3 good demo plays here because of the way Marine Lord split up his forces. Like, there we go. Like, he still doesn't have that. I still can't believe he doesn't have that tech.
So it's just not valuing it highly here.
Like, am I missing something here? Because you don't lose any additional cannons from it, right?
I didn't think so. I don't think you lose any firepower, but maybe it slows down your attack speed somehow, and he's realized that it's not worth it or something, but I could also just imagine he's like, oh, I'm winning without it. Why get it? Right? And
This is a
GG.
flex. This is an absolute flex. Marine Lord now 3 points on the board. And what a way to do it. Without the tech, in the late game, in a mirror matchup. This man's making a statement.
That was impressive. That was clean from Marine Lord across all fronts. Like I don't even really know what B did wrong, other than there was some explosive moments, but it just seemed like he was just down on ships for the entire Imperial Age, which didn't really make sense because they were pretty much even. Maybe the transport shenanigans slowed down his age ups faster, like more than he needed to, right? Like we saw he had a slower castle time, we saw he had slower ecotechs. Maybe
You know what
that's
it
what it
was?
was.
It was so he spread out his docks on the front side, and while they're more
Yeah,
efficient because they're closer, he had to walk a lot further to place them,
yeah.
and he done 2 on the opening compared to 4. The other critical detail is when the archer ship wrapped around the back, if you remember from Marine Lord, and then you saw
Mhm,
that great migration where like 10 plus fishing boats came towards Marine Lord shores. Like
mhm.
that idle time adds up to quite a bit, especially when you consider that they did have the fishing upgrades. So like while you aren't gathering, Marine Lord is sitting there with fishing upgrade level 1, which is why I think he like clocked Barbican and also got the Imperial Palace ahead of Beast timing.
Exactly. I think you're exactly on the money there. It all just worked better for him. I think just those subtle differences go a really long way in these mirrors, like we talked about at the start. It was a Chinese mirror. Speaking of mirrors, we do have another
Well,
one lined up.
oh, this is interesting actually. So I'm thinking they're saving Delhi for Canal. Actually,
That's what
Delhi
we've
could
seen a
like,
lot.
yeah, it could be good on Dry Arabia. I think like that's always been a classico for them.
I
Maybe we'll see.
think that Semi's
Okay,
declared the canal as the Delhi map, right? Like
yeah,
it's so good. The pulling the 3 scholars to the front, and then you can garrison them and ungarrison them into the dock for safety and for the tech as well. So they're also contributing to your global tech speed as well. So really flexible there. And then the healing means that you can just get the towers up right without
yes.
problems. And you have the fishing boat. So I feel like Delhi to me is very canal focused, and we saw. I think B drafted that and he played that. I think Marine Lord also played Delhi on Canal in his set yesterday. I'd have to remember better.
The interesting part is you'd think, oh well, like why wouldn't you want Delhi here? Because this has 4 sacred sites. There's a lot of value, but the difference there is Delhi have a big edge around the fishing you were talking about, and that's just kind of like the creme de la creme. So Roos makes a very logical shoe in that regard because not only does this map have 4 sacred sites, it also is Lion King in all the sequels. It's got 4 pigs on it, so plenty of bounty to be yoinked away here.
Yeah,
Curious to
and
see. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, no, no. What were you gonna say? What were you
I,
gonna
I
say?
was gonna say curious to see if we see any like weird proxy TCs because I think the ball placements kind of encourage it, whereas usually we're seeing people drop their TCs very close to wherever the Kremlin goes.
So you're thinking like the old days of
Yeah,
Rus,
the
like a
old
year and a half ago, before the Kremlin had
hell
gremlins,
yeah.
right? Like where they just did these proxy TCs, and there's the Archer build. There have been a lot of builds for Rus on maps with a lot of hunt, especially boars. So we'll see if Well, I think it'd be interesting to see, but at the same time, I kind of expect more standard play because you're in that mirror. So if you do something that's too risky and doesn't pay off fast enough, and you're just behind in a mirror, you just kind of die, right? Especially against players that are this clean. Like, think about it from B's perspective. Is he saying, okay, I want to play this mirror in a really exotic way and give Marine Lord a clean and comfortable game where he just wipes me? Or is he going to try and play it standard and just actually do what he's good at, which is, macroing, microing, all that combined, right? Like, play Marine Lord in a fair and front way, right? Like,
Mhm.
maybe, but at the same time, he did just lose trying that, right? With the kind of
That's dangerous
weird.
fate.
I think he did kind of weird shenanigans on the 2 islands. I feel like that slowed him
Yeah.
down too much. Like that's like kind of what you're saying, like the forward TC stuff. Like maybe just building at home, playing standard would be safer and smarter for him this game.
And the dangerous thing about doing those type of things is Marine Lord is a guy who's been on record that says like he believes that he can take a win if he just gets like a 3-4% advantage. Like yeah, he picks 1 or 2 villages and that's it. He'll happily then regress back to kind of mirroring what you do. It's been one of his strong points and has been a consistent advantage for him through. So um, it is dangerous, but at the same time, my thought process is like B being unconventional can be a potential edge for him. Then again, do we feel like he's been unconventional through this series, right? Do we feel like Woodwall and Kawasan also were odd strategy approaches given his opponent? Or was he playing kind of a standard meta?
I feel like he was definitely playing more standard in these past games. I mean,
Hmm.
you could maybe argue that on Woodwall doing the like the not doing the Armory Observatory
Yeah,
build
doing the
and instead
Istanbul
doing
Imperial
the
Palace.
Istanbul Palace was maybe slightly off meta for what people have been discovering in the past like couple weeks, especially with Empire Wars, with that fast imp build being so popular. But like he did probably like the second most meta build, right?
Hmm.
Or third maybe most meta build, which was the you know the Jan push, right? So I don't know, like it didn't feel like it was that bad in terms of strat. So we'll see. I mean, we got Roos Roos. Oh, Roos mirror. I was trying to roll the R's, but I can't. Roos mirror.
I'm
No,
there
there we
with you. I really want to. I don't know how you guys do that.
go.
It's
Roos mirror.
so
There you go. Finally.
I had my feelings about the Chinese mirror, and I stand by them. They found a hype way of making that play out, but like it is a bit kind of a cut and dry one. The goal was the same. This, on the other hand, to me, I think there are some interesting permutations we've seen in the past, and Tempe can prove to become quite a fast open map once you move past your initial holdings. And I
Mm.
do believe it's about time to show you guys Tempe. I think we've only seen it like a few times here in the tournament so far. So I'm excited to see what these two absolute beasts can do with a 4 relic, 4 ball map. Let's hop into game number 4.
Yeah, it's kind of like an all-tie with trade posts not guaranteed in the corners, and then obviously the mountain pass has been really opened up, and then way more hunt, right? So it really does feel like a different map as well with the 4 sacred sites, right? So there's a lot going on here that's very different, and even if that cliff makes you feel comfortable, it definitely doesn't play comfortable, right? Like when you're in there, it feels like your back's against the wall, not like it's protecting you, right? So we'll see. The Marine Lord adding in the 4th scout right away. I don't know if we'll see B do that, because usually 3 is enough to get everything, but maybe on a map with more hunt, this is a bit of prep from Marine Lord to secure bounty.
The problematic element is the more hunt is a bore, right? So it kind of feels like you need to unlock castle, like feudal age rather, get a knight, and then start making that play. But yeah, as you said, Golden Gate coming out. Also, check this wall. This is intriguing. It looks like B is going to try for a back TC. Have you checked that southern corner? That's insane. Double deer and boar, just a screen apart.
Yeah, that'd be cozy for him if he's able to secure it, for sure. I mean, Marine Lord, most of his resources are forward. He does have the boar and the gold in the north corner if he needs it. And B with a really interesting wall in the north as well. But it's been spotted.
Trade? Like my brain is kind of like this looks like you're hiding trade or worried about trade. Why is he worried it's going to happen here? Is it maybe knights with the stealth forests on the flanks?
I think it's just, this is a game where, like, a Roos Mirror is kind of one of those matchups where your Vills aren't going to have a lot of opportunity later, right? There's going to be, like, 2 or 3 scouts guaranteed scattered around the map, and there's going to be knights on the field pretty quickly. If you want these walls in good positions, you have to do it now. Otherwise, you're not going to get the opportunity. These villagers can also do stuff like try and secure relics. They can add hunting cabins later in if you have the wood income for it. So there's definitely value to having vills on the map like this. It's just doing it on both sides in clear vision is a bit risky. But we'll see. I mean, he's getting away with it, right? And it's going to be really annoying to deal with these walls later, right? The fortified walls are just so tanky, so durable. They buy a lot of time.
And we're seeing the scouts kind of harassing onto each other. Now, that's not bad for B. Yes, it looks like his scouts losing that fight, agreed, but idling 2 scouts with 1, like that evens you up 2-2, right? And this back corner has now been discovered. This is kind of annoying for B. He does push Marine Lord back, I think just before he saw the deer in the corner here. He might suspect that there, but there's a difference between thinking and knowing, right? As a result, that should be bounty in the bank of B.
How much bounty do you think Marine Lord has? He made 4, right? Like, he didn't want 3 scouts, right?
That's true. So you're saying more than 80 bounty?
Well, let's see. If 3 get you 80, what do 4 get you? You know, it's got to be more. This TC on the right makes a lot of sense. Do you think we're going to see triple TC here?
I really hope not. Wait,
Everyone in chat
okay,
just said 80 bounty. Come on, guys.
This is kind of crazy, actually.
It's got to be at least 85.
That was so close. That was really crafty by Marine Lord. When you open Horseman, it produces a lot quicker than Knights, so technically you get an opportunity to block the TC that usually you wouldn't use to Knights. But sadly for him, like B, maybe not as far out as he was expecting the TC drop, and a little bit quicker on the timing. Something you can kind of forgive, right? Because Empire Wars, these players have only practiced so many times on this mode, so getting those timings locked in accurately is a bit hard consistently.
Yeah, it does look like 3 scouts or 3 TCs for both. Sorry, my mind is really on the song right now. So 3 TCs for both.
Okay, this is fine then. I thought like this was going to be 2 TCs one side, 3 the other, because I think when it's 2 TCs versus 3 TCs, I usually favor the castle age timing. Like we talked a little bit earlier about the high trade house and how that adds in, and then there's also the relic gathering you're naturally given. But I think with the way the bounties kind of spread out here, there's decent value in this. In fact, has B begun building his third? I don't think he has, right?
No,
Wait,
he's doing it in a really interesting way. He's waiting for the clicks at the Golden Gate to buy it. You can see he's at 200
yeah.
stone. So he's just waiting to do it via Golden Gate, and in the meantime, he's been adding stables. So he's gonna have knights out around the same time, but his TC is much later. So I tend to think that Marine Lord's method of mining the stone for both TCs was better, and then he's just using the Golden Gate probably for wood here. Actually, I think that might be what he was doing.
No, B. No. Come on. Wait, does that work? What? Okay, well played, sir. Actually, well played. I genuinely thought that was going to be blocked off. That is, like, check that little path. It's subtly hidden in the rocks there. That's a beauty right there.
Yeah, I think when you saw the Bills walking that way, he probably just clicked them, right? He probably didn't.
Yeah.
He probably wasn't
thought
microing. He probably just sent them to the board, right?
Exactly. I thought he was like walling it, and then he was like, "Oh, I'm going to click through manually and make my way down." So no, he's a crafty bugger.
But that's where these walls early game are really smart, right? From B, because like he invested in it, and sure, like his third TCs maybe a little bit later because of it. But sorry, I thought the ball was going to die.
Wait,
it's actually in the wall,
right?
so not everybody can work on it. But anyway, because these walls are up now, it kind of means that like Marine Lord has to deal with the fact that he isn't walled yet, and if he wants walls that are going to protect this front TC, for example, he's going to have to be exposed to the night raids because they're out on the field now. So I kind of like how B played this, but maybe too expensive.
I think he spent too long walking. Like, I really think he spent way too long walking. So sure, he gets out that ball, but even with Wheelbarrow, I just want you guys to look at where that ball was and where his starting TC was. And you can see the difference it's made. Like, Marino's timing. Also, like, back to the original point of, like, waiting for the tickets versus mining. The other thing to keep in mind is the edge that B was meant to have is night production, right? And while he's one ahead, you have to remember he used gold to buy those stone tickets, which then set back the scaling on the night count. So only one ahead, not really that impressive at this stage. And a dive on the TC could easily just end up with Marine Lord getting mid-map aggression afterwards.
So double high trade house. Neither player has a great one. B's is slightly better. Castle age times are going to be pretty similar here. But I think what we need to look at is that Marine Lord's now up 7 bills, right? Like, B never built... He has this 200 stone, but it's overdraft, right? He's committing to 2 TC play here, which is going to just basically, I think, kill his build order and probably hurt his chances at this game if he doesn't deal damage right now, which it doesn't look like he will, right? He's down almost 10 bills, and Marine Lord has more units and he's up faster. So what did this 2 TC play do exactly for him? I'm curious about why he didn't add the third when he has 200 stone already. I'm wondering what he saw in this game that made him think this way, but it's a pretty harsh way of saying it. It's just curious, right? Like,
no, it's a fair way of saying it, because like a third TC would have made perfect sense down here. It would have been further to walk, but I generally expected a third TC. With the amount of food in this area, it will sustain a third TC's life for a very long time before it becomes inefficient. But like, if you go 2 TC, you have to be Castle Age first. If you are not, your build is just suboptimal. And I don't think anyone's going to argue against that here, that Marine Lord's build is clearly and blatantly better when you see him now having Night Mass advantage, prepping crossbows behind this, and being up 10 eco and in a position where he could even increase that now by taking the relics.
But like, what I was confused about was B looked like he was in a position where he could just use the Golden Gate to build the third TC, but instead he added these 2 ranges, which he hasn't used yet, right? In fact, the Marine Lord is the one using his archery ranges, whereas B's are just idle, so unless he canceled them and I missed it, but yeah, this is tricky.
I mean, also, here's another thought, right?
There
was a gap where he was missing a night worth of production, right? Because I think he could have been 2 ahead of Marine Lord at one stage, but instead of being able to do that, he was lacking gold. So once again, if you have those tickets and you've got surplus stone, maybe it's just worth like selling the stone in that situation. It sounds really nitpicky, but we have to remember we are in a mirror, and like that was the difference, right? Like he had to dive a TC, one night goes down, and all of a sudden, B feels like he's always on the defensive.
He's going to be grabbing some of the relics, but I think we're going to see the advantage go towards B in the well, it depends on how this one on the left goes, right? Marine Lord already has one, and there's this relic that he's about to grab as these knights and scouts just miss it for B.
Yeah,
so Marine Lord should get 3 relics even with his faster age up. Even now, a knight's
one lost.
And there's no TC here, so this knight honestly could handle this entire economy, right?
Okay, here's a crazy thought. You spend all that effort walling for the boar further forward, but you didn't wall here.
Oh, and I thought that this would be a free relic for Marine Lord, or for
You can't convince me my religion's not right. There we go. Remember, folks.
Oh, that's so painful. That's so painful. Actually, he trapped the Vil, or trapped the...
I mean, you've trapped... Like, okay, have you trapped him?
Or has he trapped
you? Are you trapped in here with him? Like, which way is this? Because that's a Castle Age Knight you're killing. Sorry, killing. Oh my god, there's so many dead. He just calls it.
He's just going to call GG. I mean... So that was just kind of strategy failure, right? That was just build order breakdown, right? Like, he had the 200 stone and then never used it. So I think, like, if that had been invested rather in a faster age up, or maybe the Golden Gate needed to be used a little more effectively to get a faster age up on the 2TC, I think 2TCFC can beat 3TCFC. It's just you have to, like, you have to be there. You have to be there first, right? Like that's like the big deal, right? And not being able to secure that. And I thought I saw B build 2 ranges, but maybe he didn't. Maybe I was just hallucinating. Maybe that was Marine Lord. So my bad on that call. But like it's very odd. I'm not sure. Like maybe it was just the boar distance. Like he went for these crazy far boars, whereas Marine Lord maybe had slightly closer deers and had a more compact base. It could have been small details like that we missed. We also didn't see the bounty count, so there's a chance that Marine Lord had just like way better bounty. Maybe the 4th scout played a huge role in that. Maybe Marine Lord like hit with like what 250, and maybe I don't know. Maybe B didn't go over 100, right? Like you never really know. We'd have to check the non-capture age replay, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, and here's
well, we predicted this. It seems that B chose this one, right? So B's like, okay, I've lost 2 mirrors in a row.
Mm-hmm.
I'm feeling pretty good about rolling the dice again. Let me just remortgage the house. And I mean, this is a dangerous game he's playing, right? We have to remember it's a match point, but I guess also from B's perspective, this was eventually going to happen. This, if you can't beat him in a mirror, the reality is you can't win this series, as has been proven by the last 2. So you got to come in strong. And I'm trying to feel like, to me, at least in starter play, I felt like Marine Lord, even though I don't see him practicing much Deli on the ladder usually, he's like top 2, top 3 most scary people with Deli in my mind. Like I remember when I kind of called it the signature play when we start to see people like absorbing all the relics at the start of Castle Age, and that was Marine Lord at first. Like he kind of innovated that approach to it. Do you think B is gonna have to do something weird here?
The problem is, I think yesterday, at least in my eye, it secured what the meta is for a Deli mirror on this map. It absolutely is played one way, and I think if B has a different way to do it, I'm excited to see it. But what we saw in these Deli mirrors on this map is that everyone just brings their scholars forward and a bunch of Vils, and you have this weird tower race with the fishing boats securing it, and everyone stops fighting because the scholars out heal the damage at that stage, right? So I don't know, like it's kind of a mess. It's kind of a mess, and I think yesterday we saw a demo end up winning the game because a demo came and hit 5 Vils, and I think we could potentially just see something similar here. Important to keep in mind, there's that tech manuscript trade at the Delhi dock, so it lets them garrison 3 scholars, and they secure the production, and you start with 3 scholars in Empire Wars. So it just seems like kind of a perfect fit for this map where you can really secure that central wall, the central tower, and then push the opponent's fish, right, with the dock as well. And if Pretty B can't secure that, like what other strat is he going to do that's going to beat that gameplay, right? I think we saw it arise in the semifinals. We've seen like glimpses of it leading into this tournament, or like throughout this tournament. And I think that just has to be the way that it's played. And we'll see if maybe B has a different way. Maybe he has a counterplay. Maybe some crazy thing that we're not thinking of, or he's going to outsmart Marine Lord here. But if it comes down to that, I think that Marine Lord has just an advantage simply because of momentum. His micro's been better. His macro's been better. His strategies have been better. So I don't see a reason why we can't expect him to 5-0 here in this mirror situation. At least that's my perspective on it.
Well, it's also the gameplay style, right? I think Marine Lord is one of the best players at seeing and reacting to something, right? His brain is always thinking like in kind of like percentile players, like, okay, what kind of advantage can I get out in this? Like, what is the appropriate response? Most players are thinking that way, but for Marine Lord, like we highlighted earlier, it's all about that small edge. As long as he gets a small edge, he feels content. So it almost feels like someone I've noticed whenever these two clash is B's more unconventional strategies kind of tend to fall short more often than succeed against Marine Lord. To put it in Marine Lord's words, why is he going ape, right? Like, that's always the way he thinks about this. And he always has this very calm reaction. And so far in this game, I don't really feel like we've seen, in the last two at least, B forcing a reactionary stage, right? He's always been defending. So maybe, I think game two was at least quite close. If I could see B getting back to being the active force, maybe we can see a return to form. Maybe we can see a reverse sweep. He's going to have to do everything right here. Nothing but perfection will get B a win. His back is up against the wall. Marine Lord, 4 points on the board, 1 away from victory, and we head into our third mirror on Canal.
And here we go. The lads are heading forward for the Vil fight. This is really important that your dock goes down in the right spot so that you have, so you secure your start. And yeah, Marine Lord bringing 3 scholars. B, interestingly, only bringing 2. It looks like he kept 1 in the monastery at home, the mosque at home, so that he could get faster tech timings, right? The first scholar means a lot for the wheelbarrow time, so we should see a much faster time for B, and maybe that plays an impact. Maybe that's relevant here. Like, when you have Vils fighting, wheelbarrow does matter. He's also brought 5 Vils compared to Marine Lord's 3, but these 5 Vils, I guess he's going for the aggro dock here. But where? Where's he going to be allowed to place it? Oh,
but
he gets
the
that
problem
spot. Nice.
You're now already behind, and you can't win the healing battle. And remember, these fishing boats shoot, right? So, like, Marine Lord is going to have an edge there. He could even try to start striking, but I think a cooler play, imagine if he just goes for, like, a second dock here.
He's either doing that or he's about to wall.
Second dock.
Oh, another dock on the other side.
This is awesome. I actually love this. And, you said the wheelbarrow is going to kick in quick for B, but this is happening so early in the game. We're still, like, what, a minute away at least? So these timings are off for B. He's not getting an edge here.
Yeah, and even with only with less Vils, Marine Lord has done everything faster. I'm actually confused. How does he have the second dock first? How does he have 6 Vils on Dome of the Faith and he's up faster? Like, something is just going right for him. And Manuscript Trade finishes, and he's up, and Manuscript Trade is going to mean that this demo is going to come out. It's a Hulk here, not a demo. Thank gosh for B. Okay. If this was a demo, he'd be dead. He was about... Marine Lord's got to be killing himself that this wasn't a demo, because that would have just ended the game, maybe.
No, but B knows his timings, right? Like, he would immediately
the demo was way faster. What do you mean? The demo trains in like 6 seconds with this.
That's true. That is
like,
actually fair.
He definitely did not have the timing on that demo. Like, he did not. I'm telling you.
You don't think B staring at that right there, like that whole time, just waiting for it? I would be staring at this dock. I would not look away.
I wouldn't have put my Vils there. I would have run away first. I'm not dealing with this. Oh man. But anyway, so here we are, Marine Lord though in a dominant position now. The demo's out, but it's not going to get a connect, I think.
He doesn't even scratch it. This is a rough one. I think B needs to do? He actually needs to pump a demo out of each side. That's the only way that play is going to work now.
He's got Manuscript Trade himself now. So now B can get his Hulk out pretty quickly, so he'll be able to defend this position. He's got a demo coming out from the left, so maybe he's going to try some sort of flanking play here, but seems risky.
Let's see if he catches him. It's going to be staggered, right? So Bagler comes out. Archership hasn't reacted yet. It's now going to try and turn. The body blocks are on point here. B will deny the retreat, and it looks like he will be able to get that clean up. A 2v1 now.
Demo for Marine Lord.
And okay, that is just vicious. That's a stinger. He's going to lose fishing boat. Come on. Can we just talk about how that didn't hit?
He missed. Skill issue. It was a skill issue. He missed. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea.
The actor wasn't queued. His blood bag didn't go off. That was... I can't believe he got away with the fishing boat there, but he's not really getting away with much overall, right? It still feels like B is kind of on the ropes here. He's always like one step behind, I want to say. At the end of the day, though, I think Marine Lord still isn't fishing out of any of this.
Yeah, no one's fishing. So, like, we talked about all those little differences as if it mattered. Like, it kind of doesn't in this case. I mean, we'll see. Like, maybe B could win the water here.
Demo?
He detonated manually and missed.
I mean, how did that miss? Like...
He detonated. He missed.
Okay, so we went from
we went
through stormtrooper shots missing to like point blank explosions missing. Like the actors haven't been cued into their prompts in this movie here, Winston. What the hell is going on with this?
I think B just won water a bit, like with the 2 misses and the connection he got. Like, there's a chance
like, why did that miss?
Snowball.
Like legit, why did that miss? Like it should have at least done half damage. Oh my god.
So it looks like now we have Sanctity is in for Marine Lord, so he's going to grab 2. Sanctity is a couple steps behind here for B, but he could still get the 2 on the south, right?
Yeah, so should logically be a 2-2 split, because I don't think any of them want to put too many units in. I say that, though. Marine Lord is adding in Spearmen. This is kind of cool, actually, because let's say B mainly has Springle chips on the embankment. They don't really wipe mass spears. So if you were to scale it to like 20, I've seen games where they just run and torch down these big boats. And, well, speaking of torching things down, that's a dead dock. Nice move from Marine Lord, and that's going to force a redock out of B. Archer ship, though.
Oh, and he pops the archer ship as well to help deny it, but there's 2 Baglas there, so it shouldn't really... The archer ship should die, right? As long as they keep shooting the scouts and not the archer ship.
Oh my god. Is he going to lose villagers for this? One goes down. Wait, what are the Scholars doing? Oh my god.
Scholars are healing.
He's going to lose both. No, the demo. They should connect on both.
Manual detonation comes in clutch there for Marine Lord, and there's 1 Vill who will finish the dock, but at what cost? That was 4 Vills for that dock. Marine Lord now has a 3 villager lead, at least on the top there, but it could be even more because he has a sacred site already, so that's some extra gold income for him. He has 500 food per minute, so his macro at home is looking like he's going to be eyeing up a potential castle age in just 2 or 3 minutes. This could get really dicey for B if he doesn't have a plan here. He's currently going for Hardened Spear.
Hear me out. That demo ship was to make up for the last one, okay? Like, the world is back in balance now, but that is insane, actually. Like, the crazy part is I'm pretty sure B used Select All Army, because you saw the Scholars, right? They ran towards the boats for no reason. They could have been healing the villagers, and maybe he, instead of losing 5, he loses, like, 2. Maybe he doesn't even lose any, right? Because the range damage upgrade wasn't even in. So these archer ships, I don't think they can actually like out-damage the heal. Okay, this is getting untenable now. He's just... there haven't been many of these naval exchanges that B's come out ahead in, right? Like, he at least got rid of the backward docks, and now it's 2v1. But you mentioned it's the sacred sites now that are worrying me.
All 4. How did he get all 4? How did that happen? Like I feel like it was 1 and now it's 4. That was so fast. We were just watching a demo go off, and now he has 4 sacred sites. So they will get decapped, right? Obviously they're not walled, they're not protected. But even just 1 or 2 ticks, and look at the gold. He's on 600 gold.
He's going to be out of food, right? That's his issue. Is he's going to lose the dock, and he's not fishing at all. So checking on the sheep, he's actually got quite a few left over. I'm kind of not scared for Marine Lord giving over this fish either, because we have to remember, A has to scale the fishing, and oh god, I'm doing what you've done now. B's fishing is going to be shoreline, so it's not even that fast.
You did the A, B, C thing.
I did.
And you can't do 1, 2, 3 because he's 3 DV, so it's like, he kind of got both of us on all of it, right?
He knew. Like when he signed Norg, he's like, you know what will really screw with casters?
The number's 3 and the letter B.
I can't remember what game it is. There's a game where the player is called Player. It's just like, really? This is what you're doing to us?
It's funny. Oh man,
this series is anything but funny right now for B. Like, what do you do from this position? Can you... You have to go on the offensive, right? Because I think if you just rely on fishing, Marine Lord should be fairly content. You have to get rid of these sacred sites.
I mean, right now what you have is you have units that your opponent can't really deal with. Until the archers get here, he's kind of had some freedom to just push Marine Lord off the middle of the map, and he's done so, but now the archers come out. There's also Ghazi Raider on the field for Marine Lord, so those could maybe look to run around and find some raids, because at this stage, this is when players need to start thinking about where their next resources are going to come from. I know we're really short into the game, but one of the elements of canals is that your resources in your starting base are very, very limited. The forest runs out fast. You need to secure these extra resources, and this could be the timing where B pushes out and the Ghazi Raiders get in a deadly raid.
And the scary thing about that is Empire Wars. At that point, the game comes much quicker, right? And also, the kind of beautiful thing about Empire Wars is these transitions, in the early phase at least, come in a lot faster because you're inflated economy. So you do get a more meaningful hit, right, when you get caught in those situations compared to a normal game where maybe they've only trailblazed in 1 or 2 knights. We could see a situation where 10 Ghazi just ambush a new wood line.
Yeah, for sure. And this is another game, I think, is B starting to fish? He should be, right?
He should be. Oh, well, he's trying to repair.
Still a dock.
Marine Lord's a cheeky git. He snuck back on. Oh, he went for the archer ship follow-up. Interesting choice here. He did get the naval emplacements, right? So it seems like Marine Lord's just fighting a losing battle, but what you have to remember is that B has to keep investing resources here to defend this. And that also means that he's not producing additional fishing boats, he's producing fighty boys. He needs more fighty boys on land. This is looking a bit grim.
Yeah, he hasn't been paying attention to his rally spot, and he's just been losing units in the middle of the map. The repairs come in from all of his fishing eco. The demo's coming in as well, so the dock will go down, but maybe not before a demo pops out.
The villagers! Uh-oh! He gets them. I don't know how you survived. Do you want to maybe take a bow? Nope!
So nobody wins, except B, because he has 2 docks still in water, or 1 dock still in water.
The fishing
so
boat wins. The fishing boat wins. He just, he killed the villager. So that's going to be a new pull required. B's now 5 eco ahead, but the military numbers are starting to look a little bit damning here.
I mean, this fight has been really awkward for both players because they're fighting on over so many sacred sites. None of them are secured in a way that they're walled, right? So it's just like these small skirmishes literally everywhere, and I think that's just really hard to keep up with. You saw in the water engagement that it's really hard to follow every single little bit of action as a caster, as the observer. Imagine as the player, right? You have so much more to do, right? So definitely stretching the player's abilities to their limits here. B now has a 6 villager advantage. I wonder how much of that is fishing boats, though. 4 fishing boats, so...
Now, another thing to keep in mind is, like, B, you just saw the undermesh get queued up, right? Like, look at the blacksmith upgrades. You're already militarily, like, outmassed. Also, keep in mind this number's further apart than it appears because you've got an archer ship, a demo ship, and also those fishing boats count as military vessels for the Delhi, right? So, like, this is closer to being a double up in favor of Marine Lord. Yo, check. He's actually going rams now, so it looks like he's going to try to deny the docks a different way.
Yeah. Holy, that's a lot of bills coming out for that new wood line, and that's where the raid will likely happen if Marine Lord does find one. Although, Marine Lord not watching his archers, losing a ton of units to this arrow ship.
And just going to get away with it. The demo, this is kind of overkill. Like, I don't think you even need to use it for that, but...
That's fine. I mean, it is 4 units for 1 demo, so I think that, what?
Sure.
320
this
for
demo, though.
160.
He's circling. Marine Lord just so restricted right now. His army just caught split like this, and B gets the surround. Marine Lord, where are the rest of the troops?
I mean, B is a Delhi master, and it didn't look great for him at the start. Marine Lord had 4 sacred sites, but he hasn't been able to retain it. He's actually adding a ram into the middle of the map while losing the rest of his army. So Marine Lord maybe getting a bit greedy, thinking he had a bigger advantage than he does, and now it's his turn to just lose units on the rally point. B starting to mount a bit of a comeback here. 6 villager advantage, 5 more pop on the field, a big raid coming in on the food and the wood for him. Oh boy, Marine Lord needs to pay attention here.
And check that, immediately just re-rallies the guys. He's like, okay, like, yeah, sure, ran this dock down. I see a bigger target. This wood line is everything right now. You mentioned this critical point was coming. B's going to apply pressure to Marine Lord's side while he continues to harvest wood freely in this game. There's just no spears here. Like, what, 2, maybe 3 max? Guys, you're going to run this down.
Well, actually, I think he has enough. I say that when I think there's enough now. Wow.
It's no undermesh. That's okay. Remember these archers. Like if you check their damage, those Ghazi take a lot of damage from ranged units as well because you've got the ranged upgrade on damage, and the undermesh is still about like what 20 seconds away from B. So it kind of feels like maybe if that Ghazi raid was delayed until that was completed, I could have seen that cleaning up. Instead, though, the ram does find good bang for buck, and after that scrappy engagement where B took a big lead, check the count now. A lot of losses for B. He doesn't have the Ghazi mass in his favor anymore. And the undermesh, he still doesn't wait to go in here. He's so desperate to get a ram that he won't even kill.
Yeah, that was a really good minute of Age of Empires for Marine Lord. Did you see that? Like, it went from him being down 20 units to him being up 20 units. That micro, whatever he just did was incredible. I don't know if it was macro or micro, probably a combination, right? He has so many archers now. It felt like just a minute ago we were watching his 5 archers get demoed. And now he has 30 archers on the field compared to B's 17. And like you said, he's up in the blacksmith text. B's blacksmith isn't even running right now. It's not even doing anything for him. He's idled it. That's how overwhelmed he is right now. And Marine Lord finished the blacksmith. He's just missing the food upgrade, oddly. And yeah, this is rough. B has to fully evacuate the middle here. Has to retreat from this, which means sacred sites behind this probably going to go towards Marine Lord as he needs to kind of re-rally and focus himself again.
It's so much worse than that. Like when he's blocked on wood here, think about what his comp is. Archer plus Ghazi, that's all about the wood. Even the Ghazi, a little bit pricey on the wood when you think about it overall in your numbers. So really scary position now, man. He only just queued up 2 additional blacksmith techs, so I don't think that's double blacksmith. I think that's just 1, right? I mean, even if it's 2, this research speed is abysmal. Okay, this is getting untenable now. He does have the berries on the south side, if I'm not mistaken, outside of his base, so food shouldn't be a problem. But I think he wanted to spend this gold to buy wood.
It's going to come down to this fight. If Marine Lord lets this be a bad fight for him, then maybe B could mount a comeback. But I don't see Marine Lord just throwing his army away here, especially after he's played so well so far in the series. I'm getting really nervous for B here. He's up 10 vills, most of it's fishing, but his last 2 docks are getting ramped down.
Oh,
the demo here could be huge.
I mean, it's going to take too long to get out. It's going to take way too long to get out, surely. Like, the dock is already on fire. This is going to be close, folks. I think the burning damage should maybe put it just about low enough. Demo, maybe.
It's just going to get shot down anyway. Right?
Yeah, it's too many archers. Like,
unless Marine Lord's not looking.
Field. I mean, the demo's not looking.
He's looking away.
Yeah, he doesn't want to see this because this is an ugly
I'm
fight.
I'm going to go over there. He's
like, can I get away?
Oh, Marine Lord doesn't see it? He sees it. Okay. He got saved.
Ram leads the way. He's like, you can blow this up if you want.
I thought the ram was about to start floating.
Okay,
it's one of those duck boats.
This is legit do or die for B. If this doesn't hit, like, it's over. It's trip demo, and that's a good start. Gets for the archers, but the follow-up, it's not going to rain the hell he's looking for. Great split coming in from Marine Lord. 3 demos, and truly not worth it. Now in a situation where he's doubled up on military. B can't afford to GG out early, though. Like, it's do or die. This is match point. And it looks like he was trying to get Castle Age, so this is the worst possible time for him to start being pushed into.
I don't know if he was trying to get Castle Age or he just doesn't have enough production buildings to spend his res, but his food income is about to tank, right? Like, he's maybe got every villager on those berries, which actually just ran out, and I think he has 40 villagers walking towards the middle of the map right now. What am I watching on the mini-map?
They're making it. I think he's actually going to try to shoreline
that's like
fish the middle of the map.
I guarantee that's 40 bills.
Oh
just
my god. He's actually going to... Yeah, he's trying to shoreline fish. He's trying to shoreline.
He's going to shore fish.
I mean, what choice do you have right now? Like, look at where are the next berries on the map? He could try to go D in north side, but the army is here. The berries are here. So really, there is no other option for him right now. And for now, it's at least working because B is going to stay to the distraction. I say distraction. This is more of a massacre. Marine Lord with sheer number mass on his side, willing to take the engagement. And B, sure, he's got food back online, but look at his wood. He's got nothing there. He's basically buying wood at this stage just to try and stay alive, but I think that is going to be it. B just now going through the cycles, accepting what this is. 3 mirrors in a row, and Marine Lord takes them all. This is going to be a 5-0 sweep.
Wow. That was incredible from Marine Lord. A 5-0 victory in the grand finals with 3 mirrors back-to-back, even in the last game, even beating B's Delhi. I think Delhi is B's best civ. So that showing it that decisively there on a map like this just shows me that, I don't know, man, Marine Lord just had his number this entire series. Congrats, man. That was impressive to watch.
You know, when we talk about this originally, I'll reveal my score now. Like, it's that moment where just, like, you know, you got the little envelopes. Oh, and my prediction, I thought it was going to be maybe 2 games taken by B. Like, I still favored Marine Lord here because I think, like, we talked about the matchup through the year. Marine Lord has taken the lead and now it just extends that lead further. But also, I think the playstyle matchup is favorable for him. But I wasn't expecting it to be this one-sided. I mean, Marine Lord, a very talented guy, but after what we saw happen between B and Lucifron yesterday, I saw a beacon of hope. Just seems like M-Lord has been put in the practices. I wonder how much of it has been raw scrimming and how much of it has been theory crafting, something like what Mr. does a lot of, because I haven't been able to scout much of it. So he could have been scrimming just as much as Lucifron and Vortex, but maybe the difference here is Lucy and Vortex, their scrimming was a lot more public, and they may have been giving over more information than intended.
How much of it was just raw talent too? You know, it's like how much
true.
of that was just this mode is relatively undiscovered. We saw the meta kind of developed throughout the tournament, right? How much of that was just Marine Lord seeing what other players are doing and saying, "Oh, I can probably do that," right? And just figuring it out with a couple practice games. I don't know how much of it was prep or how much of it was reactive prep, where you kind of see how things are evolving on the fly and you just work it into your strats. But whatever it was, I mean, you could see that there were a couple slip ups here and there throughout the series where, there were a couple bad fights, a couple spots where Marine Lord didn't look, but that was so few. Like, think about, oh, we complained about the one demo that he didn't land, right? Oh, we complained about like the one map where he didn't really have a good chance, where he kind of like maybe threw strategically on Kawasan without really thinking about it. But that's just like weighing those different options. It was just so well done on all fronts. Really impressive stuff from Marine Lord, and gotta give props to B for trying. But man, that was that's one of those series that kind of feels bad, right? Like 3 mirrors, 3 losses, and then the Kawasan must have been such like a downfall, right? Because he was so clearly ahead, right? He had such a big advantage.
I think the tough part as well is like it has that snowballing effect where you kind of need that break. We've already always felt that in life, and we've seen plenty of players feel that in series where if you can disrupt the flow, there's no denying that there's been plenty of examples historically where a player is on an absolute bender, he's free up, all of a sudden he loses one game, and then you see like the one after that doesn't feel right either. If B got that sort of breathing room, maybe we go the full distance here because he's capable of that. But there's no denying that for Marine Lord, this has been a fairly dominant year, right? Like very consistent postings in top 3, top 4 in almost every single tournament, I want to say. And looking forward, obviously different format, but even looking forward to the EGC finals, obviously reminding people that no matter what you do with the format, no matter what it is, classic or weird, he's always going to be a front runner in the pack.
Yeah, exactly. I think when we saw the lineup for this tournament, Marine Lord immediately became one of the favorites to win it. And showing here, like, this is pretty dominant. Semis was a 4-1, finals a 5-0. I don't think you can ask for anything better than that.
I think M-Lord must have somewhere to be. That explains why it's a 5-0, because he's already immediately hopped in and is ready for an interview. So we're going to hop across now and talk to our Empires at War champion.
Yo.
Hey, Marine Lord. First of all, congratulations, bud. Absolutely incredible performance here. You're a bit of an enigma when it comes to the amount of practice. So I'm going to ask something that I think a lot of us are suspecting right now. How much have you been grinding and practicing Empire Wars in prep for this tournament?
I played a lot 1 week ago when we were preparing for Round of 8 because almost everyone was practicing. So I could find a lot of practice. Other than that, I didn't play.
So, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I practice builds against a computer, I just look at what I think is good, and then I spam the build. So, for example, the build I did against B on the island game with China, in something I only played once in practice, but I played it multiple times against the computer to try to make it better. Same for almost every maps that are on water, I just practiced it against the computer. And the normal map, land map, I practice it against normal people.
Okay, interesting. Let's talk a little bit about some of those matches then, because like my first thought is we got to dissect game 2, right? Because game 2, it felt like B was in the driving seat for a little bit of that.
Yeah.
At least from our perspective. Was it that way for you? Did it feel like a really big comeback, or were you very comfortable throughout that game?
No, I was expecting to lose this one. I think H3 is like the weakest Civ by quite a big margin in this mod. But still, like if I wanted to win one map with H3, I felt like it was Kawasan. So when he picked Mongol there, I was very surprised because that means I'm gonna pick Mongol on Ilandel. And then like honestly, like my drafts for the first 5 games didn't look too good, or like the first 2. But if we kept going, my last 2 games I still had Abbasid, I still had Mongols on Ilandale, so I still had a lot of very good civs. So I'm not sure what he was planning. But I didn't expect to win this game too. But yeah, as I said, like it's just H3 being pretty bad in this mod.
Yeah. And I want to talk a little bit about that game for you where we started to get into mirrors galore here, because you said you practiced the build only with a bot. We saw a very interesting development actually. The fact that you didn't go in for the Nesta Bees on the Bauchuans, right? Is there something secret we don't know there? Because we were like scratching our brains wondering if it interacted with like fire rate or something.
I was about to take it to make it at the end, but like I do pretty much a checklist of what I want to do, right? So when I reach Imperial Age, I want the life on the boats, I want the demolition upgrade, then I want all my eco upgrades, so like the mining one, the wool one. Then I want usually I try to make the Nest of the upgrade at this point, and then I'm going for the last dynasty to have more HP on my boats. So I was it just died fast, right? So I didn't have time to do everything. And also, yeah, I did like the relic upgrade, tight barn. So yeah, I was just making sure my macro was on point and that I would make more than him.
Okay.
Yeah, you did. You had like twice as many votes as him
Yeah.
for the entire Imperial Age. It was really impressive. Did you have another question, KP?
I was just gonna like a follow up into that one. I was kind of curious. How many docks do you think B went? Because you opened before, right?
I mean, I already saw him play on this map before once, and I saw like he was taking both islands. But I was like, what if I go H4 and just make Vouch 1? It doesn't seem too smart. But yeah, I don't know, like he made maybe 10, I guess.
I think he had 2 docks at home, and then he done 2 docks on the southern island.
Okay.
Then he eventually added a third at home. But like, basically, your home island from the start of the game had more docks than I think he had
Okay.
at the end.
Okay. I mean, yeah, maybe it's just very greedy. I play on the back of my island. It's pretty much what they do on AoE too, right? Like if they have a sieve that want to scale into late game, they just play backward with the water economy. And then it's very easy to defend. I can have one scout on each side to know like if anything is coming my way. So then I can react and make units. So yeah, I don't know. I felt like my build was better than his.
Was it the same on Tempe where you had the Roost Mirror? Did you realize that he only went 2 TC and had a slower FC? Like, were you worried at all at that point? Or when you had the faster castle time, were you feeling quite comfortable?
I mean, I feel like I got more bounty than him first. I think my pattern with my scouts, I mean, I was more lucky because I just found my 2 deer spot instantly. And then I made one more deer and he started sending villagers left and right to wall. It was a bit weird. And then I scouted the stone. Plus he has a golden gate. So I was sure, like I didn't know where the 30 was, but I believed he was in bottom left. But I really was sure he was on 3TC. I was surprised at the end.
Okay. And on Canal, he brought 5 vills forward and you only brought 3.
Yeah.
He only brought 2 scholars, you brought 3. Was there any prep there? Like, were you thinking, here's what I can get away with to get faster timings? You had faster sanctity, you had faster manuscript trade, you even had a faster second dock on the middle. Was there some sort of prep there, or was that just what felt right?
Yeah, I don't know. I just pulled 3 villagers. I felt like it was building the dock fast enough. And with my Imam healing, I knew like he wouldn't be able to kill them. So I was like, okay, like I don't really have a reason to pull more, right? If you have 3, you're building the dock fast enough, and you lose less economy, obviously. And then you still want the Imam in the middle to produce bots very fast. But then obviously it went in very weird direction when we made 1 dock on each side, pretty much.
Yeah.
I never had this happening in my game.
Yeah, it was weird, right? You had demos flanking from behind, so it was like a very messy situation, right? Going back to game 1, real quick, on Woodwall, was picking Malians, was the strat the entire time to like build into a siege mass? Or was that just more like how the game progressed? Like, was it just to abuse like the castle timing? Like, what was your like game plan on Woodwall?
My game plan, I mean, the first step was dealing with the first push, because obviously I was gonna farm some free spears. So I just was trying to be greedy while making some units. I felt like the start wasn't too good for me, but it was just okay. And then did he age up with like the Mehmed Armory or the other one?
No, it was the Instable Imperial Palace.
Yeah, he did like the
I don't like
January
it.
push, right?
Yeah. I don't really like this one, especially against Malians. I feel like having free siege is insane. But yeah, my plan was just like being greedy, getting all my pit mines, trying to wall, and eventually controlling the middle for sure. Like if I play for the middle, I have Culverin, and he has a Spring Gold with faster attack speed thanks to the meter, and like if he wants the point, the Vizier point. So I felt like it will be pretty much an even fight on this part. And usually like Malians against Ottoman, if you can have an even fight, you just go for it, because like it's a very hard matchup for Malians. So when he picked Ottoman, I was a bit surprised. It was very smart for him, I think. But yeah, I didn't expect that.
Did you think it was kind of GG in your favor when you saw that he dropped the Seagate Castle as opposed to the observatory?
I mean, I wasn't too sure. I was just surprised after that he never made any Spring Gold to try to control my siege. Otherwise, like he would never stand a chance. But yeah, I don't know. Like the whole groove of the game was pretty weird, and he was making Janissaries. I was on a lot of javelins plus a few siege units. So like, I didn't have enough to push any times or to put any pressure. But I knew like eventually my economy is obviously like Malian's economy is insane with all the free pit mines and the free food.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna put everything on wood and stone gold. the little bit of food I'm gonna have for free, thanks to the co boom, I'm gonna use it to make units. And then obviously I'm gonna have a lot of food and gold to make siege. And that was the plan pretty much.
So I think it's a good kind of segue to talk a little bit more about the Malians because, like, you've been quite vocal and you're feeling that the economy is a little bit broken. Is there anything in your mind, right, that clearly needs to be done to bring them in line? Because the performance has felt pretty damn strong in competitive play in the last few months.
I mean, I think it's a little bit broken, but everything feels a little bit broken in this game. But yeah, for sure, like the economy, it's a little bit too strong. But I feel like if they nerf the economy, they need to bring some new units to them. Like I think they don't have enough to counter man at arms in Age 3, for example. I think that's the main weakness. Other than that, I think it's still pretty strong. And obviously, like, for me, since I micro very well my javelins, I can always make them useful, right? Because I just never overkill, or like try to not overkill. And I always focus fire like Archer or Janissaries or whatever is in the backline. But for lower level people, it must be very hard to actually win against man at arms in like H3 or H4 for Malians. So it feels like they miss some stuff, and their economy is a little bit too stupid, I think.
Now, we're not gonna have another Empire Wars tournament, at least for like
Yeah.
bare minimum a month. So maybe you don't mind revealing your strats, right?
Mhm.
Because we potentially had another 4 maps here.
Yeah.
Were there some interesting discoveries you made with the remaining civs on specific maps here that we just didn't get to see?
Uh, Not really. Like Mongolian Heights, I was planning English there, and I felt like it would have been a mirror, but I would have had the same plane as B against Lucifron yesterday. Except like trying to play it slightly better, obviously, to not die fast. But the idea, I think, was to try to dock in the middle. He was obviously gonna dock too. And then I was not gonna make many boats. I was just gonna make many longbows. And if he goes many boats, he's gonna die because longbows outscale boats. And if he was going for the same build as me, it would have just been a macro game. I was planning Mongols on the Island Dale. I'm really not sure what he was planning there. Yeah, I'm not sure. So I was like either gonna go trade if it felt like it was necessary, or second TC like Lucifron just did in the loser final.
Yeah.
Most likely second TC because he didn't have Mongol left. Then Arabia French against French, most likely, I guess. And for Bassin, I was planning Abbasid against Malians, and I think that was the plan from him. And Abbasid is obviously like Abbasid Ottoman. If you lose with those thieves in Empire Wars, they are not going to do well. They are very broken, so I felt like my Abbasid pick would have been a free win.
Well, that's fair. I was I found the Abbasid pick, especially with or ban rather, especially with the remaining maps, it kind of felt like it might actually have a bit more value. I feel like there's Abbasis to me has kind of been that civ that snuck up on people. Like if you had to rank the top tier civs in Empire Wars right now, like the top 4, what are they?
Abbasid, Ottoman, and then China is very good on some maps. But overall, like if you tell me like on a land map, for example, I think China is very weak.
Mhm.
But I would say overall, like China on land is very weak. French is very weak. H3 is very, very weak. And Mongols is slightly meh. Not too bad, but like not too great either. Like I feel like Abbasid, Malians, Delhi, even English is doing decent, I think. So you have a lot of defensive, but a few are a little bit behind.
Because I think, like, for me, my instinct coming into this was that English would be really, really strong because of the farm cluster at the start. Because we saw kind of an evolution. I think, like, most people came into this tournament thinking it was going to be all about eco boom and tech boom, but we've been seeing a lot more aggression as we get to the tail end of this. Do you think, like, where Empire Wars does thrive on, especially these land maps, is to kind of be the aggressor, be very kind of present in Dark and Field Age?
I mean, it depends on which matchup, obviously.
Yeah.
But I would say, like, if you play very well, you should always be defending. If you attack, it means you're doing something wrong in this game. I mean, in every RTS, pretty much, I feel. Like, you always want to defend, be slightly more greedy than your opponent, and then obviously, like, if you push, you can counter push at some points. But if the game plan is just to do a simple push from the get-go, I think it's weak. So, like, if you plan to do 1TC English, for example, I think it should almost never work, except, like, in a very special case. Same for Ottoman, same for, like, anything aggressive, I think.
And how do you... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Winston.
No, I just thought that was an interesting point. It's
Yeah.
an interesting thought on the strategy, right? Because I think a lot of people look for build orders that kill the opponent, right? So they go
Yeah.
for like like all the way back, like the history of Age of Empires has been like, oh, the FC Knights, right, in H2, right, and
Mhm.
similar strats along the line, right. We saw, Knights, we saw French dominating, right, when the
Yeah.
game came out. We saw, the English longbow rush, all that kind of stuff, and that seems to be what people gravitate towards. But
Yeah.
you're saying basically, if you want to play really well, you need to find strats that aren't that beat that, right? I think that's really
Yeah,
interesting.
not very aggressive, but like French, for example, you have to play aggressive with them. It's just like my French is different because I go like second or three TC, depending on what I see. And then I attack, right? So it's like I pressure, but at the same time I do like a big economic boom. So it's never committed. That's the
Is
plan.
that is that because French is usually seen to have to be the aggressor, so you feel like you can get away with that greed without being punished?
No, I feel just because French usually. I mean, it's pretty good in late game right now with like the Red Palace and Guildhall.
Yeah.
But I think, for example, when I see the TheMista style with French, I'm like, if I just pressure, I'm just gonna kill him, right? So I feel like French, if you don't pressure hard your opponent and try to find damage, even if it's small damage, you're just gonna be behind because it's just naturally a little bit weaker in mid late, I think.
Got it. I was talking like with your build though, because you were saying you like to go
Mhm.
free TC a bunch. Like, is it?
Yeah.
Do you feel like you get away with that because of what you just said? That like the French player should be attacking, so your opponent doesn't necessarily open
Mm,
up in a way that block you.
no, I mean, I just cover everything, right? So, like, if they want to punish me for doing that, they die. And if they don't punish me, it's just a macro game, so.
Okay.
But yeah, like, most of my builds are just the same, right? It's just the ID. I play greedy, and I know the limit of my. Of the build, so I know, like, how to not die, for example. So if he goes, like, one less TC, I'm gonna win. Eventually, he's just gonna kill himself into me. And if he goes for the same amount, it's gonna be a macro game. And I feel like my decision making in macro game is better than most people, so I just win usually.
Most people, I'd like to. Who else? How many people aren't there? Like who
I
else
mean, it
is there?
depends, right? But like
Yeah,
early
obviously
game,
there's some other good players,
for
right?
example, in Open Wars,
Yeah.
early game is very important. So I
Mhm.
feel like since we didn't practice too much, I
Mhm.
didn't feel confident about my decision making. I was just like throwing builds I felt was good. But yeah, in the normal mode, I think I'm the best in decision making by quite a big margin.
Okay, so I have a question. So you are the undisputed #1 Empire Wars player, right? But
PogChamp.
in terms of fun, I feel like you now have the best say. So like, did you find the mode fun while you were playing it and trying it out? And like, were there any changes that you would make to the mode or suggest to the team about like what you would change on that in the game
Uh,
mode?
I think it has a lot of potential. Like at some point, I was preferring this mode over the normal one, and I think it's gonna be hard to go back to the normal one. It's a bit too slow. But I feel like this one is a bit too fast. So if I had to make some twist, I would like give maybe like 6 or 7 less villagers to everyone. And I would not force like everyone to like, if you're Ottoman, right? You obviously have a blacksmith and a military school. I think those extra things that makes the game very different are a little bit too much. And especially like you can't control where the blacksmith is, right? So like sometimes it's in a terrible spot and it feels weird. With English, you always have a good base, but for like daily or Ottoman, it's very weird. So I feel like it should just be like 18 villagers, maybe almost already the money to age up, but that's it. Don't really add much more to than that, I think.
Do you know what? Like, I remember when the mode came out, my suggestion, I thought it'd be really cool if you could place your buildings. Like the first 30 seconds of the game was like you had a budget of buildings and you placed them, right?
Yeah,
So
that would be cool. But that
yeah,
feels pretty hard to do for them, maybe. I don't know. If
yeah,
they can
it's a
do that,
big
I
thing.
think that's good. But if yeah, that sounds very different from RE4, like they would have to do very weird stuff around it.
Well, I'm glad to hear you liked it. Like, you know what? I was kind of thinking when we were watching this back to Golden League when we
Mhm.
had the 12 villager start. Like, it's kind of reminiscent of that. Like, there was a lot of
Yeah.
refreshing new strategies. So, with those adaptations you talked about, maybe a mid ground between that and Empire Wars current start.
Yeah, I think you have
Would
to
you?
find an in between. I think 12 villagers was not great because it was still some long age one,
Mhm.
and at the same time, it was like just very different. I feel like 18 villagers and almost the money to age up sounds a little bit better.
Do you think
But
that that could be like, given a few iterations, a little bit of polish, would you maybe like to see that as the default form of
yeah, for
competitive
sure.
AoE?
I think 6 villager is a bit too slow. Like you age up at 4 minutes, and before that, you don't have any interaction. If you can remove 4 minutes from the game, I feel like it's not bad, right? Especially because like AoE4 gives some pretty long games sometimes.
Mm.
So why not? It felt the same on StarCraft 2, right? At some point, we started with less
Yep.
villagers, and then doubled it. But doubling it is not obviously like an insane change. But still, it's a good start. and it was giving like the start of the game was a little bit faster. It was cool, so I like that.
Well, it's like I think that some people's worry is that certain strats will be removed, but arguably new strats open up, right? And
Yeah,
it
it's fine.
keeps the game fresh. I guess the things we can say to round this out, like it's kind of obvious, right? Like, yep, you are the undisputed Empire Wars champion. Congratulations, shake of the hand,
Thanks.
big pats on the back from Marine Lord. But there's something else coming up, my friend.
Yeah.
Right? Just a month away, the EGC Finals 2023. Are we feeling confident? Does the expansion make this wild and unpredictable? How you feeling?
I mean, yeah, it's obviously gonna be a little bit unpredictable. But if I just practice very hard, like for Red Bull, I think it should be fine. And like, I practiced a lot for the last tournament and this one, right? Not maybe not a lot, but a good amount, let's say. And obviously, like, I'm gonna push a bit more for like the next one because it's a bigger tournament. So for now, I was a little bit playing a lot of League of Legends, for example, or like doing stuff around that is not AOE4. But I guess I'm gonna focus for 1 month on AOE4 to try to improve a bit more.
Yeah, at least 1 month out of the year, right? What was it before Multiverses when we last spoke, and now onto the
Yeah, it
League of
depends.
Legends?
Sometimes you have some very good games, and sometimes you have some very big tournaments. So yeah, I'm gonna try my best.
Can't just be a champion one. Kind of one thought I've got to round this out with though. Is there a player of the ones qualified for EG's finals that you would say? I mean, I already know that the cocky son of a gun I'm going to get. No one can beat you. I get it, M-Lord. But if there's one player that you're maybe a bit paranoid about that might match up well against you out of those qualified, is there one that comes to mind?
Not really, but I really want to play Lucifron. I was expecting him to play in the final, and I
Uh,
felt like last time he played very well, right? I think Lucifron obviously improved overall as a player. He's better than before, and he won the tournament. But I think like if I play very, very well, my best, I think it's gonna be very one-sided.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that. I think we've spent plenty of time talking to you, Marine Lord. I feel like we could dissect a lot of
yeah.
this, but we've taken plenty of time. You go and enjoy the win, bathe in it, and get prepped. Expansion just several days away. I'm excited to see what you and the other players are going to do. I'm excited to
Yeah.
see
See
you in
you.
the EGC finals.
Bye-bye. Good night.
Congratulations, Green Lord.
Good
Good
night.
job, man.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, buddy. Oh, blimey. What a performance coming out of him. 5-0. I mean, well played, Marine Lord. You did kind of like ruin the length of this broadcast. I'm just gonna put it out there. Could you given him like one donation? No? No, okay.
It was
Oh,
just a destruction, man. It was just impressive all around from start to finish, you know? It was
and
just really, really cool.
I think to me, like it's exciting to hear him say that. I honestly I don't know if you noticed this, but when the tournament began, I feel like there were quite a few players that thought this was going to be meaningful. It wasn't going to be that impressive. I love how many more players kind of have come around by the end, and now we're hearing things like that where maybe not quite where it's at now, but Empire Wars could say a year from now very easily be the best default form for competitive play.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has ways to go, right? Especially we saw some of these maps give not too much variety, right? So I think like a lot of the maps have been designed for the standard start, and I think if you look at how can the maps support, a more fast-paced start to ensure variety, like it's such a balance and maps go hand in hand, right? So if you want a lot of strategies, you need the map to support that. And I think these maps did a pretty good job, but I think some of these showed that like there's some pretty clear flaws in either the civs or the maps that are causing the strats to be quite linear, right? We're seeing these mirrors here in this final, probably for a good reason, right? Probably because it's the best thing to do, right? So if those sort of things get sorted and you get a lot of variety, then I think things could look quite good for the mode. I was
Yeah.
quite impressed by the entire tournament. Great job to the entire EGCTV team. Thank you all for having me, and thanks for this amazing opportunity to cast the finals. It was incredible. The games are great, even quick, but still impressive, right? It's always cool to see a master at work, and Marine Lord showed that once again. He's a beast.
Yeah, Master Marine Lord. That's a bit long of a name to say in the middle of a game, so we'll keep it to M Lord for now. But
I
I
know.
like what you said there. Like what you described is kind of reminiscent at the start of normal play of OE4, right? Where everyone's like Mongols and then it was Rus. And I think given enough time, maybe given some sort of matchmaking for Empire Wars, we'll see this own meta to start to develop and maybe thrive in 2024. But Winston, I think although overall a short broadcast, we should start to round out the show. Marine Lord
Indeed.
ensured they wouldn't last long, folks. If you didn't catch what happened earlier on today, there were 2 series played in this day. It's just been that quick of a finals. If you didn't catch the action earlier on, you should go back and see what happened between Lucifer and Vortex to decide that third place. But if you're just tuning in now, and we're hoping to catch Game 7, Game 8, they don't exist. Marine Lord makes it a clean sweep. Domination here in Empire Wars. Winston, mate, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on the mic. Always an enjoyable experience. Are you excited for the expansion? I feel like we've got to like round this out, hyping people up for what's going to happen in
I think
about a
you
week.
guys should get really excited for the expansion. I know the whole team is really excited to have you guys all trying it out, playing the new civs. There's a lot of content to explore, so please come everybody. Let's play the game together. It'll be amazing. November 14th will be a day where we all remember because it'll be when the Sultans ascend, right? It'll be a good time. It'll be a good time. Thank you all.
That sound like one of those I'll remember where I was type moments. I'll remember where I was. The 14th, the entire day I was getting my ass whooped by the Japanese. I actually feel that's going to come to fruition. But guys, if you haven't marked it in your calendar, EGC are not done for the year. This tournament is finished, but the EGC finals is coming up. So mark it in your calendar, start of the December. The best players of this year will be clashing to see who takes home the lion's share of a $25,000 prize pool. But this one, this one's already been decided, folks. Marine Lord is our victor. Hopefully you enjoyed what you saw here. And just one more reminder, head across to the Patreon, sign up with EGC. You can support more tournaments like this happening. And I believe there is still that goal. If we ever reach 1,000 Patreon subscribers, EGC are going to be obligated, required, in fact, to do a LAN. And who knows? Maybe we'll see these 2 faces and these 2 faces there. But I think we're going to raid someone now. It looks like we're going to be heading across to Beastie. So go give him some love. That's someone who you will see in those EGC finals, by the way. So all the more reason to come across. But for me and Winston, I think we're done, my friend. So you guys go enjoy Beastie, prep yourself for the expansion, and EGC will see you in a month's time.
It'll be amazing. Bye.
See ya.
Peace.